Doors be open. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to the order of previously, Bill S-13, an act to amend, is deemed to have been adopted without amendment at report stage at third reading and is deemed to have been read a third time and passed.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Routine proceedings.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Ah oui, excusez-moi. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities entitled The Role of McKinsey and Company in the Creation and Beginnings of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, pursuant to Standing Order 109. A government response is requested. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from dissenting report, the Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Northumberland, Peterborough South, yes.
It is my privilege and honor to present this supplementary report on behalf of the Conservative Party. We continue to call for the abolishment of the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, and we call for greater transparency in order to prevent future conflicts of interest, such as those that Dominic Barton had. We need to have a government that works for Canada, not a government that continues to take from our people. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. The member for Rivière-du-Nord.
Monsieur Fortin, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. Fortin, seconded by Mr. Dussault, seeks leave to table an act to amend the criminal code, criminal organizations and proceeds of crime. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reading the title, you did basically what my job was this morning. This bill would create a registry of criminal organizations. The House has already dealt with this topic in previous years, and included in the provision there would be the seizing and freezing of proceeds of crime for criminal organizations. So it's a pleasure for me to table this legislation, and I hope my colleagues will support it.
Monsieur Fortin, appuyé.
Mr. Fortin, seconded by Mr. Dussault, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
Cette motion est.
The motion is deemed adopted. Second reading of this law.
Lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. First of all, I have to read something. Mr. Godin, seconded by Mr. Berthold moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, presented on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, be concurred in. Debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to point out that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, by way of introduction, I'll be talking about the third report of the Official Languages Committee. That report reads as follows: that the committee report to the House its deep condemnation of the CBC using a Paris-based studio to record a podcast, choosing it over a Quebec-based recording studio to avoid the Quebec accent. It's a pleasure for me to express the wishes of my constituents and of our pride to be living in a bilingual country, an English and French bilingual country. Madam Speaker, if I can get my pages unstuck here, I think it's important to point out the French and English aspect because we have to remember that the Liberal Prime Minister appointed a Governor General who is bilingual but doesn't speak one of the official languages, that being French. What's worse, he also appointed a lieutenant governor of the only officially bilingual province in Canada, New Brunswick. That lieutenant governor is a unilingual Anglophone. The list of this government's failure to follow through on protecting French is long. It's a long one, but I'll spare you the entire enumeration of those shortcomings because I would run out of time. Bilingualism goes to the heart of our Canadian identity, and I'm speaking from our most important democratic institution. I'm speaking also of our Constitution, which provides for equal rights for Anglophones and Francophones. Francophones outside Quebec are a vibrant and surviving culture and language, despite all the challenges. At the same time, the Francophonie in Quebec, with its rich culture and its role as a bastion of French in North America, shows the strength and pride of a collective identity. Together, these two facets of the French fact are distinct and complementary, and they enrich Canadian identity, and they remind us of the importance of protecting this unique linguistic duality, which is a source of national pride. Why am I talking about the Canadian identity, Madam Speaker? Well, it's quite simple. The CBC, the Broadcasting Act states that CBC's programming should be mainly and typically Canadian. It should be provided in French and in English in order to reflect the situation and specific needs of official languages communities, including those of minority language communities. The services should be of equal quality in both official languages. They should contribute to a national identity and awareness. The programming should reflect the multicultural and multiracial nature of Canada. So you can see, Madam Speaker, that I was flabbergasted when I read the Journal de Montréal newspaper article saying that a CBC podcast had been translated into French in Paris in order to avoid the Quebec accent. It's so shameful. I thought I must have misread the article, but as I continued, I learned that this CBC podcast chose the Paris-based studio rather than using our local expertise. And I will quote it in English because I'm a big defender of English in Canada.
Notamment parce que l'accent québécois aurait moins de potentiel international. Est-ce dans le mandat de...
So the article suggested that the Quebec accent would have less international potential. And the CEO of the CBC, Catherine Kate, said it was just a mistake, just a simple mistake, and it wouldn't happen again. But how can such contempt for Quebecers and the French fact in Canada be so easily dismissed or excused. She said that there was a period where the CBC audience had dropped by 50%, which required the elimination of 800 jobs last December. Yesterday, Ms. Tate said at the Heritage Committee that she was entitled to a performance bonus. Ouch. After failing to produce Canadian content that Canadians truly wanted, she missed out on 69% of her own performance goals. So it's clear that the last thing CBC management deserves is extra bonuses. It's crucial to be clear about this, and I'm speaking directly to all CBC and Radio-Canada fans. We in the Conservative Party of Canada, we will put an end to the funding of CBC, which is an outdated broadcaster which no longer meets the needs of Anglophone Canadians, while at the same time preserving the funding for Radio-Canada and its French language programming. This should be clear, Madam Speaker. The role of a public broadcaster is to offer content that the private market does not, and that is no longer applicable to the English language programming of CBC. But Radio-Canada's role is essential to Quebecers, given their minority situation. There is no other source, comparable source of information available to Francophones. By cutting funding to the CBC, Radio-Canada's services could be improved, whether it's the quality or access to local information that better reflects their reality. The Conservative Party's position on official languages has always been clear. We need to halt the decline of French and protect and defend both official languages, both inside Quebec and all across Canada. My colleague from Battleford Crowfoot, moved a motion at committee yesterday to cancel the bonuses to CBC management. Madam Speaker, once again, I nearly fell off my chair. I got a sore hip. Guess who voted against that? Along with their Liberal cronies. A huge disappointment. The Bloc Québécois. Madam Speaker, yeah, it's true. How can they justify paying bonuses to a CEO who has nothing but contempt for Francophones and Quebecers? What role does the Bloc even play if they're supporting this? They claim that they're the champions of Quebecers and the Francophonie in Canada, but they're actually accomplices of the Liberals. They're in cahoots with them, and that was demonstrated once again yesterday at committee. And I would add that they tabled legislation which adds a layer of extra bureaucracy, which complicates the daily struggle of minority language communities. Madam Speaker, I have the privilege of working with those people, with minority language communities, organizations that are involved in a daily struggle, and I can assure you that they are persevering. They have a determination to keep and protect French all across Canada. By way of example, Madam Speaker, the place where the second language, French, outside Quebec, where there's been the highest increase is in the Yukon. And I congratulate them on their hard work and perseverance, and the results are very clear. And all across Canada, people are proud to be Quebecers and Canadians. They're proud to learn the second official language. The Official Languages Commissioner said in a report that 87% of Canadians want to be bilingual. Madam Speaker, to conclude, the only party that truly wants to halt the decline of French all across Canada, including in Quebec, and to protect and promote both official languages is the Conservative Party of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech.
Ask about the English language CBC. It is the Conservative Party's position, as articulated in the member's speech, to cut off English language services from the CBC. But for the English language minority communities of Quebec outside of Montreal, the CBC offers a vital service. In many rural parts of Quebec, the CBC is the only link to news that English-speaking communities have. So how will the member address the issue of English-speaking minorities in Quebec if he cuts funding to the CBC English language branch?
Honorable député de Portneuf, Jacques Cartier.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. I'd like to thank my colleague and point out that the member opposite is the only one who voted against the Official Languages Act. Now, the situation of English in North America and of French in Canada, they're two completely different situations, and I can reassure Quebec Anglophones that they will have access to English language news. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Salle-Aymar. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought it was funny to hear my colleague saying that his party was the only party that defends French in this place. I think, like Pierre Bourgault said so well, when you put both languages on an equal footing, then you're putting both feet on both languages. So what my colleague said is completely contradictory with his claim of wanting to protect French. So my question is this: when it comes to CBC, Radio-Canada, this government, Liberal government, has a plan to integrate the management of both in order to avoid a Conservative government coming along and cutting funding to the CBC by merging CBC and Radio-Canada. So my question is this: if the public service manages to pull off that merger, what's his government going to do? Are they going to defund Radio-Canada, which is a space for Francophone creators? Is that what they would do? I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the new member from La Salle-Aymar Verdun on his recent election. And that was in a Liberal fortress, so that's quite an accomplishment. Kudos to him. Now, if he listened to my speech carefully, Madam Speaker, it's clear to us in the Conservative Party of Canada that we are going to leave Radio-Canada alone. We'll allow them to communicate all across Canada, in Quebec and all provinces and territories of this beautiful bilingual country. They will be able to provide services in English and French.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his speech, but I am deeply concerned, and I'm curious how he responds to English-speaking Canadians, many in my riding of Victoria, but across Canada, who value the CBC for its English language content, its Canadian content, especially given that defunding it would clear the way for flagrantly partisan news outlets like Rebel News and True North. It seems self-interested for the Conservatives to want to defund an organization that is combating misinformation, especially given the election of Trump and the spread of disinformation across North America and around the world. I'm curious how he responds to the concerns of these Canadians who do not want to see the CBC defunded.
L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Madam Speaker, it's the government's job to responsibly manage things. Let's look at the facts. Here's North America with over 350 million Anglophones. There's around 10 million Francophones. There's Radio-Canada and there's the CBC. Radio-Canada, I should remind you before I go any further, costs Canadian taxpayers over $1 billion. So Radio-Canada is performing with about ratings of about 30 to 40%, audiences of about 30 to 40%. The CBC has only 23% or 3% of the audience, so we have to face facts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lisle-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you. I'll just make sure that I have the time in front of me so I don't go over. So, Madam Speaker, today I rise to speak to the Honourable Member should not have his phone next to a microphone, please. Thank you very much. So today I rise to speak to a subject that has caused great indignation for me, and I will explain it. CBC, Radio-Canada, is funded by taxpayers, and here it has gone against the values of the people who fund it. It has gone against the people that are supposed to serve and represent. CBC chose to record a podcast in a studio in Paris to avoid using the Quebec French accent. That's shameful, Madam Speaker. This is flagrant disrespect for Quebecers, Quebecers like me, and it's flagrant disrespect for our culture and for our contribution to Canada and for our presence, if you will, because CBC's message is very clear. This message is that the Quebecois accent is the wrong accent. It hurts, Madam Speaker, but it's not the only thing that hurts here. And I can't talk about CBC without talking about the waste of public funding, public funds that we see there. So why use a studio outside of Canada when there are studios across Canada and across Quebec? There are institutions that are completely able to do the job here. Why spend and waste money instead of supporting local economy, encouraging local talent and our local language? CBC is showing flagrant disrespect for Canada, and the CEO of CBC, Catherine Tate, still asks for more and more taxpayers' money. Just yesterday, Ms. Tate said in committee that she had the right to a bonus. I'll remind you that under Ms. Tate, CBC's ratings and market share has dropped by about 50%. And they've had to cut 800 jobs just last year. Those jobs have left many families in Quebec in difficult circumstances. But what did Ms. Tate say at committee yesterday? She asked for the government to give her even more taxpayers' money. Do you know what she's done with taxpayers' money the last time that she got some from the government? The $42 million emergency fund that the Liberal government offered to them, well, $18.4 million of those dollars went to pay executive bonuses. Among them, $3.3 million went to just 45 people. 3.3 million divided by 45, that's a bonus of about $73,000 per executive. That's more than the average annual income of the average Canadian worker. So that's quite the bonus. What has the Bloc Québécois done with all this? Well, they vote with the Liberals to protect CBC's bonuses and to support Ms. Tate. It's just shameful. The Bloc Québécois seems to be there to defend the Prime Minister and not Quebecers. You know, I've tried to find the Bloc Québécois in this House, but what do we find every day when we look? We just find a Liberal bloc. Madam Speaker, how can we tolerate or justify this abuse of public funds when millions of Canadians are unable to make ends meet at the end of the month? Millions of Canadians are using food banks every day when the number of people without a home continues to climb in Canada. Meanwhile, CBC is justifying is misusing millions of taxpayer dollars. They're giving executives bonuses and insulting Quebecers' accent. It's absolutely shameful. It's a lack of respect for taxpayers' money, but also a lack of respect for the taxpayers themselves. CBC does not respect the values and culture that define Canada by choosing to avoid the Quebecois accent. CBC has said loud and clear that the culture of our province, of our regions, isn't good enough. How ironic from an organization that claims that it represents Canada's diversity. What's diversity if it rejects the local accent? Quebec's accent is part of Canada's identity, particularly Canada's francophone heritage. Rejecting that accent is rejecting part of Canada. But this lack of respect for Quebec and taxpayers doesn't come out of thin air, Madam Speaker. This lack of respect comes from a Liberal government supported by the Bloc Québécois that has completely lost its sense of priority. This is a Liberal government that would rather give millions of dollars to CBC and fill the CEO's pockets than thinking about Canadians' pocketbooks and dealing with the problems that have been created by 9 years of mismanagement. Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we refuse to tolerate this disrespect. The common sense Conservatives say no to this culture of disrespect and privilege. Canadians deserve better. Canadians and Quebecers deserve better than this. The common sense Conservatives will defend taxpayers, workers, families, and they will defend their interests and their paychecks instead of filling the pockets of well-placed, corrupt Liberal buddies. Madam Speaker, I absolutely have to talk about this because, I'm here with my colleague from Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, who's member of the Official Languages Committee for a long time now. And, what we've seen from this government when, they've appointed a Governor General who doesn't speak French, or in New Brunswick, where there was a Lieutenant Governor who didn't speak one of the languages in a bilingual provinces, who has just been replaced by somebody who is bilingual. Again, somebody who was appointed by the Liberal government. This is a pattern that shows a complete lack of responsibility from this government. And, under these Liberals, French always comes in second place. It's something that we see all the time. We see it regularly at the Official Languages Committee. It's unfortunate, but thankfully the Conservative Party is there to defend French and Francophones' rights. So if you'll allow me, Madam Speaker, I will move, seconded by the member for Langley Aldergrove, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and by substituting the following: that the third report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, tabled on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, be not now adopted, but that it be referred back to the committee for further consideration, with a view to amending it to recommend that the government refuse to approve any bonus or performance pay for the CEO of CBC Radio-Canada, who presided over the decision to award production contracts to foreign companies in order to, quote, avoid the Quebec accent, provided that, for the purposes of this study, A, the Acting Minister of Employment, Labour Development and Official Languages be ordered to appear before the committee for at least 2 hours on a date and at a time set by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. B, the committee is instructed to table the amended report to the House no later than Monday, January 27th, 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Monsieur Généreux, appuyé.
Mr. Généreux, seconded by Mr. Van Popte, moved that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and by substituting the following: that the third report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, presented on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, be not now concurred in, but be referred back to the committee for further consideration with a view to amending it to recommend that the government refuse to approve any bonus or performance pay for the President CEO of CBC Radio-Canada, who presided over the decision to award production contracts to foreign companies in order to, quote, avoid the Quebec accent, unquote, provided that, for the purposes of this study, A, the acting Minister of Employment, Labour Development and Official Languages be ordered to appear before the committee for at least 2 hours on a date and at a time set by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. B, the committee is instructed to table the amended report in the House of Commons no later than Monday, January 27th, 2025. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government, House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians in all regions of the country are very much aware that the leader of the Conservative Party does not like CBC. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that that's in all regions of the country, including Radio-Canada. And we have had no clear indication from the Conservatives other than this machete-holding leader who wants to cut wherever he sees fit to cut, and one of those is in terms of broadcasting. On the one hand, the Conservatives are trying to say that they're a defender of the French language, and then on the other hand, CBC, in particular for the province of Quebec, Radio-Canada, is going to be cut by the Conservatives. And I'm wondering how it is that members of the Conservative Party can try to justify the type of discussions that they're having or they want to have today based on the fact that there is a genuine lack of respect for CBC Canada, period. Canadians know that. That is the Conservative agenda. Can he expand why it is that they don't feel that Radio-Canada has a role to play?
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Kamouraska, Lilley, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, Madam Speaker, the member for Winnipeg North, who I thank for his question, well, he's asked a question about management of public money. And obviously, we all agree that, Canadian culture, whether it be Anglophone or Francophone, it's important. But when we look at the way that public money is managed by CBC Radio-Canada, it doesn't make any sense. In a private business, Madam Speaker, they would have gone bust a long time ago. Obviously, it's not a private company. It's an organization that represents the country and its culture. But the way that they are managing money, and, Ms. Tate has come before committee a number of times, in recent years, official languages and heritage, and, she says the same thing every time, that she wants more and more and more, but the results aren't there, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Marne-Verdun. Madam Speaker, it won't be a surprise to anyone in this House that I am a sovereigntist, and my Conservative colleagues say that they're there to defend Francophone communities outside of Quebec and bilingualism, but whenever at a time when the place of French and bilingualism in the country is really being questioned, when people are saying that bilingualism isn't a good thing, and when people are accusing Francophones of being coddled in Confederation, well, how are they going to fund Radio-Canada if they get rid of CBC? How are they going to justify that to Anglophones? Has the member for Montmagny-Kamouraska thought of that? The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Kamouraska, Lilley, Rivière-du-Loup. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Just a week ago, his leader was asking the question, what are they doing here? I imagine they're still asking that question. The Bloc Québécois, they're, very happy to be here in Ottawa and profit from everything that takes place here, even if, they claim that they're defending Quebec, but they're just here to, vote with the government 70% of the time, and then they're trying to tell us how to do our jobs. Maybe they should go back to Quebec and see what people think. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Donald Trump has just announced he's going to throw 25% tariffs on Canada's economy, throwing our industries into absolute chaos. And what does a member who lives in the 19-room mansion in Stornoway respond? He comes in here, he sends his troops in to fight about why CBC gave one contract to one company and not to another. Unfit, unfit to represent Canada this time, because what this is about, what they're doing here now is saying, we will support radio stations in Quebec, but we're going to shut them down in the rest of the country. It's about dividing people. In my region in Northern Ontario, CBC is the voice that keeps people together. But they think that they can divide Canadians, that they can say, yeah, we will give Quebec everything they want if they vote for him. Well, people in Quebec are not that dumb to vote for that man who will not have...
I have to give the honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup a chance to answer.
Madam Speaker, my NDP colleague must be really mixed up these days, incredibly confused. He's obliged to vote with his leader to support a party that he hates, so much that he talks about how much he hates it every day here in the House of Commons, and now he's trying to tell us how to do our jobs. Listen, it doesn't make any sense at all. The members of the NDP must be just so confused, so confused.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the fact that I have the opportunity to talk about what is a very important issue. And I wanted to start off by focusing on the issue first, and then going into some of the motivations that we're seeing in terms of why it is we're having this particular debate. I, for one, Madam Speaker, am a very big fan of multiculturalism and the fact that Canada is a bilingual nation. With a name like, I don't know if I can say it, Lamoureux, Madam Speaker, I can assure you that I do have a very strong passion and a belief in how important it is that Canada continue to promote and encourage being a bilingual nation. And I thought maybe what I would start off my comments is giving a bit of a reflection in terms of what I would suggest to you what went wrong with my family in regards to the French language. You see, Madam Speaker, many years ago, my ancestors here in Canada have been here for generations, went from the province of Quebec into Manitoba and Saskatchewan. And during the 50s, Madam Speaker, the 1950s, the French language was not very well received in the prairies, in certain parts of it. In this case, with my great-grandmother on my grandmother on my mom's side, with the last name of Lambert and Paskey, actually discouraged my mother from being able to learn the language French. In fact, Madam Speaker, she never spoke it at home. And my mother was told never to speak French, but only to speak English. And that was in rural Saskatchewan, Madam Speaker, during the 50s. My father, on the other hand, was raised in a family in which they spoke French fluently. In fact, before Winnipeg, we were in St. Pierre, Joly in rural Manitoba, which is still a strong French community today, along with St. Boniface. But because, Madam Speaker, of the disconnect during the 60s, where one would ultimately say women's rights were never as great as they are today as they were back then, my mom was the one that raised us. And she never spoke French in the household. We never had the opportunity to learn French, Madam Speaker. And it is unfortunate. It was something in which why I would ultimately argue that today French is spoken in the prairies to the degree it is because of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Because Pierre Elliott Trudeau believed in Canada being a bilingual nation. And through that, we started to see programming in our school system and our educational system that promoted and encouraged French being spoken, Madam Speaker. And I can still remember in my earlier childhood where French was not well received, in particular in the prairies, Madam Speaker, by a good majority, I would suggest to you, of people. but how that has changed, Madam Speaker, in such a very positive and encouraging way. And I would date it back to the 70s, when we had a solid commitment from the national government saying that we want French spoken across the country. We need to recognize the very uniqueness of the province of Quebec and its culture and heritage, but to ensure that French is also spoken outside of Quebec. Fast forward that to today, where I can go into a number of schools in Winnipeg North, Madam Speaker, where you'll see people of Punjabi heritage or Filipino heritage that can speak Punjabi, English, and French, Madam Speaker. And it's the same thing. Nothing, you know, when I hear of a child that's 9, 10 years old and can speak Tagalog, French, and English, and how popular today the French language is as a respected language in 1 or 2 generations, and how that has changed, Madam Speaker. Today, there's more people speaking the French language today in Canada than there ever has been. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, it will continue to grow. And as I said, I will root it back to Pierre Elliott Trudeau and the policy decisions that he made back then. Policy decisions matter, they make a difference. And that's why I posed the question in regards to CBC, Madam Speaker, and Radio Canada. Radio Canada is very unique in the sense that the French language and the promotion thereof. Not to mention CBC on a national scene and the important role that that has to play, Madam Speaker. But the leader of the Conservative Party today, more than any other leader in the House of Commons, has this personal vendetta against CBC. And do not kid yourself. I've talked about the Tory, the Conservative reform hidden agenda, and we saw it in the question that I had posed. Do not believe for a moment that the Conservatives look at Radio Canada as something in which they would not have cuts to, Madam Speaker. Because when I posed the question previously, the member talked about, well, you know, should we be financing and so forth. He didn't jump to the defense of Radio Canada, let alone CBC. You know, the other day I quoted a CBC story to one of my colleagues, and when I say the other day, it was just yesterday. I quoted from a story that was being reported, and it happened to be CBC story, Madam Speaker. And it was a very serious quote that I gave to the member opposite. And his response to it, well, that's CBC, and then he sat down, Madam Speaker. Because Conservatives do not have any respect for that national newscast. And Canadians that might be following this debate, you know, the Conservatives actually stopped participating in political panels in regards to CTV. Now, I don't know if they're back at it, but it wasn't that long ago I was attending both CBC political panels and CTV political panels, and the Conservatives are nowhere to be found. And it's because, Madam Speaker, they look at these institutions and there is a genuine lack of respect. And it's coming from the leader of the Conservative Party. Why is that important? Let me go to some quotes. You know, there's a wonderful story that came out in regards to what's happening within the Conservative caucus. Actually, I'll give you, here's how the story started off, Madam Speaker. And is there any wonder why people should not be concerned about the Conservative Party of Canada, and particularly the leader, and their attitudes towards CBC? And I quote from the story. Now, the story is all about Conservatives and Conservative MPs that are concerned about the leader of the Conservative Party. So they're being quoted. They don't want to use their names, because if they use their names, Madam Speaker, they will be punished. They will be punished if they use their names. So a number of sources, not just one or two, many sources in terms of the making up of this story. And I quote, and as one member says, yeah, it's made up. Well, Madam Speaker, that reinforces the attitude that we heard yesterday, that CBC has no credibility from the Conservative Party's perspective. Canadians would disagree, especially if you factor in it's not only CBC. Here's the quote, Madam Speaker. After 2 years of the leader of the Conservative Party as the leader, many Conservative MPs say they are much less free now than they were before his arrival. The man who promised during the leadership run to make, quote, the freest country in the world, maintains tight control over actions of his caucus members. Madam Speaker, go on to this. And this is why, when we talk about Radio 1 and the French language, why it is that the people of Quebec, and in fact people of all Canada, should be concerned. Remember, this is a pet peeve of the leader of the Conservative Party. It's a personal vindictive attitude that he has towards CBC, and he wants them defunded, Madam Speaker. Here's going on what Conservatives are actually saying about their leader. He's the one who decides everything. His main advisor is himself. The people around him are only there to realize the leader's vision. Madam Speaker, this isn't me saying it, and it's not CBC. These are reliable, numerous sources that have been canvassed in regards to the Conservatives and Conservative members of Parliament, Madam Speaker. That's why. And that's why I say, public policy at the national level matters. French language today is spoken more than it ever has been. And it's because of a national government. It was a government of Pierre Elliott Trudeau that had a vision of Canada. And we are realizing the results of that vision, Madam Speaker, today. And this is why I wanted to be able to address it by using myself as an example, Madam Speaker. If only that policy would have been in place during the 50s, going into the 60s, I suspect, Madam Speaker, I would be addressing this House in French as opposed to English right now. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that is why we need to be aware of the fact of what it is that's behind the motivation and the hidden agenda of the far-right Conservative Party that we see today, Madam Speaker. That is something in which I would like to encourage all Canadians to get an understanding in terms of who it is that the leader of the Conservative Party is. We often talk about the cuts, and those cuts can easily be substantiated in terms of the allegations that are coming from this side, and not only from Liberals, but we also see it from members of the Bloc, Greens, and the New Democrats, all of which are expressing concerns in regards to the types of cuts that the Conservative Party of Canada is actually talking about. Now, Madam Speaker, I said I wanted to speak a bit about the motivation, because that is a very important aspect of why it is that we're actually using this this particular concurrence report for debate today, Madam Speaker. Look at the motion itself. And the motion is not very complicated. It's pretty straightforward, Madam Speaker. This is what it is that the Conservative Party wanted to debate today. That the committee, and I quote, that the committee report to the House its deep condemnation of the CBC using Paris-based audio studio to record a podcast, choosing it over a Quebec-based recording studio to avoid the Quebec accent. Madam Speaker, I share in the concern that's being expressed in this particular motion. I would like to think that all members would share in the in terms of what it is that's being expressed in that motion, Madam Speaker. But it begs the question in regards to why it is that the Conservative Party would move this particular motion today. There are literally hundreds of motions of tabling of reports that could in fact be brought forward. Yet they singled this particular motion as the one that they wanted to debate today. Ask yourself, if it was such an important issue, Madam Speaker, why has the Conservative Party in years, I can't recall the Conservative Party ever using an Opposition Day motion to talk about the French language, Madam Speaker. Not once that I can recall. And if I'm wrong, please, stand up and let me know. I suspect I'm not, Madam Speaker. But who knows, maybe 10, 12 years ago they might have. I don't know 100%. I found out, 30 minutes ago that the Conservatives have decided to talk about this particular issue. So don't try to be misled. And I say this, whether it's to the people of Quebec or Canadians as a whole that have a passion and care about French language and want to ensure its preservation and promotion and its growth. It's not going to come from the Conservative Party of Canada. It's going to be coming from a continuation of Pierre Elliott Trudeau and the type of policies that we have introduced and brought forward as a Liberal government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you can give me a 2-minute warning, I would very much appreciate that. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I am very much wanting to see a Conservative Party to actually take a look in terms of how it is that they are playing such a destructive role here on the floor of the House of Commons. It's truly amazing. And in fairness to the Conservative members, I can appreciate, based on the story, that they don't really have much of a choice. They have to follow what the leader tells them to do. And there's a number of quotes that I can use, Madam Speaker. But they need, tomorrow's caucus day. So the Conservatives need to start holding their own leader to account. Yeah. What are we now, 5, 6 weeks of the Conservative filibuster? 6 weeks. 6 weeks and counting, Madam Speaker. And they try to pass the blame, trying to say, do this and do that, and then we'll be able to do government business. That's just not true, Madam Speaker. This is a multi-million-dollar game in order to support the self-interest of the Conservative leader. That's what this is all about, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that we need to recognize that this is the very same leader that orchestrated the whole Stephen Harper in contempt of Parliament. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that the game that we are witnessing day in and day out from the Conservative Party today is not only a massive waste of financial resources, but it's preventing substantive debates from being able to occur, that the leader of the Conservative Party is putting his personal interests ahead of the interests of Canadians, and that needs to stop, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand I have less than a minute now to go, so I do have an amendment that I would like to introduce. So I would move, seconded by my friend and colleague from St. Boniface, that the motion be sub-amended by deleting all the words after the words so as to recommend that the government and substituting the following, quote, expresses its deep concern for the Conservative Party of Canada's threat to cut all funding to CBC and Radio Canada, which would leave millions of Canadians living in official language minority communities without reliable news coverage in their language of choice. It's a good amendment, Madam Speaker. I hope all members will be voting for it. We'll be watching the Conservatives in particular.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Vandal, moves the following sub-amendment, that the motion be sub-amended by deleting all the words after the words so as to recommend that the government, and substituting the following, expresses its deep concern for the Conservative Party of Canada's threat to cut all funding to CBC and Radio-Canada, which would leave millions of Canadians living in official language minority communities without reliable news coverage in their language of choice. The motion will be taken under advisement, and we will be back about the sub-amendment. And now questions and comments to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Member for Yorkton, Mel.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I want to say I appreciate what the member said in regard to the increased use in French in Western Canada. I, too, grew up in approximately the same time frame as him, and it bothers me that I so often have to say, je suis désolé, je ne parle français, anglais, s'il vous plaît. Today, the language is much more used across our nation and in our schools, and my children taught in homeschooling, taught their kids French. However, I don't attribute that to the previous Pierre Trudeau leader of this country. What I remember from him 40 years ago, well, in the 80s, this talk about the level of recession we're facing hasn't been the same since 40 years ago. I experienced what the West experienced when the previous Prime Minister Trudeau destroyed our economy. However, what I want to ask the member about, and it's something that he did not directly respond to, that he should be, because it's the crux of this conversation. Please, if he would tell us, Madam Speaker, what is his rationale that he is using to support and defend the decision of CBC to use a Parisian accent rather than our Canadian accent within its CBC content, and to also reward such behavior? So what's your rationale? What's his rationale for that, Madam Speaker?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's why I actually read, it's a very short motion that came out of it. And I look at the motion, Madam Speaker, and it raises a great deal of concern. I'm offended by the fact that it had taken place, Madam Speaker. But I want to go back to the story, the article that I think is really upset a number of Conservatives, because it's now become public in terms of the attitudes that is taken by the leader of the Conservative Party and how he chooses to punish people, Madam Speaker. And interesting, another quote, and hopefully I'll get more opportunities. Some of the elected officials feel they come to caucus to be told what to do and to what to think. And I suspect, Madam Speaker, even on the CBC file, they've been instructed in terms of what it is that they have to think and say on that.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, in this motion we're debating today, fundamentally what it reflects is contempt, a denigration of Quebecers, who sometimes even here in this place, where there are members representing a Francophone majority, but those members mostly speak English here. Even though their constituents are mostly Francophones, they express themselves here in this place mostly in English. And the Liberals seem to have a bit of a mania when it comes to talking about minorities. How does that reflect in Quebec? Well, it's all about protecting the Anglophone minority, which is very well treated in Quebec. So the message that the Liberals are sending Quebec is not about protecting French, it's about protecting the English minority in Quebec. So when will they ever get it? If they truly love Quebec, they should start by truly protecting French, and they should stop meddling in Quebec's affairs.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I believe that as a Liberal Party institution, that the Liberal Party understands and appreciates and values the many contributions that are made in the different jurisdictions across Canada. But I would emphasize in the province of Quebec and protecting the French language and ensuring that there is a culture and a heritage that is truly unique in Quebec is not only supported but enhanced. And I have had the opportunity to witness many things in which the national government has done. The manner in which a member stands and speaks in the House, I truly do wish that I would have been raised with the language. I've attempted to learn it. For me, it's a bit more of a challenge. I realize I'm 63, Madam Speaker, but we're turning 63. And I do know the odd word. But having said that, it doesn't take away from how strongly and passionately I believe in the importance of the French language and that French and culture and heritage factor that Quebec not only shares throughout our great nation, but also, I would suggest to you, to the world. And that's one of the reasons why I call into question the issue of Paris.
Member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, and I'm wondering if the member was as shocked as I was when he heard about CBC executives getting millions of dollars in bonuses while laying off workers. You know, Conservatives want to cut and gut the CBC. They want to defund it, which serves their partisan interests, especially in a world of misinformation and disinformation. But why is this Liberal government giving them ammunition? The Privy Council approved those bonuses. You know, our public broadcaster serves an invaluable purpose in Canada, but it's also accountable to Canadians. So, you know, while Conservatives want to cut and gut the CBC, New Democrats want to invest in it. Would the member agree that we should stop handing out multi-million-dollar bonuses and invest that in local journalism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I believe in CBC, both TV and radio, and more how CBC is going into the internet. I see that as a very strong positive thing. I believe the federal government needs to continue to support it at the very least, Madam Speaker, with reference to the board members. All individuals that are appointed to boards at the federal level, I would suggest you need to reflect in terms of the service that they should be providing and act accordingly, Madam Speaker, on any form of performance bonuses. End of story. And it's as simple as that. But in terms of funding of our national media, I believe it's absolutely critical with respect to CBC and radio.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crawford is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I understand that you're deliberating whether or not the sub-amendment that member made is in order. And I would just note that and suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that it certainly the sub-amendment goes far out of scope of what the Conservative amendment to the original motion was in regards to the specifics of the Conservative amendment being surrounding the bonuses that Ms. Catherine Tate, as CEO of the CBC, is, and the sub-amendment that the member made certainly departs significantly from the Conservative amendment that is asking for a clear question as to whether or not we will, as a House, reject her receiving those significant bonuses.
I thank the Honourable Member for submitting that point of order, and as advised, I agree that it's out of scope, and so I will quote in Boston, if I'm not mistaken, the section that refers to it. Most of what applies to amendments applies equally to sub-amendments. Each sub-amendment must be strictly relevant to and not at variance with the sense of the corresponding amendment and must seek to modify the amendment and not the original question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on the same point of order.
Order, Madam Speaker. Given the nature of the sub-amendment, I would ask if there would be unanimous consent of the House to allow the sub-amendment to be approved of.
I have no unanimous consent. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few weeks ago, we were all very upset by a Conservative leader who told a Francophone minister that she shouldn't speak French, and it was shameful, and the member had to apologize for it. And it was gracefully done. I was upset now to hear the Bloc member saying to me that an Anglophone Quebecer shouldn't speak in the House of Commons. I use both official languages in my speeches because I represent both communities here.
Does he agree that English-speaking Quebecers and all English-speaking people should have the right to speak in English in the chamber the same way that every French-speaking person should have the right to do so?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I rappellerai.
On a point of order, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Yes, Madam Speaker. I want things to be crystal clear that my colleague from Terrebonne did talk about English-speaking members from Quebec who represent, that's a point of debate. We're not going to get into that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Whether one is unilingual or bilingual or know numerous languages, quite frankly, but for all intents and purposes, French and English are our two official languages, and members should be able to speak whichever one of the two that they would like to choose to speak in and not be discriminated from doing that in any way whatsoever. As I've indicated before, I truly wish that I would be able to deliver some speeches in French, but it's a capability issue for me, and it's something in which I speak English, not because that's my only option, Madam Speaker, quite frankly.
Member for Langley, Alder Grove.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis fier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am proud that my country has two official languages. English is my mother tongue, but we also have French. Today, I'll ask my question in English.
I love listening to the member for Winnipeg North speak because I love hearing his Western Canadian accent. And today he was expressing contempt for expressing concern about the contempt that some people have for CBC. But my question is about the contempt that CBC is showing to French Canadian speakers by preferring to go to Paris for some filming because they prefer the Parisian accent rather than the Canadian French accent. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I will always articulate and argue that we should be having a special focus on Quebec French speaking. With that very unique accent. It's one of the things that adds to the very character and heritage of the province of Quebec, and it's one of many contributions. And, we often, when we think of the province of Quebec, we shouldn't just be limiting it just to the French language, because there's so much more that how the province of Quebec contributes to Canada's well-being that even exceeds the beautiful French Quebec language.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to talk about the point of order from a minute ago about what my colleague from Terrebonne said, and I think there's a link to today's debate. My colleague from Mount Royal took umbrage to those comments, and I think we immediately agreed that we weren't talking about this member at all. My colleague from Terrebonne was not talking about the member from Mount Royal. The fact is that it's rather widespread, unfortunately, and it illustrates the misunderstandings around French as the official language of Quebec. It's a very legitimate concern. And we absolutely never intended to say that members shouldn't be able to express themselves here in the language of their choosing. But for us who defend French, the use of French in Quebec, tooth and nail, so there are some members who represent ridings where the majority of the constituents are Francophone, and they seem to be incapable of expressing themselves in French here. So my colleague for Mount Royal, who I sat with on the Heritage Committee, and I've had some major disagreements with him, but I've always managed to understand, we've always understood each other. And this member opposite does a great job in both official languages representing his constituents. Madam Speaker, today we're talking about an umpteenth Conservative attempt to discredit the public broadcaster, CBC Radio-Canada. On that particular issue, on the issue of getting Canadian production dubbed in a Paris-based studio, to my mind and to all my colleagues in the bloc, and I think I would even go so far as to say all members who represent Quebec in this place and the whole industry in Quebec, it's so illogical that when we first saw the news, we thought this must be fake news. That can't be right. That can't be true. They can't have sent something to Paris to get translated instead of having it done here. It just seemed impossible. It made no sense. It was so unacceptable. How is it that in this supposedly bilingual country, in a country where supposedly we are concerned about protecting both official languages and the one that's most threatened, i.e. French, how is it that, how do you reconcile the idea that we have that concern, and yet the CBC didn't think twice about having this work done in France instead of in Quebec? So there's an accent, a bit of a hick accent maybe in Quebec. So they must have thought, oh, well, we'll send it to Quebec. We'll have some more fancy French expressions in there like nom de Dieu and so on. Good Lord. And so that just demonstrates a misunderstanding of the reality of French in Quebec and in Canada. It's also a demonstration of a misunderstanding of the industry in Quebec, which is one of the best, most professional. Our dubbing industry in Quebec is world class. It's outstanding. And what's even better, and what makes this even more incomprehensible, that the CBC wouldn't have even thought it possible, is that in Quebec, we are capable of doing things in international French. We can do the French, we can do the Paris accent, we can do the Marseille accent, we can do the Lyon accent. We can do stuff with a Spanish accent, with an English accent. We can do it all in Quebec. And why is that? It's because that industry, the dubbing industry in Quebec, has been developed over decades. There are people who specialize in this. There are technicians who specialize in this, to such an extent that very often U.S. productions are done in Quebec, in Montreal, because that is where you find the highest quality service. Our artists are outstanding, and we certainly would expect the public broadcaster in Canada, which claims to be an indispensable cultural institution, they should have been the first ones to know about how world-class the industry is in Quebec. But not only that, when this podcast was sent to Paris and when reporters got wind of it and when people in the industry in Quebec got wind of this, people asked the CBC, why didn't you have this work done in Quebec? And the answer was they didn't even know it was being done. But they said, well, no one will understand a Quebec accent. And that's another demonstration of the ignorance. And it's a serious insult to the work, to the outstanding work of the dubbing industry that has been developed in Quebec over decades. No one here remembers the podcast itself, the love story in French, Une histoire d'amour. So this was a Canadian production in English intended for a podcast platform. And it was somewhat successful. So it was a great opportunity to demonstrate that we can do the work here. We can do it in English and in French. We can also do it in Indigenous languages. But it was a missed opportunity because we tripped over our own feet, the CBC did, by having the work done in France instead of here. And that just shows how dysfunctional this country is. The idea of doing any stage of a Canadian production that's government subsidized or that benefits from tax breaks or whatever tax incentives, the idea of outsourcing any stage of production is already in and of itself inconsistent. It shouldn't be allowed. When a production is publicly funded, whether it's a subsidy, whether it's a tax break, whatever, even if it's provincial, if it's Quebec, or if it's the federal government, who cares? Each and every stage of that production should be produced in-house, here in Canada, somewhere in Canada, at minimum. That should be an absolute requirement. And whatever genius sent this to Paris would have known right away. No, we can't do it abroad. We can't outsource this. This is a Canadian production. We have to do the work here. As the case unfolded, we discussed this at length at the Heritage Committee when the current CEO, Catherine Tate, the then CEO, when she appeared as a witness to tell us about what happened, she expressed sincere regret. She reasserted, she guaranteed that this would not happen again. And the message got through. The message was received. Ms. Tate was sensitive to our concerns. She took it seriously, and she communicated it throughout the public broadcaster. And so I'd be very surprised if this happened again in the near future. And there are lots of things to criticize Ms. Tate about under her term, but the Conservatives are starting to overreact. They're being unreasonable. She's become the whipping post for the Conservatives for all kinds of reasons. They've scapegoated her. And so they're calling for cuts to CBC's funding. And this, what we're seeing today, is yet another way for the Conservatives to rehash their feeling that the CBC's a dysfunctional organization that doesn't deserve any assistance and that should be defunded. And so this report of the Official Languages Committee is being used by the Conservatives to criticize this decision to have a podcast translated abroad. They're using this opportunity to try to hammer away their message that the CBC shouldn't be trusted and should be defunded as a result. At the same time, this is an opportunity to repeat how important it is to have a public broadcaster. And the Conservatives are using disinformation, misinformation. They're trying to discredit the public broadcaster, which, contrary to what they say, actually does provide good news services, even if they're not always happy about it. That CBC does produce highly valued, and Radio-Canada, highly valued, high-quality programming, because I think it has been recognized that what Radio-Canada produces is much more appealing to the public. Let's just put it that way. They get much higher ratings. The Radio Canada is much more popular than the CBC.
But I'm convinced that the English CBC also does excellent work. That having been said, once again, this is an opportunity for the Conservatives to attempt to discredit what we consider to be a service that's even more essential than ever in the current context. A context where we need serious journalists who have a code of ethics, who have a code of good behavior, which forces them to be rigorous in their work. We need a vehicle for Francophone culture in Quebec and in Canada. We need a business that presents high-quality programming and that tells our stories. And that is the mandate of CBC Radio Canada, to tell our stories. And, that's why, it's even more unfortunate that some of our stories are being sent abroad to be translated because of a question of the accent. I'll pause there for the moment, and I'll come back to the current overall debate on the Conservatives' initiative to keep beating on CBC Radio Canada, trying to as they try to create this sort of image of a monster, and as they try to justify the cuts they want to make to CBC's funding. And there's a joke in the middle of this. There's an anomaly here, a major issue. Even by bringing together researchers, if you try to get them together to explain what the Conservatives are trying to do, I don't think they'd be able to do it. If you got the smartest people in the country to look at it, I don't think they could do it. Because if you look at public surveys, 80% of people are in favor of maintaining funding for a healthy public broadcaster. And it's not just, on the South Shore of Montreal that people are saying that. If you ask all Canadians, do you want a high-quality public broadcaster? Do you like CBC Radio Canada? 81% say yes. So, within those 81%, there must be some people who vote Conservative. And so instead of, saying within the Conservative Party, maybe we're not on the right track, and maybe we can moderate our position. We could say that, maybe in those 80%, there's a majority of Francophones in Quebec that support this. So they're saying, well, listen, you know what? Gives of that. Let's cut CBC in English, but we'll maintain funding for CBC Radio Canada. And that shows that they have a complete lack of understanding of how this organization works. Because this organization has existed for 90 years now. For 90 years now, CBC in English and Radio Canada in French are sort of a two-headed dog, if you will. The production of news, editorial production, all of that is separated. But there's a huge amount of resources that are shared between CBC and Radio Canada. And so you can't separate the one from the other. And I don't know how many times that's been explained. At the 5 meetings where Ms. Tate came to the committee this year, 5 times she's been there. And every time that she's been there, she has explained to us how and why CBC English and Radio Canada in French cannot be separated the one from the other. And she's explained how Radio Canada would suffer if there were cuts to the English CBC. In every meeting where she's been there, I've asked her that question every time, and every time she's given a very clear, well-reasoned answer. But I don't think anyone was listening. Certainly not anybody, from that party over there, because they continue to say that they're going to cut funding to CBC and that it's not going to hurt Radio Canada. There was even one of them who said, well, listen, we're going to cut funding to English CBC. We're going to keep Radio Canada as it is. And if they say that, it's because, hey, listen, you weren't listening. You didn't understand. Because, they've just explained that they share buildings across Canada. You say you want to cut CBC, and this is, a great example of the Conservative leader's populism. He says we're going to empty CBC's offices across Canada and we'll turn them into social housing. Look at, you talk about a simplistic solution. It's just absolutely complete nonsense. So once again, we have another. What the Conservatives done is they've they've brought another reason forward to attack Catherine Tate. They've brought another reason forward to try and make an argument to say that we're going to cut English CBC and it's not going to hurt Radio-Canada. But that's not how it works. You know, if the Conservatives are trying to convince the people of Quebec, well, it's not working. Because listen, everyone knows in Quebec that if you cut CBC, it's going to have a catastrophic impact on Radio-Canada. So a catastrophic impact on the main vehicle of Francophone culture in Canada and in Quebec. It's going to have a huge impact on the cultural industry, on authors, artists, actors, producers, musicians, singers, everyone. No one in Quebec is buying this message from the Conservatives. You know, we have an excellent, education system in Quebec. So, if you passed your second grade, you're not going to fall for these Conservative arguments. But that having been said, Madam Speaker, I think it's terrible that the Conservatives are taking these isolated incidents and are trying to build mountains out of molehills, trying to suggest that, that this organization is failing. But, this is an organization that, quite the contrary, we should be proud of in the vast majority of cases. It does great work reaching Canadians and Quebecers in rural and far-flung areas. They're taking these isolated incidents, and listen, I mean, these are, important incidents, and, they're talking about the bonuses. We could certainly talk about the bonuses. That's a lot of money for bonuses, but the Conservatives only listen to the answers that they want to hear. We could have that conversation if they wanted to listen, and we need to have this conversation. The funding model for CBC Radio-Canada and the executive pay there maybe does need to be reviewed so that it can be acceptable and understood, Madam Speaker. There will be probably a new mandate from the Heritage Minister, a new mandate which would certainly review some of the framework that guides CBC Radio-Canada, and I'm looking forward to seeing that, because probably in there will be some tools to review some of the things that are causing frustration, with CBC Radio-Canada, and that would be good. That would be a good thing. We need to look at what's happening elsewhere. People are saying, listen, we're paying, $1.4 billion with our tax dollars, but what it costs per Canadian is about $32 a year. Most people pay $18 or $20 a month for Netflix and probably other subscriptions, left, right, and center. $32 a year for CBC Radio-Canada and most of their online services. Maybe we could have a conversation as to whether or not it costs that much. Look at Germany, where they're paying $140 per person per year, or Australia, where they're paying more than double what we pay in Canada. And maybe they have a more transparent service. Maybe if we were having the right conversation, we'd be able to counter these populist arguments from the Conservative leader. Listen, I agree, Madam Speaker, that we need to criticize certain decisions, like, for example, this decision to take a Canadian production and send it to be translated in France. It would also be unacceptable if the reverse happened. If a French production from Quebec was sent to England to be translated into English, for example, would be just as unacceptable. We have the resources here, we have quality people, and we need to denounce that, and that's something we've done. But to bring this debate before the House today, I think this is an act of bad faith, and it's just once again an opportunity for the Conservatives to bash CBC Radio-Canada so that they can try to talk about their idea about cutting funding for CBC. And I'll remind you that 80% of Canadians want a high-quality public broadcaster, and they want it to be protected. The numbers don't lie. The Conservatives say they don't. The Conservatives say they like numbers. Maybe they should read them. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with much of what the member from the Bloc was saying. And like him, I'm genuinely concerned about the motivation that the leader of the Conservative Party is attempting to do by bringing forward this motion. I moved the sub-amendment, as members are aware, Madam Speaker, and just to quote from it, I wanted to get the Conservatives on the record. that the House express its deep concern for the Conservative Party of Canada's threat to cut all funding to CBC and Radio Canada, which would leave millions of Canadians living in official language minority communities without reliable news coverage in their language of choice. And you couldn't help but notice, Madam Speaker, they were kind of like edgy, and they really don't want to have a vote that would incorporate that sort of a position. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to trying to get the Conservatives to at the very least acknowledge that CBC and Canada Radio, or Radio 1 Canada, or Radio Canada, as I should properly say it, has such an important role in our communities.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't get into the wording of the amendments and sub-amendments because I already have a hard time with some of the political gamesmanship that are being played with these. For example, yesterday the member for Mégantic-L'Érable published on X a tweet where he said that the Bloc Québécois has just voted with the Liberals for bonuses for CBC Radio-Canada's CEO, even though they sent something to be translated in French. Once again, the Bloc Québécois is defending the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, we voted against a motion and which would have forced the House and the committee to go outside of its jurisdiction and meddle in the internal affairs of CBC Radio-Canada. You know, the Conservatives like to claim that the Liberals are using CBC as a vehicle for their ideas, and yet they're trying to interfere, and there's some incoherence there. And I think that my colleague from the Liberal Party understood the importance that I put on CBC Radio-Canada and the importance of its role in promoting Quebec, and I appreciate that. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that is really important in this debate is the role of the CBC and some of the programs that it has with investigative reporting. One of the concerns I have is the loss of the CBC would take away investigative journalism that has exposed not only just in terms of consumer products, but also cover-ups that have helped Canadians, not only with public safety issues, but also consumer issues related to the pocketbook. So to my colleague, what type of effect does he think this will have? Because we already have a diminished investigative reporting capacity in this country from the other media outlets, and I fear that this would also take away one of the last refuges for investigative reporting that helps so many Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, Madam Speaker, my colleague has brought forward a very important point. There aren't a lot of media organizations that can do investigative reporting that have teams of reporters working on files for weeks or months. There are shows like Enquête in Quebec and The Fifth Estate on CBC that do in-depth research, and that costs a lot of money. Cutting funding to CBC would mean that we would be cutting these shows which are very important to Quebecers and Canadians. That would have a devastating effect. And I would go further, Madam Speaker, it would also have a devastating effect on democracy, because we need those reports that go deeper than just the surface level so that we can understand issues that are, too complex to be explained in a 3-minute news clip. So I completely agree with my colleague on that point. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He's always very eloquent when he speaks, and it's clear that this is a subject that he has a great deal of knowledge about. So I'd like to talk about the Liberals' policies when it comes to protecting languages and official languages, and particularly where it comes to protecting linguistic minorities. So maybe elsewhere in Canada that means francophones, and happily they're doing that. But in Quebec, that means anglophones. So the Liberals are using money that's going to Quebec's anglophones to to effectively to fund people to go to court to criticize laws that have been passed by Quebec's National Assembly. It's problematic. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, the member for La Pointe-de-Lille is an excellent critic on these issues. She's been doing work on these subjects for years. She's been doing exceptional work to show that, yes, indeed, funds that are going to promote official languages from the federal government are often, in a majority, used to defend Quebec's minority language anglophones, and organizations use that funding funding to contest laws that have been legitimately passed by Quebec's National Assembly, and that's always going to be, for us in the Bloc Québécois, a subject that we will object to and that we will fight as much as possible, because it's completely unacceptable in our point of view that the federal government is funding actions which are undertaken against laws that have been passed by the National Assembly of Quebec and against the fact that French must remain the only official and common language of Quebecers. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Drummond for his very excellent speech. I know that his English is much better than my French, so I will ask my question in English.
The Conservatives have promised to cut CBC entirely for its English language programming across the country, but protect Radio-Canada because of its role in Quebec culture and its importance to Quebec communities. Now, CBC Radio, its English language radio, is more popular than ever. It's gaining market share. And so I have two questions. First of all, does he trust that the Conservatives will indeed protect Radio-Canada throughout the province of Quebec? And does he not agree with me that rural communities in northern British Columbia deserve access to quality public broadcasting just as much as communities in his province?
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Those were two very interesting questions, Madam Speaker. My grandmother, when she talked about her grandkids, said that we were, smart enough to set a fire, but not smart enough to put it out. That's what she said about us, my grandmother. So when the Conservative leader says he's going to cut CBC, but he is going to protect Radio-Canada, it reminds me of what my grandmother used to say. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. And that's been shown by, everyone who has taken the time to look into this subject. They've said that it's impossible to make cuts to CBC without hurting Radio-Canada. It would cost about as much, to maintain Radio-Canada right now while cutting CBC as it would cost to just maintain things as they are. In terms of the second question, maybe Radio-Canada is, more successful right now with its original productions than the English CBC right now. Maybe Radio-Canada is a bit more important to Quebec's culture than CBC is to the rest of Canada, but there are many CBC platforms that have a lot of success. CBC's online platforms are doing very well. Maybe the TV is having a tough time right now, but their radio stations produce excellent programming and they remain an essential service. And rural Canadians, Canadians in my colleague's riding in northern British Columbia, should all have access to these quality broadcasting services. So I think that, once again, what the Conservative leader is saying, well, I'm really afraid that, he's going to do what he says he's going to do, but I think it's going to blow up in his face if he does. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-Marfeldin. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague for his excellent speech. Listen, I'd like to go back to something else he mentioned in his speech on the question of translation of programming. And, people in my family have worked on translating television programs, among others. And, if you look at, some translations that used to exist of old programming, Richie Rich, for example, that used to exist in Quebec French, and you can't find them anymore. So when CBC sends its programs to Quebec to be translated, what message does that send to people like Pierre Rouget and other people who work in that industry in Quebec? I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. A brief answer, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, my colleague is right, and I thank him for his question. He's right to say that Quebec's broadcasting translation industry is facing challenges right now. We see, with artificial intelligence, with changing technology, it's a tough time. And it's important that the public broadcaster send a clear signal that they will support that industry, the local industry. And when they don't do that, as in the case here, it's really a problem. And I agree with my colleague. We shouldn't see situations like that, like the one that's described in today's motion.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak today, to speak to this motion that comes from the Official Languages Committee. And I'd like to say, Madam Speaker, that I'm not a member of that committee, but from time to time I have attended as a substitute member, and I've always found that this committee functions very well. The members understand the importance of official languages in Canada, and they really work on advancing the file on official languages. And I find that this committee's business is very important. And I'd like to underscore the work done by our member on that committee, the Honourable Member for Churchill Kiwatanaski. You know, Madam Speaker, she is a very staunch defender of the French language and of bilingualism in general, and of both official languages. And she is always there to stand up for official language minority communities. So I'd like to underscore her contribution to the committee and the committee's work in general. Now, the motion that is before us today was amended. And after my speech, I'll be presenting a sub-amendment, so I just want you to expect that. The committee says that the committee report to the House on its deep condemnation of the use by Radio-Canada to use subtitling in Paris to avoid the Quebec accent instead of using a Quebec subtitling or dubbing service. For me, the most beautiful accent of the French language that I hear the world over is the Quebec accent, the Franco-Ontarian accent, and the Franco-British Columbian accent. And everywhere I travel in the world, whether it be in Asia, the Middle East, in South America, in the Caribbean, we hear that accent is very loved in the world. So for them to use the French accent rather than the Quebec accent is really deplorable. And so I find that it's very understandable that the committee submitted this report. We need to be proud of our Francophone heritage. We need to be proud of the French language in Canada. And what about the Acadian accent, the Quebec accent? They're all lovely accents, and we should be proud of them. So that was really not the right decision to make. And we can criticize other decisions made by CBC. And my colleague from Churchill has raised this point many times. The fact that bonuses are given to senior executives of CBC while local journalism and local media is being cut. And that is nonsensical as well. For us in the DP, it is this journalism that is so important across Canada. And we need to invest in grassroots journalism, in local media, whether it be in English or French. And we have really seen a decline in good journalism across the country because more and more the foreign media chains buy up these assets in Canada, and then they shut down the local newspapers, whether it be radio, television, or print media. So it's more important than ever to focus on investing in local media so that communities know that what is going on locally. And the government must do that. They must compel the senior executives of Radio-Canada CBC to encourage local journalism and to invest in it so that regardless of where we live in the world's largest democracy, that people know what's going on locally. So that is something that is important, and for that reason, we decry the idea that executive bonuses should come before local journalism. That's the comment we're making, and that is what an NDP government would do. So when we look at the quality of Radio-Canada, well, there are some bad decisions that are taken sometimes. It's unfortunate to say, but yes, sometimes the wrong decisions are made. But the reality is that the journalism at Radio-Canada is excellent, and it makes us proud from coast to coast to coast. Hundreds and hundreds of awards have been granted to Radio-Canada here in the country and even international. And I've never heard a single conservative say, or I've never heard a single conservative stand up here and say, well, you know, Radio-Canada, CBC has won another award. And they never underscore that, because for the Conservatives, what they want to do is defund CBC. They're very clear on that. And they think that they can eliminate all of CBC journalism, but they won't touch Radio-Canada. That's ridiculous, Madam Speaker. And it shows a real lack of respect on the part of the Conservatives with regard to the average Canadian. For them, just to say something that is completely absurd, and people are going to, and they think that people will believe them. In Vancouver, we have a number of radio stations and an online service that has millions of listeners, more often online than on TV. And radio is very popular as well, but the Conservatives are saying, no, we're going to cut the entire English side of CBC, and by some form of magic, even if all the Franco journalists are out on the street, it's going to continue. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. We're talking about Edmonton, Regina, Calgary, Winnipeg, all of Western Canada. They're going to eliminate CBC. When we talk about Atlantic Canada, Moncton, St. John, Charlottetown, everything will be cut. That's what the Conservatives want to do in Ontario as well. Sudbury, Toronto, Windsor, all of that would be cut. And in Quebec, when we talk about Montreal, Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, where I lived for a number of years, Sherbrooke, we're talking about Gaspésie, the Lower St. Lawrence, Quebec, Trois-Rivières, the Outaouais area, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Services are going to be cut everywhere. And the Conservatives claim that by some kind of magic that they're going to manage to not destroy Radio-Canada while destroying CBC. It's completely ridiculous. And it's dishonest. It's disingenuous. And when we look at the Conservatives, we see that they have no respect for the official languages. There was nothing done at all when the Conservatives were in power to advance the official languages, either in the provinces or nationally. When the Conservatives are in power, it's completely destroyed. They destroy all the services that are available. So for a Francophone who believes in official languages, to vote for the Conservatives is to vote to cut all their services in their official language. These people are taxpayers. They pay their taxes. but they're not going to get any French language services from the Conservatives. I'm not talking about, well, we know that the member for Carleton likes to keep his cards close to his chest. But what we can say for sure is that for CBC and for the official languages, if the Conservatives come to power, it'll be game over for them, for CBC and for official languages. They gave $30 billion to tax havens, according to the PBO. They gave $16 billion to large banks, to the major banks, and to business leaders. They give money to the rich because that's why their party exists. And of course, when we look at the member for Carleton, he travels across the country to meet with rich individuals, as they did this week, and they try and squeeze out as much money as possible in donations from these people. So when we look at how the Conservatives operate is to give to the rich, who are very poor managers of their money, and then they cut services for the average Canadian. We've seen that. We saw the cuts that were made to pensions. They said, no, you're going to have to work beyond the age of 65. And they also said, if you are a veteran, we're going to cut your services because we don't want you to have access to services, even though you may have given your entire life and your health to fight for Canadians. What about social housing? The member for Carleton boasts that he built 6 social housing units in his entire career. When you compare that to the career of our leader, the member for Burnaby South, he's done more in 20 weeks than the member for Carleton has done in 20 years. He works for social housing. He has introduced a number of bills. In 20 weeks, the member for Burnaby South has done more to help Canadians than the member for Carleton has in 20 years. And that's what the Conservatives did when they were in power. Cut, cut, cut. They slashed all services to give money to billionaires. That's how the Conservatives operate, Madam Speaker. That is why their party exists. And so they cut the official language services so that Francophones no longer receive services that should be readily available to them in a bilingual country. So, but according to the Conservatives, because they slash all these services, they're going to cut those services as well. And they're going to cut Radio-Canada and CBC. It's all based on Trumpism. And it's not a surprise. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone to see that the Trumpism, the Trump movement in the USA, also targets journalists, award-winning journalists. They attack public television, public broadcasting, once again, to consolidate information sources in the hands of billionaires. That's how they operate. They give everything to billionaires to ensure that people don't have access to independent professional journalism. Sure, we can criticize CBC Radio-Canada. I don't say that it's perfect, but there's a possibility of receiving an apology from CBC when they get things wrong. There are errors that are made, but they're corrected. That's the difference billionaires who own media chains and TV networks, there's never any retraction, any correction, any apologies, because billionaires know what message they want to send, and they are the ones who decide what information citizens should hear, and I find that very harmful for our democracy. We've got conservatives here who want to cut all independent sources of information. They want to make sure that there's only one class of citizens, billionaires, who decide what information Canadians will receive. And for the Francophone members from Quebec, and there are some of them in the Conservative ranks, they defend these actions. They are ready to accept that Radio-Canada CBC should be cut. And that is disingenuous to their constituents. I'm sure that their constituents would not agree with this, scheming of the Conservatives against Radio-Canada CBC. We need independent journalism. We need public broadcasters. We need a source of local journalism to find out what's happening in our communities. We want to find out what's happening in our regions and nationally as well. And this is the point I would like to make, Madam Speaker, before reading my sub-amendment, that the idea that this journalism is not appreciated is something that is false. I'm raising this point today in the House. We have quality journalists in CBC and Radio-Canada who do diligent work every day to inform Canadians, and I would like to thank them for their work. Now, Madam Speaker, I believe I have a minute remaining. 4 minutes, is that correct? 3 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Because before reading my sub-amendment, I would just like to say a last time to the Conservatives, you have to be honest with your constituents. Sure, Trump won the election, but that's not a sign that Canadians are going to accept that the truth be hidden. And they're not going to accept any conspiracy theories. Canadians won't accept the elimination of independent and public journalism. Canadians want access to the truth, and they want access to important information. It's not true that Canadians want this to be cut. Canadians want access to facts, to news, to information that is science-based and fact-based. And if we want to overcome the challenges that Canada is dealing with, for example, climate change, poverty, the lack of social housing, the fact that families are struggling while billionaires are getting goodies from the Conservatives, then we need access to information. And that is why I say that it is important that we support the mandate of our public broadcaster. And for the sub-amendment that I'm moving, Madam Speaker, supported, or rather seconded by my colleague, the member for Victoria, the following amendment. That the amendment be amended by adding, after the words avoiding the Quebec accent, the following, and to redirect all premiums and bonuses to investing the important mandate of our public broadcaster, CBC and Radio-Canada. I'm going to read it again, Madam Speaker, that the amendment be amended by addition after the words avoiding the Quebec accent of the following, and to redirect all amounts received in the form of premiums and bonuses to investment in the important mandate of our public broadcaster, CBC Radio-Canada. And I move this sub-amendment, seconded by my colleague from Victoria.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Collins Victoria, moves the following amendment.
That the amendment be amended by the addition after the word "to avoid the Quebec accent," the following.
To redirect any amounts received in the form of premiums and bonuses to investment in the important mandate of our public broadcast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering, in terms of the member's thoughts with respect to how the Conservative Party not only has targeted CBC, but at times and quite often CTV. And one of the best illustrations I can think of right offhand is their lack of willingness to participate in political panels. I know the last time I've participated in a CBC and a CTV panel, there's a New Democratic representative, but the Conservatives just don't feel they want to contribute to it, but rather to discredit the mainstream media, all in favor of supporting social media that in essence is spreading a great deal of misinformation through what many would suggest, including myself, some of these further right organizations that have a vested interest in possibly propping up the Conservative Party or just spreading misinformation, period. If he could provide his thoughts in terms of how that is not a healthy situation for our democracy, especially when you think of defunding CBC, in which the leader of the Conservative Party is talking about doing.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is indeed what Conservatives are trying to do. What they can't control, they destroy. And we've seen this from authoritarian governments around the world. There's no independent journalism practiced in Russia. Hungary saw independent journalists being attacked. We're seeing now this attack on public radio, public television in the United States with the triumph of Trumpism in the United States. And the reality is they don't respect the kind of journalism that is a vital part of democracy. When you stand up to do a scrum, I'm saying this to my colleague, he's well aware, we get tough questions sometimes. That's what Canadians expect us to do, is to answer those tough questions. And for Conservatives to refuse to go on panels, for Conservatives to refuse to stand up for their positions, for the leader of the Conservative Party, the member from Carleton, to be so thin-skinned whenever he's asked by legitimate journalists tough questions, shows a singular disregard for democracy, disrespect for democracy, that I think Canadians should heed. The reality is journalism, and the kind of journalism we're seeing from CBC Radio-Canada that has won hundreds of awards is very much the very foundation of democracy, and that Conservatives don't respect that shows how much disrespect they have for our democratic system.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. When a public broadcaster like the CBC chooses to send work to France for the dubbing of their program, well, what message does that send to private networks like Netflix and Ciné+? Does my colleague have anything to say about that, or does he agree with the Bloc that it should be compulsory? If you want to broadcast something in Quebec, you have to dub it in Quebec. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague. If it's broadcast in Canada, it should indeed be dubbed here in Canada. There's no doubt the Quebec accent, the Acadian accent, the Franco-Ontarian accent, the BC French accent, that should all be promoted by Radio-Canada. I think it sends a very bad message, as she put it so aptly. We should respect the beauty of the French-Canadian accent and the variations from region to region. The Montreal accent is not exactly the same as where I learned French in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area, but it's a beautiful language, and if it's broadcast here, it should be dubbed here. I think that's a message that Radio-Canada has understood, and the CBC, and I hope this will never happen again, because they've understood how important it is to respect the beauty of our French language.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I'd like to thank the member for his speech. Like him, I was shocked to hear that the CBC had chosen a Paris-based company to avoid the Quebec accent. The Quebec industry is world-class, and it's ridiculous that this work wasn't done in Quebec. I was also shocked to learn and upset to learn that CBC execs got billions of dollars in bonuses at the same time as they were laying people off, workers off. The Conservatives will cut and gut the CBC and Radio-Canada and would reduce funding for the public broadcaster. That is the Conservatives' stated goal. But the Liberals continue to give the Conservatives ammunition because they approved those multi-million-dollar bonuses. The Conservatives would cut funding for CBC and Radio-Canada, but we NDPers want to solve the problems. The member talked about the need to stop paying millions in bonuses to CBC execs. And instead, that money should be used to invest. Does he think it should be used to invest in local journalism? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Victoria for that question in French, in impeccable French. And that shows how important official languages are in this country. Here you have 2 BC MPs, and we're speaking French here in this place. And that's something that I think the Bloc will never admit, that there's a presence of French all across Canada. There's a presence of French in BC. The Francophone population is still growing. And then on the other side of the country, 5,000 miles away, people are speaking here in the House in French. It shows how much importance NDPers attach to French, and that's why we want CBC and Radio-Canada to continue to work together. The Conservatives would crush the CBC and Radio-Canada. They would defund them, they would crush them. And why? Well, because there are times when the public broadcaster says things that are critical of the Conservatives. But the CBC, every now and then, also gives the Conservatives a platform. Sometimes they're critical, sometimes they're praising. That's the role of journalism. We should be criticized at times. And the member for Carleton, the Conservative leader, is not interested in any criticism. He doesn't want to face hard questions. He just wants to push the CBC aside. And I think that's unfortunate. The fact that bonuses were paid to CBC execs, well, that really just gives the Conservatives more to work with. We've always been very clear we want CBC and Radio-Canada's investments to be in local journalism. We need to foster local journalism. So unlike the Liberal government, which is allowing the bonuses to keep flowing, and unlike the Conservatives that would destroy everything, we see a role. We in the NDP, we see a role in the CBC all across the country. We see respect for both official languages, which you won't find in either of the other official parties. When you look at what we've done, NDP governments have done all across the country, we've always respected official languages. And once again, we've proved it today. This debate is being held in French. It's a debate involving 2 BC members of Parliament. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. C'était absolument.
It was great to hear the speech from the member for New Westminster, Burnaby, and it was great to see a member from BC expressing himself in impeccable French. So you'll see that there are a number of Anglophone MPs here who are capable of taking the floor in French, and that's part of the wealth of our country. We have people from one community who learn the language of the other community, who appreciate the culture of the other community, so we can grow together, we can thrive together, and it's much more than just one province. And it was very upsetting and shocking to see this choice by the CBC to choose a Paris studio to do the dubbing. We have people right here in Canada, all across Canada, because a lot of people were talking about the Quebec industry, but there's an industry in Acadia as well and other parts of Canada. We're capable all across this country. And there's not just one Quebec accent, by the way. There are very many variations. There are different Quebec accents, and there are different French accents all across this country. So I think it's totally contradictory for Radio-Canada, CBC, to say they want to promote French in Canada and our cultural institutions, and then to choose not to use a Canada-based company to do a job like that. So I, too, fully agree that there are a lot of questions for CBC management. And I saw Ms. Tate's appearance at committee. I, too, would have a lot of questions for her, and not just about that, but also on other issues. But still, Mr. Speaker, even though there are problems, of course, and there are issues with CBC management, the fact remains that the CBC is very important, not just to Francophones, but to all English-speaking communities in Canada.
That helps unite this country. You go back to La Famille Plouffe in the 1950s, where you had a show that was broadcast both in French and in English, and allowed Canadians from all across the country to understand what is going on across Canada and to bridge these linguistic gaps that sometimes seem so insurmountable. Il y a des populations francophones.
There are French-speaking communities in Canada that are not just a majority in Quebec, but all across the country. In my lifetime, I've visited French-speaking communities in Newfoundland, in New Brunswick, in Nova Scotia, in Manitoba, and in BC, and in Alberta, even Saskatchewan, and of course here in Ontario. The CBC is so important to those communities because we may have TVA or other networks in Montreal, but in some parts of Canada, all they have is Radio-Canada.
For English-speaking Quebecers that live outside the Montreal region, the Conservative Party's position that it should cut the English CBC So let's understand this, and it means that English-speaking taxpayers across the country are paying only to have the French service and not the English service. How long do we believe that governments will sustain Radio-Canada on that basis when English-speaking taxpayers turn against having a network that only broadcasts in French as our national broadcaster? But more importantly, when conservatives pretend that they care about the English-speaking community of Quebec, this is just one example where they clearly are not thinking of English-speaking Quebecers. In many regions of Quebec, whether you're talking about Saguenay, whether you're talking about Gaspé, whether you're talking about Côte-Nord, whether you're talking about Rouyn-Noranda, whether you're talking about Quebec City, there are many parts of Quebec where the CBC is the primary vehicle where English-speaking Quebecers get their own local news in English, and they have no other local vehicle that brings them news in English. So if you cut all of the English services of the CBC, you are depriving the English-speaking community of Quebec of 1.3 million people, all of those who live outside of Montreal, the chance of getting their news in English. How can any party support that position? Why should we pay our taxes to deny ourselves only one language community of their own broadcast in their own language? And then you go to the question of francophones outside Quebec. Donc, quand on parle
when we're talking about Radio-Canada outside Quebec, they share their resources with the CBC. So when you have people who are producing French language content outside Quebec, that also involves work for the CBC. So that would deprive all Radio-Canada offices outside Quebec of the vast majority of the resources they use. So it just doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. That policy should be changed. We should say all together that the CBC and Radio-Canada are important, not just for news, but also for national unity.
Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to just deal with one other question, which is the NDP had brought up the question of bonuses. And I just want to say that, you know, the question of whether or not to pay bonuses when you are cutting employees is a very legitimate question. I don't think that it is wrong to ask those questions. I don't think it's wrong to ask questions about whether Mrs. Tate should get a bonus or not, given performance and given all of the issues we're talking about. So I do believe it is perfectly appropriate for the committee to have those discussions and to inform itself on that matter. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the fact that you've given me the opportunity to speak on this debate, and happy to take any questions.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House here.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the manner in which the member expresses the future of Radio Canada, that we should not be taking it for granted if the Conservatives cut, as they say they will be, defund CBC, that will follow. And at the very least, Canadians need to be aware that this is a very serious issue. If you believe in public public broadcasting and the independence of journalists, be able to have investigative reports and do the work that they do, something to counter social media, for example, is absolutely critical for our democracy. And I wonder if he could provide his thoughts on that.
The Deputy de Mont-Royal.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. I don't believe that the country will long sustain Radio-Canada without the CBC. As I mentioned, first off, Radio-Canada services outside Quebec, where the populations are the most vulnerable, are using CBC offices, CBC cameras, CBC equipment, and CBC personnel to cover the news and do shows in French. So the idea that Radio-Canada would sustain itself outside of Quebec very easily without the CBC being there, I think is a fallacy. The second thing is, I don't believe English-speaking taxpayers in Canada will long agree to pay for the service to be available only in French and not in English. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I think it's drastically unfair to the English-speaking minority in Quebec that would lose its only source of news in most parts of Quebec if you took away the service in English. It's supposed to be a national broadcaster uniting us, not dividing us.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for... just to make sure I have it, La Salle-et-Marne-Verdun. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and he raised a point that I brought up earlier in questioning the member for Montmagny, Lise-Lake-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. He talked about how Anglophone taxpayers wouldn't accept to pay for a service that was only in French. And now, listen, I'm a sovereigntist, and, fine. But I'd like to know what the member thinks, the Honourable Member for Mont-Royal, what he thinks about the need for Canada to maintain, in both official languages, this organization. It was Pierre-Elliott Trudeau who talked about bilingualism as a question of realpolitik. I'd like to hear my colleague's thoughts on that.
The Treasury Board.
Merci.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to the House of Commons, my colleagues. This is the first time I believe that we've had an exchange here in the House, and I agree, it is realpolitik. If you're going to offer a service in one language in a bilingual country, well, this is a bilingual country. We're supposed to have two official languages across the country in every province, and that means that we should have national services in both languages. And that's why I will always fight for all services that are available in English to be in French, and vice versa. It should be equal 100%. Here, I think that Radio-Canada is an important service for the entire country, and I think we need to make sure that it's available in both official languages. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Marne-Verdun. Yes, I thank the member for his response. But I was wondering, if the Canadian government, led by the leader of the official opposition, were to cut services for Anglophones, including in Quebec, would he not be convinced of the necessity for Quebec's independency? Would he not believe that a Quebec Republic would be able to better protect Anglophone rights in Quebec than the current constitutional framework? I'd like to hear his thoughts on that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague. Listen, I am a Canadian. I'm a proud Canadian. I've traveled from coast to coast, and in my opinion, when we see a separatist governance in Quebec, I think there are very few people in Quebec's Anglophone community who believe that our rights would be better protected in an independent Quebec than in Canada. I think that I will have major differences of opinion with a government that would make major cuts to CBC or Radio-Canada, but I think that the battle would be with, and listen, I've worked with the Bloc on many issues of culture at the Heritage Committee, and we have to have the debate here in the House of Commons, and we have to have a government that does the right thing. Questions and comments? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very concerned by the tactics of the Conservative leader to divide Canadians, which could cause conflicts between Francophone and Anglophone communities. In my riding, there is a very strong, proud Franco-Ontarian population. But, a lot of those are very rural communities. In our region, Radio-Canada is essential, but it would be impossible to separate Radio-Canada in Northern Ontario from CBC in Northern Ontario because it's the same operation. So I would like to ask my colleague, why does he think the Conservatives are trying to use divisive policies to force a confrontation between Anglophones and Francophones across Canada? The Honourable Member for Mont-Royal. Well, I completely agree with my colleague on this. And, I'd like to show as well that, we have another member from Northern Ontario who speaks French perfectly well in his House of Commons. And this here again is a demonstration of how Canada can work together. And, it's true. In the Honourable Member's region, Radio-Canada's resources are mixed with CBC's resources. So if you make cuts to CBC, all the equipment, all the trucks, all the people who work, on Radio-Canada files won't be there anymore. And that's incredibly divisive. So I would encourage my Conservative friends to change their policy, which is not good for Anglophones or for Francophones. It's not good for Quebec or any other province. Resuming debate.
I'll just wait for the shuffle of chairs for a second here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking members of the Standing Committee for their examination of the issue of the adaptation of CBC Radio Canada's audiovisual content for the international market. I would also like to thank the representatives of CBC Radio Canada, Ms. Catherine Tate, President CEO, Mr. Marco Dubé, Chief Transformation Officer, and Executive Vice President, People and Culture, for appearing before the committee as witnesses. In its report, the committee reported to this House its deep condemnation of the CBC using a Paris-based audio studio to record a podcast, choosing it over a Quebecois-based recording studio. If we were to understand the situation, I think it's worth reviewing the facts of the matter, Mr. Speaker. On October 11, 2023, the Journal de Montreal reported that CBC Radio Canada had selected a company based in France to create a French adaptation of its podcast, Alone, a Love Story, choosing it over a Quebec-based recording studio to avoid the recording being done in a Quebec accent. The podcast, released in 2017 and created by CBC Radio Canada employee Michel Parise, has won multiple international awards and much acclaim from international press. The Paris-based studio Ochenta, in collaboration with Radio Canada, Audio, was commissioned to adapt the Canadian podcast into French and Spanish. The decision was made in part because using a narrator with a Quebec accent would have less international potential. Cecil Fernandez, an executive producer at CBC Podcast, a subsidiary of CBC Radio Canada's English language network, was quoted as saying, "We didn't want a Quebec French to foster international interest. We wanted to reach out to a larger audience to tell Michel's story. The Ochenta studio made us a pitch to translate into French and Spanish. We decided to work with them for their experience in adaptations and to reach out to international audiences." The article naturally led to questions, particularly in Quebec, as to why CBC Podcasts choose to ignore Quebec's expertise in the field of dubbing and to complaints from people in the province working in the arts and cultural industries. For example, Tanya Kodomyani, president of the Union des Artistes, stated, "For a podcast produced and broadcast in Quebec, the narration should be done by local artists, and especially in the context of a Canadian podcast translated into French." Similarly, voice actor Sébastien Devarna stated that the decision showed a disrespect for our industry. There are certainly Canadian studios that are able to adapt podcasts. The Journal de Montreal article mentions Quebec companies Contentu Multimedia, Toast Studio, for example, and indeed CBC Podcast has previously worked with Radio Canada itself on the French adaptation of the podcast Brainwashed, which is hosted in standard French by Quebec journalist and columnist Sophie-André Blondin. So that is the background to this issue, Mr. Speaker, and with that in mind, I can say that the government echoes the committee's review that the CBC Radio Canada's use of a Paris-based recording studio for this work instead of a Quebec-based recording studio was a lapse in judgment. It is true that the decision should be taken in context. To quote the head of CBC Radio Canada during her testimony to the Standing Committee, "I think it's important to know that CBC Radio Canada teams produce hundreds of programs every month, thousands of hours of programming in both official languages and 8 Indigenous languages. In this case, one mistake was made among thousands of hours of programming. Furthermore, it is also true that Section 46(1)(d) of the Broadcasting Act gives the corporation the power to make contracts with any person within or outside Canada in connection with the production or presentation of programs originated or secured by the corporation. Nonetheless, it is clear that CBC Radio Canada should not have acquired the services of a foreign company for this work rather than look to domestic opportunities. What is important to remember, however, is that this mistake does not represent how CBC Radio Canada generally operates. CBC Radio Canada is a thoroughly bilingual organization. Radio Canada is headquartered in Quebec and produces a myriad of French language programming. As Mr. Dubé noted in his testimony to the Standing Committee, 8 members of the corporation's senior management team are Francophones. That represents the majority of members. The senior management team works in English and in French at all of its meetings and makes business management decisions exercising considerable concern for balance between English and French. Half of the corporation's workforce in the organization as a whole is Francophone, and the other half Anglophone. As Ms. Tate said, I would dare say that we are one of the most bilingual businesses in the federal family. Even more importantly, CBC Radio Canada itself agrees that its original decision was a mistake. Almost immediately upon publication of the Journal de Montreal story on October 13th, Catherine Tate, President CEO, wrote to Tanya Contagiani, President of the Union for Artists, acknowledging the error. In her letter to Catherine Tate stated clearly that it was an error, period. We admit this unequivocally and we apologize for it. We are fortunate to have here in Canada an outstanding dubbing industry that works with very talented actors. We often use their services, and this is what we should have done in this case. She also admitted that the corporation's initial response to media questions was also lacking in sensitivity. Furthermore, she promised that CBC Radio Canada will review its practices to ensure that this sort of mistake would not occur again. At the same time, Mr. Marco Dubé, Chief Transformation Officer and Executive Vice President, contacted the association with the same message. Ms. Tate also appeared as a witness before the Standing Committee on November 8, 2023. During her testimony, she again apologized, confirming that not only was the failure to use Canadian dubbing expertise an unfortunate incident and mistake, but also reaffirming the corporation's initial attempts to justify it were deplorable, hurtful, and unacceptable. Ms. Tate indicated the corporation would withdraw the French episodes for the time being and re-record them. The adaptation of the podcast will be made in this country, and it will be Radio Canada which will be responsible for it. Production is already underway, and the new version will be online at the beginning of the summer. Ms. Tate also reaffirmed during her appearance at the Standing Committee that steps are being taken to ensure that there will be no repetition of this sort of error. At the same appearance, Mr. Dubé, Head of Transformation and Senior Vice President, confirmed that the issue has been discussed with the teams who made the decision and that they understand the scope of their error. More specifically, the corporation has introduced measures to ensure that when CBC teams are required to interpret or translate a podcast into French, they call upon Quebec firms. It is equally important to note the reaction from the industry to this apology. We accept the apology and passed it on to our members, says Ms. Contagiani in a press release on October 13th. So, Mr. Speaker, to sum up, this was an error. CBC Radio Canada has taken note of it and acted to correct it and will ensure it does not reoccur. While regrettable, this incident does not reflect on CBC Radio Canada's fundamental values or the work it does. And so I will conclude by simply quoting Ms. Tate once more. We know how much people depend on us, particularly in minority language communities where we are one of the few media broadcastings in the French language. We take our commitment seriously, particularly our ability to support the health and vitality of the French language every day across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In what universe would any single member of the Conservative Party care about public broadcasting? It's impossible. They live and they feed in a swamp of disinformation. This is what elected Donald Trump. The attack on CBC is about attacking public journalism, just like the leader from the Conservatives attacked CTV, just like he attacked Global, just like he attacked the Toronto Star, just like he attacked Canadian Press. And individual journalists have been targeted by the member who lives in Stornoway, who wants the world to live in a swamp of disinformation. I am appalled that we're having to discuss contract choices made at what should be an arm's length institution. There's many things I disagree with CBC. There's many times I rant as I listen to the radio driving in my car. But I believe that democracy requires an independent, credible media system. And the Conservatives who sit there like numpties laughing and ridiculing because they feed themselves on disinformation. They wouldn't know truth if truth came down naked, dressed in purple, painted in purple, and danced all over their heads for 2 weeks. They wouldn't recognize truth because they've never seen truth, because they live in the world of disinformation, and they're trying to reduce the rest of us to live in that fetid swamp.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I don't know if that was a question, Mr. Speaker, but I'll thank the member anyway. If he's looking for an argument, he's not going to get one from me. Look, I mean, we all know why we're having this discussion in the House of Commons today. It's another opportunity for the CBC, or for the Conservatives to attack the CBC, as they do day in and day out. And as my friend rightfully pointed out, their attack on media, public or private, is constant, it's outrageous, and it's offensive. The CBC serves a meaningful purpose. I grew up, I represent the good people of Etobicoke Lakeshore now, but I grew up in Thunder Bay, and without the CBC, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have had sports, I wouldn't have had news, I wouldn't have had the information necessary to all the people in northwestern Ontario to survive and get through the day. It's absolutely vital, and this is nothing more than just another shameless attempt to attack the CBC to score some cheap political points.
Monsieur Kamal-Terre, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from across the way for his speech. I have a question for him, though. In the midst of declining viewership and in poor performance overall with the CBC, does he feel it was a prudent thing for the CBC to grant such massive executive bonuses? And why does he think his government would give them that additional money to do that without putting in some checks and balances?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you for the question. I have a great deal of respect for this member, as he knows. He's from Manitoba. I grew up in northwestern Ontario. We have a kindred relationship. Look, the answer is no, obviously. I mean, my reaction when I heard the news was, I'm sure, identical to his own. At a time when employees are being laid off or having to take pay cuts, there's no place for bonuses and the type of behavior that took place. But let's deal with that in isolation. Let's not use that as just another weapon to attack the CBC. I'm happy to talk about that issue in itself and take measures to address it, but the CBC is an institution that's critical to Canada and Canadian culture.
The
Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for my colleague is as follows. By sending this podcast to a dubbing studio in Paris instead of using Quebec's expertise or expertise elsewhere in Canada, what message is the CBC and, by extension, English Canada sending to francophones in Quebec and the rest of Canada that Quebec's French and the French spoken in Canada isn't presentable, isn't exportable? Is that the message? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Justice Minister.
Sends the wrong message. Everybody I've heard speak today agrees with that. It was the wrong thing to do. CBC agrees it was the wrong thing to do. They shouldn't have done it. They've apologized. The apology's been accepted. It's being rectified. I can stand here and say I agree with her, but I think she knows that already. CBC said many times in many appearances at committee and elsewhere it shouldn't have been done. It was an oversight. It was an error, a major error, and it's not going to happen again. So it sends absolutely the wrong message.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to note, I will be splitting my time with the member from Mégantic-Laurel. Mr. Speaker, here we are again, debating what the previous member just described was an isolated incident of poor judgment at the CBC. Yet the problem is, with that argument, is that increasingly it's not simply an isolated incident of poor judgment at the CBC. It is a continual string of mismanagement, scandal, and decisions that run contrary to the best interests of Canadians. So here we are debating today a example of where the CBC made a decision not to support the strong bilingual nature of what our country is by using the homegrown talent that we have, specifically in Quebec when it comes to the French language, by contracting local talent, a Canadian public broadcaster not contracting local talent because they didn't want a Quebec accent on this podcast. How shameful is that? Yet that continues a trend of mismanagement and scandal, waste and corruption that has defined what the CBC is in our country here today. So as we debate the amendment that Conservatives have made, where we not concur in this report to send it back to further look at how what has become of the CBC is no longer representing the best interests of what Canada is. And I will note, because over the last number of months, as I've had the opportunity to be a part of the team that is leading the discussion on issues of heritage for the official opposition, we have seen time and time again, whether it's the current CEO of CBC, Catherine Tait, and her refusal. In fact, I gave her just yesterday an opportunity to make it crystal clear that she could show leadership to that organization by rejecting a bonus. She refused. She could show leadership by not accepting an exit or severance package as she departs the organization. She refused. Time and time again. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it was revealed, I would suggest accidentally, because certainly it's not something to be proud about, that there is a 497K club at the CBC. Now, for those here, they might be curious what a 497K club is. Well, it was revealed that there are more than 7 executives at CBC, Mr. Speaker, that make more than $497,000 a year. $497,000 a year. And on top of that, many, and there is nothing to suggest that it wasn't all of those executives, haven't received bonuses, of which, for the executives alone, average $71,000 per executive. Mr. Speaker, that is at a time when Canadians are hurting. Canadians are suffering. And yet it is CBC executives are given bonuses more than what the average Canadian makes in a year. Absolutely unbelievable. And it's not just me who thinks this. It's not just Conservatives who think this. Increasingly, we are seeing how the waste, the scandal, the mismanagement, and the bloat that we see in organizations like that are simply inconsistent with what Canadians want. And I would note that there was an editorial that was published in the Globe and Mail, and I'll quote the headline because I think it's worth putting on the record. And I quote, CBC President Catherine Tait's reign of air will not be soon forgotten. As a new CEO comes in to lead the CBC in January, there will be very simple questions that need to be asked, of which I would suggest at the top of the list is the need to ensure that this organization is not awarding big bonuses while cutting jobs, not seeing declining revenues, declining viewership, and declining trust, yet lowering their own what are called KPIs. And for those watching, KPIs are an acronym for what's called key performance indicators. And you know, that's what bonuses are paid out on. That's how the organization, any organization, this is something that happens in government and the private sector, but they will set targets known as KPIs. And if you meet those targets, then there's consideration of bonuses. So when a number of years ago, CBC met only, I believe it was 3 of 14 KPIs. Well, that doesn't sound like a very good record. That doesn't sound like an organization that is being successful in its objectives. So the next year, what happened? Well, Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden, they met the majority. I believe they say that they met 11 of 14. So if you were to take a quick glance at that, many people would say, oh, that's great. They're doing fantastic. They went from 3 to 11 in a year. How there must be some incredible things that are happening. Well, until you start peeling back the layers, so to speak. And what are those layers, one might ask? Well, those layers are that the CBC, instead of improving their performance, they simply lowered their targets. And as a result, it wasn't simply that this is bar graphs and a chart that are then published that would make one suggest that maybe they're doing better than they are. That's a very small part of what these KPIs are. But rather, what that means is that the organization then recommended big taxpayer-funded fat bonuses for its managers and executives. So, Mr. Speaker, we see this trend under these Liberals, that they reward themselves for failure, yet refuse to take responsibility for what has become a serial a series of mistakes, of mismanagement, of bloat, of paying out big dollars to those who support them in their agenda, all while Canadians suffer. And when it comes to defunding the CBC, I think increasingly Canadians are the ones that are singing this proverbial tune. They look at the bonuses and they say, that's simply not worth the cost. They look at the programming and they're simply not watching the programming. It's not like this is something that is being led by Conservatives. This is Canadians choosing to not watch CBC programming. Clear and simple. Their numbers prove it. And when it was interesting at committee yesterday, the CEO talked about how they explained what connected TVs were and how they just recently discovered that Canadians were able to access content in diverse and different ways. But, Mr. Speaker, what is very interesting about that is Canadians aren't surprised about the way that they can access content. Canadians have been accessing a diversity of content that certainly does not line up with what the CBC offers, and increasing numbers are looking for new and creative ways to see that content. Yet, here we have the CBC awarding itself big bonuses, manipulating the information, the performance indicators that if you were to look at first glance, say, oh, aren't they doing great? Yet they're manipulating it to look good at a time when by any objective measure, it can only be described as failing. So here we are. We have an example of that when it came to, despite the proud bilingual history of our country, what did CBC decide to do? They decided to outsource the dubbing of the French language over an English podcast to a company from Paris. It might have even been, similar time to maybe the CEO taking a taxpayer-funded supposed break from our holiday in Paris to go to the Olympics because she had to be there. Or the fact that the Liberals said yesterday at committee that being paid $500,000 to be proud of Canada is certainly worth it when it comes to those at the CBC. Yet we see how this record of failure and decline is what defines these Liberals. So the message is simple. Is it worth the cost? Well, to those French language artists in Quebec that could have gotten that contract, well, it seems like the CBC certainly didn't prioritize them. And now we've heard that they are, because of that mistake, they are now reversing that decision and going back at cost of taxpayers. So you have the problem with failure, Mr. Speaker, is it hurts everybody. So when it comes to the future of the CBC, I think Canadians are making it clearer and clearer every day. Simply, they are not worth the cost. It's time to reject the bonuses. It's time to fire that Prime Minister, and it's time to defund the CBC.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservative members that speak should qualify their introductory remarks by indicating very clearly that the leader of the Conservative Party for many years has wanted to defund CBC. Let's be very clear on that point. And then if you take a look at the most recent news article where you have Conservatives that are saying, and I would quote, he's the only one who decides everything, and they're referring to the leader of the Conservative Party. This is what Conservative MPs are saying. He's the one who decides everything. His main advisor is himself. The people around him are only there to realize the leader's vision. His vision is to get rid of CBC, Mr. Speaker. And from my perspective, institutions like CBC and CTV and Global play a very important role in our democratic system. Would the member not recognize that there is value to having a publicly supported CBC?
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting that that member would talk about control when they have to ask permission at caucus. They have to apply to be able to go up to the microphone to speak at their caucus. It is unbelievable the level of control and manipulation that Prime Minister, those Liberals, have done to try and muzzle Parliament. You see, Mr. Speaker, here is the reality. That Prime Minister, those Liberals, they don't want an opposition. They don't want an opposition that opposes the agenda. They don't want an opposition that highlights their corruption and incompetence. They want an audience. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry we were elected as the opposition, and when we run in the next carbon tax election that hopefully comes soon, it will be Conservatives that present a vision for this country that will get this nation back on track.
Questions and comments? The member for Timmins James Bay.
The issue of not worth the cost. The member who lives in the 19-room mansion at Stornoway, $94,000 to operate Stornoway, $170,000 in repairs. When he moved from his swanky digs in Ottawa to his super swanky digs, he dinged us $19,000 for...
Point of order, the honourable member for Fauché.
Yeah, the member's comments have absolutely nothing to do with the motion that's being debated.
There you go. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay. As much as that may be off, it's the questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I know it hurts when they actually have to look in the mirror. The $4,000 bill for April-May water, $7,506 for 2 months in July-August. Now here's the thing. He also has a private chef. So if they are serious about this, how about they forego the chef? Now, I know that forego is a complex word, so maybe we can put it into a bumper sticker. How about just F the chef and be accountable?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
See, here you are, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting because that member and the NDP party as a whole is flip-flopping on their flip-flop that flopped and flipped. Because when it comes to the reality we have before them, they came out and said that they weren't a part of this coalition or arrangement back in order to squeak out a by-election win in what used to be a safe seat for them. Then they flipped so that they would not call an election because they looked at the polls. And then they flopped again because they are now trying to pretend that they care about accountability. Yet just the other day, they said that they had come to this amazing agreement with the Liberals that now they have said that is no longer what they bargained for. Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that when it comes to what's not worth the cost, it is that member and that leader of the fourth party in this place that need to look Canadians in the eye and justify why they keep that corrupt Prime Minister in power.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. There are a few things in it that were quite interesting. However, there's a question that I have for him. He mentioned a number of times that the Conservatives are going to take power soon. But if that was the case, defunding the public broadcaster that also undertakes very important investigations for our democracy would be an error. So shouldn't the member be careful when talking about defunding CBC when we know that they do excellent investigative journalism?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was interesting yesterday that even the President and CEO of CBC, Catherine Tate, and Liberal members acknowledged that Parliament brought into existence the public broadcaster, and Parliament can decide its future. And I think when it comes to why that's so important to highlight in this place is because we have an example where in our system, Parliament is supreme. Yet that Prime Minister and those Liberals are doing everything in their power to reject the role that this place has in preserving Canadian democracy. It's shameful, and anything other than a government needing to heed the will of this place, Mr. Speaker, is a constitutional crisis. Mr. Speaker, it is that Prime Minister and those Liberals that have normalized constitutional crises in this country, and it's time for better, and Conservatives will bring home better when we run in the next election, offer a common sense plan to Canadians, and we don't take for granted one single vote, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes down to it, Conservatives will offer a plan to Canadians, and Canadians get to choose.
There you go. Sorry, I cut a couple words off there. We're going to go to the next speaker, so resuming debate.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. he really underscored the extreme lack of sensitivity of CBC, of the CEO, Catherine Tate. Canadians are struggling. They have trouble making ends meet. Housing prices have doubled. Young families can no longer hope to own a home in Canada. And she made a decision that was so disconnected to pay $18 million to CBC executives in such a time. It's completely unacceptable. And it's, as I said, it's very disconnected from reality, but it's not surprising that CBC is connected from reality. I'd like to just tell you about something. Yesterday, in committee, the CEO was very proud to point out that CBC was founded in 1936, and since then it had served Canadians proudly, and that she was very proud of everything that CBC Radio-Canada had accomplished. And so I looked back through to the history of CBC as to what sparked its creation. Probably the member for Winnipeg North was here in the House when the report was tabled in 1929, Mr. Speaker. He probably remembers. It's a report that was presented to the Honourable P.G.A. Carden, who was the Minister of Fisheries, because he was responsible for telecommunications at the time in Canada. This Royal Commission was appointed by the government to investigate the current state of public broadcasting in Canada. And why, Mr. Speaker? Because nothing existed. There was no control. There was no way of ensuring that Canadians had access to radio or to news content. There was nothing at all. So the government at the time, in 1929, decided to entrust this mandate to Mr. Aird and to study how, as part of a Royal Commission, Canadians could be better served. So I'm going to draw a parallel with what's going on today when I look at this report. It was comments that were made, or that were heard by the Commission, rather. Most broadcasting programs are from outside Canada, and Canadians would like to hear news from its own country so that youth can become more knowledgeable about factors in this country. And they need a development of a national and civic spirit in this country. That was 1929. If we look at the state of telecommunications today, of broadcasting with the arrival of social media, internet, isn't that exactly the situation we're living in right now? And what has CBC been able to do to protect our national spirit, our national pride, and our civic education? Unfortunately, CBC has missed the boat entirely. And it's clear when we see who the audience is who listens to CBC. I'm talking about CBC because CBC is very different from Radio-Canada. They play two very different roles because Radio-Canada has been able to protect the French language and French culture in Canada. And I think that it is very important to see what was done in the past. And I'm going to come back to the scandalous things that were said by CEO Catherine Tate yesterday. I'm just going to read two recommendations from this report in 1929. Broadcasting should be part of a public service and should provide a service from a national company, and that the provincial authorities should have absolute control over anything that is broadcast on their respective territories. Further, it says every province should appoint a national broadcasting director who would have absolute control over the broadcasts that are made within the province. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen over past years is Radio-Canada that has been able to adapt to and respond to French culture. And Ms. Tate cited some figures yesterday. We can see that the CBC audience has declined considerably. So it doesn't play the role that was intended by the Aird Commission, rather, back in the 1930s. We're also here to discuss how CEO Catherine Tate simply brushed aside the possibility of refusing her bonus, in refusing the principle of bonuses entirely. And unfortunately, we saw during her reign the complete and utter contempt for Quebec. And that was stated publicly and shown publicly. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all that began with this CBC podcast that was dubbed in French in Paris.
Québécois.
And why was that? Well, it appeared to be there was some reluctance to use a Quebec accent. Reluctance in the CBC. So it was probably someone on the CBC side of things who said, well, we don't really want a Quebec accent for our podcast, so let's get the work done in Paris. So it was quite a saga that ended in the CEO of the CBC having to appear before a parliamentary committee, and she apologized for the decision. But what were the consequences? There were none. They all got bonuses. The 100,000 people who are not unionized at CBC Radio-Canada, they were getting laid off while the execs were getting bonuses. So how can CBC execs be allowed to keep on collecting bonuses after this whole saga with the podcast being dubbed in Paris, and when so many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet? Unfortunately, the Bloc voted along with the Liberals to defend the CBC CEO, to defend her bonus, even though this decision was made to have the dubbing done in Paris. So the Bloc decided to go along with the Liberals rather than criticize what was done. And the motion had to do with redirecting Catherine Tate's bonus, and I think the Bloc should have paid more attention to what Ms. Tate said, because the question was, didn't she trust Radio-Canada to be able to get the job done in the future in terms of protecting the Quebec culture and identity, the Francophone culture and identity? And you know what she answered when I asked that question? She said, look, as I've said a number of times, what are we going to ask Canadians to support a national institution for only 20% of the population? I find that a bit much. It's a bit too much, Mr. Speaker. She added insult to injury with that answer. It's only to be expected that the federal government should invest in protecting Francophone culture in Canada. It's wholly necessary for the federal government to fund Radio-Canada sufficiently so that they can do their job. And it has been shown, that the numbers show that Radio-Canada has been doing a job. And Ms. Tate should understand before she leaves that it's time to put an end to these bonuses for poor performance.
Commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but what I'd like to know from the Conservative Party, and especially the Francophones, is why they don't have a bit more courage, because their speech suggests that by doing away with the CBC, that'll have no impact on Francophones. That's completely false. That reflects a misunderstanding of how the CBC and Radio-Canada share resources. So when will he have the courage to stand up to his leader and say that cutting CBC will have a direct impact on Francophone communities? The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, it's as if the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell was among the 20. I wonder if he was one of the 24 Liberals who called for the Prime Minister's head to roll. And if so, does he have the courage to stand up and say so? I don't know if he has the courage to identify the members who do not share the opinion of this Prime Minister, because what I can say to the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell is that Radio-Canada is currently doing excellent work on the Francophone side of things all across the country and in Quebec. But if the resources are put in the right place, Francophones all across the country will be very happy to see more emphasis being put on the French side of the CBC. It's my duty to put the question to the House. Mr. Godin, seconded by Mr. Van Popta, moved that the third report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages presented on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, be concurred in. Amendment, Mr. Généreux, seconded by Mr. Van Popta, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
Official languages presented on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration with a view to amending the same as to recommend that the government refuse to approve any bonus or performance pay for the CBC Radio-Canada president and the chief executive officer who presided over the decision to award production contracts to foreign companies in order to avoid the Quebec accent, provided that for the purposes of this study,
A, the acting Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages be ordered to appear before the committee for at least 2 hours at a date and time fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. And B, it be an instruction to the committee that it present the amended report to the House no later than Monday, January 27th, 2025.
Sous-amendement, M. Julien.
Sub-amendment, Mr. Julien, seconded by Ms. Collins, moved the following sub-amendment: that the amendment be added by adding the following words: redirecting any amount received as a bonus or compensation for performance to support the important mandate, broadcasting mandate of CBC and Radio-Canada.
If a member participating in person wishes that the sub-amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, then rather than rise and indicate to the chair. The
honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we would request a recorded division pursuant to Standing Order 45. The division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
The remaining business under routine proceedings, we are under the rubric of motions. Voila. Presenting of petitions. Presentation pétition. The Honourable Leader of the official... Oh, no, okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I table a petition in regards to international flights. The petitioners are asking for the House of Commons and others, Mr. Speaker, whether it's members of Parliament, industry, private industry, different airlines, and levels of government to take a look in terms of just how important it is to recognize the growth of our Indo-Canadian community and the increased demand, Mr. Speaker, for more direct traffic between Canada and Europe. In particular, this petition with respect to Winnipeg North, hoping to be able to see direct flights going from Winnipeg to India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting on petitions, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition from residents of Skeena-Buckley Valley, including Sandy Knowles of Kitimat and Karen Sage of Terrace, with whom I met a couple of weeks back. The petitioners wish to draw attention to the inequitable treatment of single seniors under the Income Tax Act. They highlight that income splitting rules allow couples to split their pension income, claim double non-refundable tax credits, transfer certain unused credits to a spouse, and when one partner dies, transfer retirement savings to the living spouse. Single seniors have none of these options available to them, putting them at a significant financial disadvantage. The petitioners urge the government to introduce several measures specifically for single seniors, including a new tax credit, an increase to the pension income amount, an increase to the OAS clawback thresholds, and an amendment to the tax treatment of retirement or registered retirement plans upon death. And, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners eagerly await the government's official response. Thank you.
Presenting on petitions, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of Canadian workers have been exposed to lead while in the workplace. And I rise today to table a petition that points out that exposure to lead needs monitoring closely, and that standard practices in Canada involve collecting blood samples instead of bone samples. The petitioners note that blood samples have been proven to be less effective and much more costly than testing one's exposure in a bone sample, and that bone measures are collected through non-invasive scans and can show the long-term cumulative effects of lead exposure. Lead exposure can have extremely detrimental impacts on one's health and can even be fatal. So the petitioners are calling on the government to test individuals for lead exposure with bone data instead of blood data to create a more effective and cost-efficient standard of practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Thank you. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a revised response to questions 3001 and 3002 tabled on November 19, 2024 could be made for an order for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Appreciate that. Now we have two requests for emergency debate. I wish to inform the House that I have received two notices of request for an emergency debate concerning the same subject. I will invite, how about I'll do this? We'll allow the speaker to come in first. Yeah.
So thank the honourable members for putting forward this. I invite the honourable members for Windsor West and to Carleton to rise to make brief interventions. The honourable member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise to address this very serious issue with regards to Donald J. Trump, the incoming President of the United States, who has issued a threat to Canada's economic security, as well as our border security as well, too. In particular, a 25% tariff or trade is being proposed to be put on Canada. This affects industries like I'm familiar with in my area, the auto industry, but every industry across Canada. It also affects our capabilities as a nation to provide subsistence and good jobs for our citizens. I believe that the Prime Minister has already indicated that he is going to be having a meeting with the premiers, and we support that initiative because there needs to be a consensus and a strong position provided. However, the House of Commons and the members here need to participate in this debate, and also going forward, which is really important, a potential trade war that could actually erupt amongst our #1 trading partner, and that's very serious. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians are already struggling to get by right now. They have enough difficulties with shelter, food, and job insecurity is not another thing that should be brought to their parents. So, in summary, we're calling for this because of the seriousness of its nature. The past practice has been that Donald Trump has moved against Canada's interests with regards to trade barriers and other types of issues that we've had to deal with. And as well, too, which is notable in his expression of interest about this subject matter to Canada, he's also challenged our border service officers, which have actually
I'm going to interrupt the honourable member from. Interrupt the honourable member from Windsor West for a moment. There's a point of order being raised by the parliamentary secretary to the leader of the House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a clarification of the rules. When a member wants to be able to get the attention of the Speaker, my understanding is that they are to stand in their place where the Speaker then would give acknowledgement. The leader of the Conservative Party has been standing for quite a while in his place, and he still hasn't been recognized. Is he standing on a point of order? Because if he is, Mr. Speaker, in defense of the leader of the Conservative Party, he should be recognized.
That's right. Is the honourable member from Carleton, forgive me, the honourable member from Carleton rising on a point of order? Okay. Well, then I'll invite the honourable member to sit down until the honourable member from Windsor West has finished his intervention. The honourable member, please continue. From Windsor West, please continue your intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will summarize and be brief so the member for Carleton can rise quickly on this as well, too. I just wanted to conclude by noting that Mr. Trump has also questioned the safety, security of our border, and just to remind the Canadian public that in 2014, we lost over 1,000 different CBSA officers who were laid off through cuts that took place, and subsequently we had COVID where 2 tranches of CBSI officers could not be trained, and so we have right now a shortage of 2,000 to 3,000 officers on their front lines right now that affect our capabilities as a nation and should be part of the general discussion because Mr. Trump has also identified that as a weakness for our nation as well. So with that, I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will conclude my remarks.
I'll now invite the other request for the other person who had requested an emergency debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Monsieur le Président, nous faisons face.
Mr. Speaker, we're facing an economic threat at a time of weakness in Canada. Our economy is in free fall. Our GDP is falling and has declined faster than all other G7 countries since the year before COVID. 25% of Canadians are in poverty. The cost of housing has doubled faster than in all other G7 countries. And our families are deeper in debt than all other G7 countries. And all of that before this tariff threat coming from President Trump. Mr. Speaker, we reject Mr. Trump's threats, and we are proposing an emergency debate to develop a plan that puts Canada first, a plan to protect our economy and our security. And that's why we're asking for this debate, because after 9 years, Canadians are suffering. They cannot handle this economic threat, especially after the damage the current government has already done here. Trump's tariffs, in combination with the Prime Minister's taxes here in Canada, would be unbearable for Canadians. We need a plan to take action immediately.
Today's economic threat comes at a time of maximum economic and national security weakness. Our economy is collapsing with the GDP per capita smaller than it was 10 years ago, having dropped more than any other G7 country since the year before COVID. Our housing costs have doubled. Food bank use has doubled. Housing inflation has been the worst in the G7, as has household debt compared to income. $500 billion of investment has poured out of our country into the U.S. Canadians already faced a massive, crippling, quadrupling of the carbon tax, which by itself would send hundreds of thousands of, if not millions of jobs south of the border. And now, sensing weakness, President Trump threatens massive tariffs on our people and our economy. Canadians will not be able to eat, heat, and house themselves if they face the combination of NDP Liberal tax hikes and American tariffs. And that is why common sense Conservatives are calling for an emergency to debate to develop a plan to protect our economy and our security, a plan that puts Canada first. We want a Canada First plan to defend our people. So we, as a Conservative team, ask for your approval to hold this debate as early as tonight. Let us put partisanship aside. Let us stand up for our people. Let us put our country first and foremost. Let us bring it home.
I thank the honourable members for their interventions. I am prepared to grant an emergency debate concerning U.S. tariffs on Canadian products. This debate will be held later today at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate on a privileged motion. Failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
Then honourable member from Chilliwack Hope is next on the list. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to speak to this motion again today. I would like to note with interest the Leader of the Opposition just made an excellent request, demand for an emergency debate. I'm glad that that was granted, and that we look forward to talking more about the dual threats of both the Liberal economic plan, which is a disaster, and the proposed 25% tariffs that the President-elect Trump has proposed. That dual threat really is something that we need to be very concerned about, and I'm glad that we will continue to talk about that later tonight. But what the House is seized with now is a motion and the matter that has been before the House for quite some time, and that is because the government refuses to obey a lawful order of the House, refuses to turn over documents concerning the very concerning scandal surrounding the Sustainable Development Technology Canada's giving government contracts to Liberal insiders. The Auditor General found very troubling evidence that this was done. Millions of dollars given to Liberal insiders, sometimes for zero work, just money transferred from hardworking taxpayers to the government coffers into the pockets of Liberal insiders. And that's what we're here to talk about. I want to go back to the original motion, actually, that started this whole thing back in June of 2024. On June the 10th, the motion was proposed by the member from Regina Capel and the member for South Shore St. Margaret's. And the motion stated that the House order the government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, and the Auditor General of Canada, each to deposit with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council within 30 days of the adoption of this order the following documents created or dated since January 1st, 2017, which are in its or her possession, custody, or control. A, all files, documents, briefing notes, memoranda, emails, or any other correspondence exchanged among government officials regarding SDTC. B, contribution and funding agreements to which SDTC is a party. C, records detailing financial information of companies in which past or present directors or officers of SDTC had ownership, management, or other financial interests. D, SDTC conflict of interest declarations. E, minutes of SDTC's Board of Directors and Project Review Committee. F, all briefing notes, memoranda, emails, or any other correspondence exchanged between SDTC directors and SDTC management. And G, in the case of the Auditor General of Canada, any other document not prescribed in paragraphs A to F upon which she relied in preparing her Report 6, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which was laid upon the table on Tuesday, June 4th, 2024, provided that H, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council shall promptly thereafter notify the Speaker whether each entity produced documents as ordered, and the Speaker, in turn, shall forthwith inform the House of the notice of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council, but if the House stands adjourned, the Speaker shall lay the notice upon the table pursuant to Standing Order 32 sub 1, and the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council shall provide forthwith any documents received by him pursuant to this order to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The question was put on the main motion as amended, and it was agreed to on the following division. Yeas 174, nays 148. So, Mr. Speaker, the House agreed on June the 10th that we would request these papers, request these documents that the government has in its possession, that the Auditor General has in its possession, that SDTC has in its possession, and that those documents would be turned over to the RCMP. The House voted on that motion and agreed, and therefore a lawful order for the production of papers was received. The problem has become that the Liberal government believes that it is above that lawful order. It believes that it can ignore that lawful order of the House of Commons. It believes that even though the House has made it very clear what its intentions are, what it requires of the government in a lawful order, they've decided that they are above that lawful order, that they can ignore the request of the House of Commons, the demand of the House of Commons, because they believe that their government, their Prime Minister's office, their Privy Council office knows better than the House of Commons. But that's not how it works, Mr. Speaker. And the Speaker himself ruled that the government had in fact violated the privileges of this House in refusing to acknowledge and accept and obey the lawful order of this House. The government is in fact in breach of our privileges. It's a prima facie case that the government has breached the privileges of every member of Parliament and this House, because it is not up to the Prime Minister to determine which lawful motions he ignores or accepts. As the Speaker said very clearly in his ruling, the procedural precedents and authorities are abundantly clear. The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties. Moreover, these powers are a settled matter, at least as far as the House is concerned. He went on to quote Speaker Milliken, who said that procedural authorities are categorical in repeatedly asserting the powers of the House in ordering the production of documents. No exceptions are made for any category of government documents. Mr. Speaker, the government has tried to invent its own reasons, has tried to create exceptions where there are none. The House itself is the only entity that can grant those exceptions. And yet the government now for months has refused to turn over the documents. And I wonder why, Mr. Speaker. I wonder why they have refused to turn over those documents. We know why. Because this government has been caught with their hand in the cookie jar once again. Liberal Party insiders have rewarded themselves with taxpayer money. We found the Auditor General found that this government turned Sustainable Development Technology Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. A recording of a senior civil servant slammed the outright incompetence of this government, which gave $390 million worth of contracts inappropriately. The Auditor General herself found, this isn't stuff that's been made up by by some member of this House or from some source in the media. This is the Auditor General herself found that SDTC gave $58 million in 10 ineligible projects that on occasions couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. In other words, $58 million to 10 contracts that had nothing to do with SDTC, didn't fulfill its mandates. $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. 186 times, Mr. Speaker. And the Auditor General didn't look at the whole program. She just took a sampling of it and found 186 cases in which the government had allowed board members who held a conflict of interest to get $334 million. $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were met. And the best part, Mr. Speaker, is that some of these projects were both ineligible and conflicted. So they had the double whammy, Mr. Speaker. And the Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls very clearly on this Prime Minister and his Minister of Industry, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. So we've now been on this issue. The matter was brought up as soon as the House returned from the summer recess, because the government had failed during the summer recess to meet the requirements of the House, not the suggestions, not a good idea, not a guideline, not a time frame, but the exact time, the deadlines were ignored. Outright ignored in some cases, refusal to acknowledge the supremacy of the House when it comes to requesting or demanding the production of papers. Sometimes they just said no. Other times in their infinite wisdom, they said, you can't see some of this information. We'll black it all out so that the relevant information is not included. And other times they ignored the deadlines or were late and those sorts of things. In other words, they showed contempt for this House of Commons, and they continue to show contempt for the House, because we could go on to other matters today. If the government released the documents, as has been ordered by the House, this is not a suggestion, again, Mr. Speaker. This isn't something that is just the official opposition. 174 members of Parliament, the majority of the members of the House of Commons, have demanded this, as is our right as members of Parliament. It is very clearly laid out. We have individual privileges or rights as members of Parliament, but the House has collective rights as well. And one of the key ones is to demand the production of papers. Now, the government might not like it. They might like to retroactively say that the motion was not in order, but they don't get to make that decision. The House alone decides, and the House has decided, and the government continues to ignore the House. So we are now approaching December. We have the threat of a 25% tariff on our doorstep. We have plummeting standards of living for Canadians vis-a-vis our American neighbors. Food prices are up 35%, gas prices up 50%, rent up 33%, mortgage payments up 73% after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. There is a crisis out there, Mr. Speaker, but the government refuses to comply with the demands of the Speaker, refuses to comply with the demands of the House, and continues to hold up the House's business because they refuse to acknowledge and accept and comply with that House order. So until they do that, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to debate this motion. We will continue to discuss and demand that the rights and privileges of this House are respected, and that the Prime Minister does not get to simply overrule the rights and privileges and the will of the elected House of Commons. And I think it comes right back to that, Mr. Speaker. Who do we serve? Who do we serve? We serve the people who sent us here. I serve the people of Chilliwack Hope. I don't serve the member for Carleton, and these members of Parliament shouldn't serve the Prime Minister of Canada. They should serve their constituents. And they should remember that unless they sit in these first two rows, their job is to hold the government accountable, just like it's our job. They are not, many of the members who get up every day to defend this nonsense aren't even members of the government. They're members of the caucus that holds the government, but they are members of Parliament who have a duty to hold this government to account, and they fail in that duty every day. They defend a Prime Minister overruling the rights and privileges and lawful motions of the House of Commons. But this isn't the first time they've done it. When the Winnipeg lab scandal came to the fore just before the last election, this government took the House of Commons and the Speaker, the predecessor to this Speaker, to court. They refused to accept a motion, they refused to accept a Speaker's ruling, and they basically told the Speaker, we will see you in court. We will not obey the House order. We will not obey the vote, or we will not accept the vote of the members of Parliament who are sent here to represent their constituents. That's how this is supposed to work. We represent our constituencies. We represent our constituents. And there is no higher power than this in the land, than this House of Commons. Not the Prime Minister, not the PCO, not the bureaucracy. They don't get to decide when the House has already made a decision. And for months, this government has refused to accept a lawful motion of this House. And that should be concerning to all members and all Canadians. Because while on this case they might not like what the motion says, they might quibble with what will happen with the documents, they might try to hide behind the fig leaf of technicality. But what they do when they undermine the supremacy of the House, when they undermine the rights and privileges of the House, is they give license to a future Prime Minister to do it again. To say that they will not accept the rights and privileges and motions that are passed by the House of Commons. That a future Prime Minister can simply give the back of his hand to this House and decide that he or she alone, knows better. We don't have that kind of a system, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is supposed to be the servant of the House, not its master. And for too long, this Prime Minister believes that he is above the members of Parliament in this House, both on his side and on this side. We've seen the evidence of that, with dozens of his own members wishing he would take a walk in the snow. It snowed a little bit today, Mr. Speaker, so hope springs eternal. But we know what he thinks of his own caucus. Certainly, we know what he thinks of this motion that has been passed. So what are they protecting? Why have they gone to the lengths where for 3 months they've held up the work of this House by refusing to obey the order of this House? It must be pretty bad, Mr. Speaker. Those documents must be worse than the $58 million going to 10 projects for liberal insiders, than the $334 million of questionable projects going to boards of director members with conflicts of interest. We know that the Minister of the Environment has been implicated in this as well, having lobbied for this project while he was outside of Cabinet and still receiving benefits while he was inside Cabinet. That's what the record of this government is. So they're hiding the documents after saying that they would be the most open and transparent government in history. The only thing that's open is the checkbooks for liberal insiders. It's like an open bar, Mr. Speaker, if you're a liberal insider. You get access to government contracts. We saw the member from the I could say one of his names because it's an other name, but who's resigned from Cabinet finally after fighting it. The member from Edmonton Centre.
One of the Randys.
We saw what he was willing to do to get his hands on some government money from his Liberal friends. So we're calling once again on this government to respect Parliament, to respect the vote that was held in Parliament in June, to respect the ruling of the Speaker that was issued in September, to respect the months of debate that has been happening in this House where it's been clear that we will not go quietly into the night. We will not let this be shuffled off to some committee where the government can get their allies in the other parties to quietly bury it, as happens every day in this House, where Conservatives bring forward motions and behind closed doors in the committee, they're quietly shuffled off and voted down or watered down. This has to be decided here because the vote happened here, the Speaker's ruling happened here, and this can all go away if the government simply listens to the will of Parliament and respects its rights and privileges. Because, Mr. Speaker, we need to get back to the work that we have been called here to do. We believe that this government is imperiling our economy. We need to axe the tax. We need to build the homes. We need to fix the deficit, fix the budget, and we need to stop the crime. Those are our priorities, but our number one priority is ensuring that the House is respected, that the Speaker is respected, and that Parliament is respected, and that the government do the right thing, do the lawful thing, turn over those documents today so that we can get back to doing the people's business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the motion is to have the issue go before Proc. That's what the member's actually talking about. What he chose to talk about instead, or should be talking about, what he chose to talk about instead, Mr. Speaker, is a motion in which the House says that they want documents collected, unredacted, and sent directly to the RCMP. The Conservatives are upset because we are listening to what the RCMP are saying. We are listening to what the Auditor General of Canada is saying, and other legal experts, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives have overreached here, Mr. Speaker. That's the bottom line. Let me quote another law expert referring to the multi-million-dollar game that the Conservatives are playing at a great expense in many ways. Here's the quote from Stephen Chaplin, legal counsel or former legal counsel. It is time for the House of Commons to admit it was wrong. Again, to admit it was wrong. And to move on. There has now been 3 weeks of debate on a questionable matter of privilege based on misuse of the House power to order to producing documents. Why should we listen to the self-serving leader of the Conservative Party over the RCMP, the Auditor General, and other legal...
I just need to remind folks to keep questions and comments as succinct as possible. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack.
I'll tell you who the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader should listen to, and that's Parliament. 174 members of Parliament voted yes to that motion. 148, all Liberals, voted against. Now, I know that that member might not like that. 174 to 148. That is all that matters here, Mr. Speaker. Parliament has decided that these documents have been requested, and that is our right. And as the Speaker said, and as Speaker Milliken said, that right is uncontested as far as the House is concerned. So if we want to put limitations on the type of documents that we hand over to the RCMP, we will decide as the House what those limitations will be. What he's talking about is undermining the sovereignty of the House of Commons, and Conservatives will not stand for it.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember when Stephen Harper was found in contempt of Parliament, the only Prime Minister ever found in contempt. And he was found in contempt over an issue very similar but much more serious, the Afghan detainee documents, because allegations had made that Canada was involved in turning over what often turned out to be low-value suspects to torture and intimidation in a violation of the Geneva Convention. And Stephen Harper ignored Parliament, refused to turn over the documents, and then he prorogued Parliament and shut down the democratic process. So in this case of turning over the documents, what the Speaker ruled was that this should go to the Proc Committee. I trust that the members in the Proc Committee are going to make a decision whether or not this Prime Minister is in contempt. But what's, to me, is the real contempt of this House is we have a ruling to send it to committee, but the member who lives in a 19-room mansion in Stornoway has shut down our work as parliamentarians, interfered with our rights and privileges. Meanwhile, the Trump agenda is rolling on, and we are sitting here as a broken democracy. The role of this government or the Parliament is to ship this to committee. They make the decision, return it to the House, and then we decide whether or not the Prime Minister is in contempt. What is in contempt is the refusal of them to let us get to our work.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, I see that the old habits of supporting the Liberal government at all costs and at all times is part of this member's DNA. It's part of what he wants to do, and you know, he can talk about to his own House leader about how they use the time in the House. We have continued to talk about this matter. 174. This member himself voted in favor of this motion, and he should be concerned that the government has ignored the result of that motion. And I remember I wasn't elected at that time. There was a minority parliament, and I believe that Michael Ignatieff and Jack Layton and I forget who else was here pushed that motion forward and found the government in contempt. And what happened after that? The 2011 election happened, and we had a strong, stable, national conservative majority government. So I would agree with that member. What we need is an election would really solve this. We'll be there, and we'll see him. He's actually running away into retirement, Mr. Speaker, but we'll see everyone else there on the hustings, and I like our chances.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Conservatives... well, yes, we know that the CBC was mismanaged, and we know that and let's look to the National Research Council. But do the Conservatives pledge to maintain funding for institutions that are very important for sustainable development and green technologies?
It was a Conservative government that created this fund. And certainly under the Conservative government, there was none of this insider trading and back-scratching and conflicts of interest, because we made it clear that this was an arm's-length entity. Navdeep Bains was warned that by politicizing the appointment of the chair, he risked ruining this entire fund, and that's exactly what happened. With $58 million in contracts going to 10 Liberal insiders for no work done that we can determine, $334 million for 186 conflict of interest. That is the Liberal record. So we will continue to fund programs that deliver results for Canadians. We will not go down the road of the Liberal Party, which is to scratch their own backs, reward Liberal insiders, and then, when they're caught, refuse to hand over the documents to the RCMP.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And during the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader's question to the member for Chilliwack Hope, while the member of Chilliwack Hope was giving an answer about the supremacy of Parliament in a democratic society where the sanctity of votes in this chamber have to count for something as an expression of the democratic will of people, the Parliamentary Secretary was heckling him and disagreeing that votes in Parliament were the final say in this matter, and that Parliament is the voice of the people. So I wanted to bring that to the member for Chilliwack Hope's attention, that he was being heckled by the member who was disagreeing with him that the votes in Parliament are actually the final say in who they should be listening to when the government has had an order to release documents.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I'm not surprised that the Liberal member doesn't believe that Parliament is supreme, that Parliament doesn't have the authority to make its own decisions and to have those decisions respected by the government. And that is what he's saying. He's saying the government of Canada does not need to respect the votes and decisions that are made by the House of Commons, which means that the people that we elect here
don't have power in this place. And that's a very significant problem for the Liberal Party to wrestle with. When they believe that they have one master, and it's the Prime Minister of Canada, that means that they have disenfranchised all of the voters in their ridings, Mr. Speaker. They've disenfranchised all of the voters in all of our ridings if they simply take orders from the Prime Minister and his department and are willing to do their bidding in contravention of a House order, of a Speaker's ruling, Mr. Speaker. That is truly contemptible, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying, just so the member clearly understands, 10 years from now, if you have a majority Conservative government, and that majority Conservative government takes action that goes against the Charter of Rights or the Constitution, I will always oppose the abuse of power, and that's what we see day in and day out already, and he's only the leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. We see the dictatorship type of mentality when he tells his Conservative caucus, you are being monitored and followed, and reports are going back in, and you get a gold star if you say what the Conservative parties want you to say. Yes, I'll call the Conservative Party out anytime they abuse power.
With under a minute, the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the member is currently abusing the power of the government. They're currently abusing the power of the government by ignoring a lawful motion of the House of Commons. And those were interesting debate points that he could have made before the motion was tabled. If he believes the motion was out of order, they should have brought that to the attention of the Speaker. But they didn't do that, Mr. Speaker. They lost the vote. And only after they lost the vote did they ignore the results of the vote, did they ignore the demand to produce the papers. And after the Speaker ruled that that had happened, then they came up with this charter rights argument. Mr. Speaker, the House alone determines which documents it requests. The House alone determines what limits are on those. We have made our voices heard. We have held a vote. We have seen this government treat that vote with contempt, treat the Speaker's ruling with contempt, and we won't stand for it, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honour for me to rise again and to talk about this sub-amendment. And I always like to, I do always want to thank my constituents for sending me here. Every time I get up here, it is an honour and a privilege for all of us to be here. We can never take it for granted, and every day we walk into this house, I think we're reminded about how amazing this place is. So I just want to say, and I also want to wish them, I don't know if we'll be back up before Christmas. We've got a couple of weeks left. I want to wish everyone Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year and a season's greetings, safe travels, all those things. And I hope that people get a chance to spend some great time with family. So I want to talk a bit about, before I get started, because I haven't really had a chance, and just want to mention it briefly about how horrified I was to see what happened in Montreal this past weekend. And I know our deputy leader spoke on it yesterday as she was talking about this motion. I think she did a very good job talking about it. I'm completely amazed at what I'm seeing happening here in Canada. As a matter of fact, I have people reach out to me every day and say they don't actually believe that this is the country that they remember Canada being. You know, and I look at what's happened over the last 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, we kind of see the reasons. We see the reason. And this what we're talking about today, this question of privilege, is indicative of the things that they have done, and the fact that they are not overly concerned about the rule of law. They're not concerned about dividing people. They've divided people in a number of different areas. And so, you know, I look at what happened this weekend, and I don't think anyone, if we'd asked anyone here in the House or any guests in the gallery here, if they would have ever thought that they would see this as part of their Canada. I don't think one person would have said, yeah, I saw that coming. That wasn't quite on the bingo card for, 2024. And it just shows the kind of lack of respect that this government has and how they don't treat these kinds of things seriously. And when you have a Prime Minister who is the great divider, divides us on race, divides us on a whole bunch of issues. Vaccine status was one of these things. It calls everyone a racist. They don't agree with the policies or what people have raised concerns with. That should be troubling. That should be troubling for Canadians when we see such a lack of leadership. And that is sort of indicative of what's actually happening and what we're talking about today. in terms of these documents. I know the last time I talked about these documents, I mentioned and talked about Winnipeg. I'm going to do that a little bit later. As a matter of fact, I may have to do that when we come back after question period. But I think, you know, the colleague from Chilliwack said it best. Here, you know, we had an order in the House where we requested something, and we were asked these documents to be produced, and the government said, no, don't worry about it. As a matter of fact, we'll give you some redacted documents. We'll just give you what you think you need to say. And I'm reminded of what happened with Winnipeg in 2021. Nothing to see here, folks. Everyone just go. Don't worry about it at all. We got this handled. And what do we see happen in Winnipeg? We saw them actually shipping dangerous vials, you know, FedExing them back to China. I mean, you want to talk about a government out of control, a government that has something to hide. It's this government over here on the other side in the last 9 years in terms of what they've done. So if we review a little bit of what's actually happened, and I know that and my colleagues have talked about it before, we talking about $400 million. We talk about how that is handled. We've seen members in this House that have had accusations against them. We have the 2 Randy story. We're not really sure what that's at. We have other ministers that have been possibly involved. So you think about this. Think about this for 1 second. You up in the gallery, your taxpayer dollars sent to the government and then refunneled, repurposed back to the Liberal Party of Canada. How does it make you feel? I know it doesn't make me feel very good, and I know that as what our job to do here is to represent our constituents. And when I think about that, I think, you know, okay, well, it's, you know, $400 million now is a sponsorship scandal. As a matter of fact, we've had so many scandals over the last 9 years. I don't think I would have time over my 10, 20 minutes to go through all these things. And when we end up talking about one drops off and we forget about the things that happened before. So it's our job to remind voters of how incompetent this Prime Minister is. And quite frankly, the way he's handled the affairs, handled our economic affairs. We're not even going to talk about our GDP per capita and the fact that we are going to be at the bottom of the OECD over the next 20, 30 years. That we've got, you know, we don't have much, we have a worse GDP than Mississippi. All these things are incredibly troubling when you think of all the great resources, the great abilities, the great people, the great talent that we have in this country. We have one of the most educated citizens in the world. And yet we are wasting, we've lost, and we've made so many mistakes over the last 9 years that have been troubling. But this is indicative. So as we look at what's going on with this Green Slush Fund, we find out here that number of policies weren't followed, and these are set in place so that people don't take advantage of the system. And we look at what, you know, one audit found out, and I know some of these numbers have been mentioned before. I think we need to continue to talk about these numbers. You know, 10 ineligible projects for almost $60 million. We had like 96 cases where conflicts of interest policies were not followed, with, you know, the 75 million. You know, the list goes on and on. You think about that. I think it was just under 200 conflicts of interest, where once again, people with the inside track were able to take money from taxpayers and funnel and make it into their best interest. And so, you know, when they say, don't worry about it, if there's nothing to see here, there's no challenges, it is our job as parliamentarians to ask those questions to get to the bottom of it. It is our job when we ask and request documents not to have them sent redacted, where most of them you can't see what's going on. And the reason I say that is because we look at what has gone on before. We talk about the Winnipeg Lab, and I want to talk about it for a few minutes that I have left. If we think about this, we actually had researchers inside of Canada that were actually working for the Chinese Communist Party. Think about that for 1 second. We had people that were trusted working in a level 4 laboratory, and when we wanted documents, coincidentally, just before the election, and we requested these documents, and basically they said, you know what? You don't need those documents. That's not your concern. Don't worry about it. We got this. No need to be concerned at all. That, to me, is very troubling. So we look at what's happened with the Winnipeg, we look at what's happened with what's gone on with the SDTC, it begs the challenge that we're having in the economy. I talked about where we're at right now when it comes to GDP per capita. But, you know, the other challenge we have right now is small businesses are hurting as well. Small businesses are the ones that actually help create jobs in this country. And if we look at, you know, just a number of articles I have right here, right in front of me, we see that Canadian businesses are struggling big time. We see that businesses closures are up almost 5% over historical averages. Business openings are down 4.5% and below historic averages. The number of active businesses that are down are actually over 2,000. We look at business failures and up in 2023. So one of the highest numbers for insolvency in the last 36 years. Think about that for 1 second. We've got small businesses that have never recovered from the pandemic. They took on additional debt. 2 and 3 small businesses took additional pandemic debt, and they were promised a rebate that we've just learned this week will possibly go out 2 or 3 years late. As a matter of fact, there'll be a number of businesses that won't probably get that because they've already closed already. And this just goes to show you how to touch this government is when it comes to the economy, when it comes to how do we create jobs, when it comes to what do we do to help grow our economy and make sure that people have food on their table. And I haven't even started to talk about what's going on with food bank usage. I haven't even talked about the fact that people are skipping meals. And so there is not one part of the economy that this government is actually passing on. They're failing on almost every accord. And so when I come back after question period, I want to talk a bit more about some of the challenges that we are facing in this country.
Here. When we return, the honourable member have 11 minutes left. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Creating opportunities for young people is the reason I got into politics more than a decade ago. C'est pourquoi
This is why I appreciate the impact of the Canada Summer Jobs Program in my riding.
Jobs provides wage subsidies to nonprofits, faith groups, small businesses, universities, municipalities pour leur permettre.
This lets them do more good and contribute to the economy.
The return we get from the program is enormous. Providing and creating work experiences for our youth, helping young Canadians enter the job market and succeed, and ensuring we support our businesses and community organizations. Since 2021, I've been proud to secure over $2.8 million in CSJ funding for youth and employers in Halifax West, creating well over 800 jobs, from Masqua and the Mount to our soccer clubs, day camps, and no établissements francophones. That support is making a huge difference. That's the value of a government and a member of parliament that believes in investing in people and communities. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, our Canadian society is divided. If you watch political discourse, turn on the news, or follow social media, it appears that hatred, conflict, and disagreement are the norm in this country. That is not how things should be. But how do we change it? May I suggest kindness? With growing fears, anxieties, unrest, kindness is something our country is desperate for. Kindness is a language we can all speak, as it is not restricted by cultures, ideologies, or borders. The Bible says in Ephesians 4:32 that we ought to be kind and compassionate to one another. So instead of walls, kindness builds bridges. But kindness isn't always easy, as it takes courage to be kind in the face of hostility or indifference. And one does not have to compromise our values or agree with everything and everyone in order to be kind. Just treat others with dignity and respect, even when, or especially when, we disagree. It is always the right time to do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. So let's seek to understand, listen without judgment, offer to help others, smile, and today and every day, let's choose kindness.
The honourable member for St. Leonard St. Michel.
I rise today to pay tribute to His Excellency Andrea Ferrari, whose distinguished tenure as Ambassador of Italy to Canada is soon coming to a close. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ambassador Ferrari for his invaluable contributions over the past several years. His unwavering support for the Italian-Canadian community, of which I am a proud member, is rooted in deep appreciation of the rich cultural traditions we share and has been a cornerstone in fostering stronger bonds between our two nations. His commitment to the success of the Italian-Canadian business community has also played a crucial role in strengthening the economic ties between Canada and Italy. Ambassador Ferrari has also worked tirelessly in order to assure that both countries capitalize on their shared strengths and has promoted our continued collaboration in upholding the global rule of law. On behalf of all Canadians, I offer my warmest thanks and best wishes to His Excellency in his future endeavors. Andrea, tanti auguri di successo e grazie mille.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans. Côte de Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. On November 14th and 15th, the Bloc Québécois held its fourth Fisheries Conference in, surprise, surprise, Caraquet, New Brunswick, because Quebec and the Maritimes are not just linked by language, culture, and a large part of our history. We are linked by the St. Lawrence River, Gulf, and estuary. This process let us hear from a number of experts on fisheries and develop solutions for fishers, processors, and all organizations who rely on marine ecosystems. Our goal was to protect the resources and biodiversity, but also one very vital endangered species, fishers themselves. I'd like to commend the important contributions of scientist Lynn Morissette, CL expert Gilles Thériault, our host in Caraquet, Jean Lantaigne, MC Gaston Godin, and all of the shrimp fishers, crab fishers, pelagic fishers, lobster fishers, and everyone else for your impeccable science. And thank you, and here's to the survival of Atlantic fisheries. The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, first I would like to commend the excellent work of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 632 in Orleans, which works in support of our veterans. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank campaign organizer Serge Lavoie and Jim Grant, as well as all of the volunteers who showed up throughout the Poppy campaign, which brought in over $150,000. Thank you to the people of Orleans for your ongoing generosity. I would also like to recognize Mr. Jean-Pierre Sab, a teacher at Garneau Catholic Secondary School, who received the Brian Kilray Prize at the 2024 Order of Ottawa Award ceremony in which I took part. This award recognizes excellence among amateur coaches who best embody the qualities of leadership and dedication. Congratulations to Mr. Sab for this award. You are an inspiration for my community and all the young people of Orleans. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Flamborough-Glanbrook. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In all the years I've lived in the Hamilton area, we've never seen a crime crisis like this, and I've never seen this level of concern for safety among residents in our community. In fact, the president of the Hamilton Police Association recently raised alarm bells about repeat offenders. In the Hamilton area, 89% of crime committed by firearm are guns smuggled into Canada from the United States. On top of that, vehicle thefts are up, break-ins are up, shootings are up, and unshockingly, just 30 individuals in Hamilton are responsible for 196 charges. And that's not just a statistic, that's a stinging indictment of this Liberal government's failed justice system. Their soft-on-crime approach is failing people in my community. Dangerous criminals are being released on bail only to reoffend. Canadians deserve to be able to sleep at night without worry. Common sense Conservatives will fix this. We will stop the crime, we enforce jail, not bail, we will restore safety to Canadian neighbourhoods.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to draw your attention to the critical situation in Iran, particularly regarding its domestic repression. Maryam Akbari is a woman who is languishing in jail despite finishing her 15-year prison term for seeking justice for her siblings. It is truly an alarming atrocity. Recently, Barisha Moradi, a Kurdish woman, was sentenced to death in another sham trial in Tehran's revolutionary court. Women prisoners in Evin prison chanted protest slogans such as "Death to the dictator" and "Our lives may go, our heads may fall, but freedom will never be lost," demonstrating their resilience in the face of oppression. The number of executions in Iran since President Pezeshkian came to power in August has exceeded over 500, setting a record even by this regime's norms. I stand, and I believe we stand, in solidarity with female political prisoners, urging the international community to demand an independent investigation and advocate for the release of these female prisoners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, on November 30th, 1874, one of the world's greatest statesmen was born, Sir Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill. He was an accomplished officer in the British Army, but caught the political bug, rising to become democracy's greatest defender in the 20th century. His leadership during World War II saved Britain and the world from Nazi tyranny and preserved the very foundations of the freedoms we enjoy today. Prime Minister twice, he was a prolific writer, and in 1953 was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature for his historical writings and speeches. While he faced many health issues, both physical and mental health challenges, he did so with grace and dignity. Many books have been written about him, including James B. Conroy's recent 2023, The Devils Will Get You No Rest, FDR, Churchill, and the Plan That Won the War. Churchill's quote, the pessimist sees the difficulty in every opportunity, an optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty, has inspired me time and again, and so I say thank you, Sir Winston, and happy birthday.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lille Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, life has become unaffordable for Canadians. Rent has doubled. Mortgage payments and down payments are out of reach, and food banks are seeing a record number of monthly visits. Who is egging on this catastrophic economic mismanagement? The Bloc Québécois, which has stopped defending Quebec interests and now only defends the Prime Minister's interests. The Bloc supported 100% of Liberal spending, including $500 billion in budgetary deficits to expand the federal bureaucracy. Instead of voting to bring down debt and taxes, the Bloc has supported all of the reckless spending of this Liberal government. This government spends more than ever, and Canadians have been left holding the bag. Conservatives have a plan to fix the budget. We will cut bureaucracy and reinvest in families. Why? Because Canadians and Quebecers deserve better than this Bloc Liberal coalition, which costs too much and gives too little. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach the holiday season, our government is making it easier for Canadians to celebrate by removing the GST, HST on a wide range of essential goods. Mr. Speaker, starting December 14th, Canadians can enjoy prepared food like vegetable trays, pre-made meals, sandwiches, without worrying about added tax. Whether it is dining in or ordering takeout restaurant meals are also exempt. Snacks from granola bars are also included because we know how important it is to have those treats during the holidays. And for those raising young families, children's clothing, car seats, diapers, and even toys like board games, books, print newspapers, as well as puzzles are also tax-free. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few of the many items that will make the holidays a little more affordable for Canadians. This is our government's way to ensuring that the holidays are a time to joy and celebration for all.
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Bravo. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this Liberal government is not worth the crime or the chaos. Just this week, a Winnipeg police officer was stabbed in the neck during an arrest at a shopping mall. While I am relieved to hear that this officer is recovering, incidents like these are happening far too often under this Liberal government. The 50% increase in violent crime since this Liberal government came to power is a direct result of this Prime Minister's soft-on-crime, catch-and-release policies. The Liberals made life easier for violent criminals by repealing mandatory minimum sentences for gun crimes with Bill C-5, made it easier to get bail with Bill C-75, and failed to stop the flow of illegal guns across the U.S. border. Canadians deserve a common-sense Conservative government that will ensure that repeat violent offenders remain behind bars while awaiting trial and will bring back mandatory jail time for serious violent crimes. A Conservative government will bring home safe streets.
Order, please. The honourable member from North Okanagan, Shuswap.
After 9 years of NDP Liberal policy failures, there is only one person keeping this Prime Minister in power, and that is the leader of the NDP. Remember the NDP leader's big stunt when he told Canadians he'd ripped up the coalition deal with the Liberals? It was a scam on voters of Elmwood-Transcota right before a by-election. Since that by-election, he's forgotten all those nasty words about the Liberals. He continues to support the carbon tax, sending Canadians to food banks in record numbers. A tax that even NDP BC Premier David Eby said he would scrap. The NDP Liberal soft on crime policies have led to a 50% increase in violent crime, and their hard drug legalization that fuels crime, chaos, death and destruction in our communities is a failed social experiment. Every day this Prime Minister remains in power is because of the leader of the NDP. It's time for Canadians to have their say in a carbon tax election now.
Order, please. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the holidays are a time for joy, for family and friends, and for giving back. For far too many Canadians, the rising cost of living adds a stress to this special season. We know that the government can't set prices at the checkout, but we can help put more money back in the Canadians' pocket. That's why, starting December 14, we are lifting the GST/HST on many essential goods over the holiday season. What does that mean, you ask, Mr. Speaker? That means no taxes on groceries, no taxes on restaurant meals, no taxes on children clothing and toys. Even the family Christmas tree will have GST/HST taken off this holiday season. I can tell you that much. Grandpa will be buying a lot of presents for Ariana. By making many essential goods GST and HST free, we will be delivering meaningful saving for Canadians with real relief at the cash register. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
Inuit are strong. Inuit are still here. Inuit will thrive. James Partridge, Felix Shapa Takaugak, Trey Angusadluk, Solomon Uyagasuk are a few Nunavummiut who have been either hospitalized or died while at the hands of the law enforcement. I thank their families for sharing some of their stories with me. I grieve with those who lost their loved ones. I share their demands for justice for their loved ones. We must keep their names alive until there is justice for them. Despite the efforts of colonial and genocidal policies, Inuit are strong, Inuit are still here, Inuit will thrive. Inuit sangiyumarit, Inuit tavavusuri, Inuit inusikatiangnyarivut.
The honourable member for Repentigny. This year, Canada is still 62nd out of 67 countries in terms of environmental performance. 62nd place. That is shameful. While Canada fails time and time again on the world stage, we hear nothing but silence from the Conservatives. Is the failure of COP29 symptomatic of Canada's failure to fight climate change? I think the answer is yes. Here and in Baku, discussions lead only to subpar compromises and vague promises. No bold action is being taken to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Why not? Having taken part in a number of COP summits since the Paris Agreement, I have witnessed an increased presence from oil producers who seem to think their interests are more important than those of the planet. Their involvement casts doubt on the integrity and effectiveness of these worldwide summits. Having said that, I remain optimistic because not everyone lets themselves be silently swindled by oil producers.
The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Deputy Prime Minister said she wanted to, quote, help Canadians get past the vibe session, unquote. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I do know that this Deputy Prime Minister has unleashed 9 years of economic vandalism on Canadians. Canadians are poorer now than they were 9 years ago. She might think that that's just bad vibes, but it's a fact from Statistics Canada. $500 billion have left Canada for the United States and taken thousands of jobs with them. Does she think those are just bad vibes? But does the Deputy Prime Minister think that if Canadians are lined up at the food bank or can't afford rent or mortgage, that it's their fault for having bad vibes? Taxes are up, costs are up, the deficit's up, and time is up. Canadians are desperate for change. They're ready for a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And I'll leave the Deputy Prime Minister alone if she wants to talk about vibe sessions.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives pretend that they want to lower taxes, but when push comes to shove, they vote against it. Starting December 14th, many items will be tax-free, and Canadians will be able to keep more of their money in their pockets. But not if the Grinch in the Conservative bench has his way.
Right.
With Christmas around the corner, many people are looking forward to the spirit of giving. And we're hoping more families will have the opportunity to celebrate. So, to all members, don't be humbugs. Let's pass this tax cut. And folks, let's help everyone enjoy a very Merry Christmas.
Bravo.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. We need a plan for our security, safety, and our economy. A Canada First plan. But for months now, Mr. Trump has been threatening tariffs. Here we are today without a plan. The big plan is a Zoom call, Mr. Speaker. There's no plan to reverse the liberalization of drugs that has gotten Americans so worried. There's a lot of chaos that our Prime Minister has caused at the borders. There's no plan to cut the taxes that are harming our economy during these uncertain times. Where is the Canada First plan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I had a good call with Donald Trump last night. I underscored that we've been working together for decades to create prosperity on both sides of the border. We must work together. That is how we can meet challenges together and create prosperity for all. We will always defend Canadian jobs, Canadian workers, and Americans too. We will do this in a nonpartisan way. We will work as a team. That's what works in teamwork, nonpartisanship. I've spoken with the Premiers Ford and Legault. We will all continue to work together to defend Canada. The Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Right, but apparently the call didn't work because just a few minutes later, President Trump threatened Canada with tariffs. The same goes for softwood lumber and Buy America. For 9 years now, our Prime Minister has not gotten any gains for Canada. And now he's admitted that he broke our immigration system. There are 700 foreign students who need to leave Canada within a year. They can illegally cross south into the United States, which would be a huge issue. What is the Prime Minister's plan to fix the immigration system that he broke? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are international students who come from everywhere in the world to study in Canada. They're in Canada during their studies. At the end of their studies, they return to their countries of origin. That is what happens in the majority of cases, an overwhelming majority of cases. And we do have a system for when people do not return to their countries. Our immigration system does help us address current challenges. We have reduced immigration to Canada recently in order to give our economy a chance to catch up. That's part of an immigration system that works and that meets the adapting and changing challenges that we have today.
Plan for economy and security that puts Canada first. But despite the fact the Prime Minister has known for years that Trump was threatening these tariffs, and for 3 weeks that President Trump had won the election, the only plan he has is a Zoom call. No plan to reverse his disastrous liberalization of drugs that have killed people and now threaten our borders. No plan to fix the broken borders that he caused. No plan to cancel the tax increases that will drive billions and many jobs away. Where's the plan to put Canada first?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Instead of panicking and falling back on slogans like the Leader of the Opposition, we rolled up our sleeves and we're getting to work. We're working with all the premiers, pulling together in a Team Canada approach, because that's how we defend Canadian jobs from coast to coast to coast. I spoke with Donald Trump yesterday evening, talked about how important it was for us to work together to solve some of the challenges we're facing as a continent, as countries, but also work to grow our economy, protect our workers on both sides of the border. This is the responsible, methodical approach we're taking as we move forward, while our opponent falls back on slogans and fear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He spoke with the incoming president, and moments later, Mr. Trump put out a tweet slapping a 25% tariff on Canada. So that worked about as well as the Prime Minister's efforts on Buy America and softwood lumber, which continue to be penalized, even though the previous Conservative government got both of those things lifted. Now move over to drugs. The Prime Minister's disastrous legalization and liberalization of drugs has the Americans worried, in addition to costing 47,000 deaths in Canada. Where's the plan to stop the drugs and keep our border open to trade?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Leader of the Opposition is just making stuff up. I clearly spoke with the President of the United States an hour and a half after he put out his suggestion on tariffs. The reality is we're going to continue to work constructively with the incoming administration to protect Canadian jobs, to protect Canadian growth, to take the responsible approach that isn't steeped in partisanship, that pulls together the Team Canada approach that stands up for Canadians instead of throwing our arms up and saying all is broken like the Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that's even worse. The statement went out promising tariffs before they even got a chance to speak. It's kind of like him backing down on Buy America and backing down on softwood lumber, Mr. Speaker. Now let's move to the tariffs the Prime Minister wants to impose on our economy. Quadrupling the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre would cripple our economy. New tax increases on work and energy would do likewise, sending hundreds of billions of dollars south of the border. Now that Canadians are facing this economic crisis, will he at least cancel his plan to hike taxes so we can save jobs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we see once again the Leader of the Opposition flailing and inventing stuff to try and fit his preferred attacks into his priorities. The reality is we're going to continue to work constructively with the incoming administration to do what Canada and the U.S. have always done, create prosperity together, protect jobs on both sides of the border as we grow the economy. When it comes to drugs, Mr. Speaker, we've taken serious steps on that and we'll continue to. If the Leader of the Opposition is suggesting he wants to recriminalize marijuana, let him just say that.
That's right.
Order!
You're asking your caucus if that's right?
Order. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, over the past few days and hours, we have received signals that we are about to go through some significant insecurity, and we will experience that in Parliament too. There's protectionism, there is rather strong diatribe, strong choice of words. Now is the time to unite people, to make people feel safe, especially economically. We should support the most fragile and the most vulnerable in our society. The Prime Minister, is he willing to reconsider his rebate plan so that seniors can feel that they are economically and financially secure? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. We're aware of that. That's why we're offering a tax break to everyone for the next few months on groceries, on clothing for children, on all sorts of items that Canadians buy regularly. We're also looking into ways to acknowledge that workers in this country have carried a heavy burden the past few years. They have protected our economy. We want to protect the economy. We want to protect them and their loved ones. We want to acknowledge the hard work of hardworking Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, before today's workers, other workers came before them. Workers who worked all their lives, who paid taxes all their lives, and who have no other option. The government is giving checks to people who don't need them, and the government is not giving checks to those who need them the most. Would the Prime Minister agree to decrease the salary and give the extra money to those who need it and to seniors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians are struggling in different ways. That's why we're investing in creating more daycare spaces. We're also investing through the Canada Child Benefit, which is increasing every year. We're also trying to help seniors. We're helping these seniors through dental care. We're helping seniors by increasing the guaranteed income supplement. We did so by 10%. And we also increased the OAS for those over 75. We want to help all Canadians, especially hardworking ones who are also struggling, and that's why we will be going ahead with this initiative.
Donald Trump's threats of tariffs could threaten hundreds of thousands of Canadian mortgage-paying jobs. The only thing a bully responds to is strength. So where is our plan to fight back? Where is the war room? Where is a concrete plan to bring our issue before CUSMA? Why isn't the Prime Minister fighting like hell for Canadian jobs?
Hear, 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 hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, rather than panicking, we're engaging in constructive ways to protect Canadian jobs like we have before. I don't think the idea of going to war with the United States is what anyone wants. What we will do is stand up for Canadian jobs, as we have before, as we will continue to. Stand up for the prosperity we create when we work together. Stand up for the challenges that we're facing, that we're protecting Canadians from. There is work we can do together. That is the work we will do, seriously, methodically, but without freaking out the way the leader of the NDP seems to be.
L'honorable député de Burnaby.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Forward, if the government ignores this problem, they need to take it seriously. They can't afford another letdown. Les attaques de Trump n'étaient pas une surprise.
Trump's attacks did not come as a surprise. We saw the writing on the wall. But the Prime Minister prefers to turn a blind eye, and he's been saying that everything is going fine. Meanwhile, thousands of Canadian jobs are at risk. Why hasn't he done anything about Donald Trump's threats? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we take our economy and defending it seriously. That means we can't take action out of panic. We need to defend the principles that will help us thrive. In North America, we all succeed when we work together. We will work with the American administration to address the challenges that both of our countries are faced with. We will work together to create prosperity for our workers and to defend our workers. That's what we've always done. That's what we will continue to do. Mr. Speaker, this is not time to panic. This is time to work hard, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Honourable member from Regina Capel.
We need a Canada First plan to fix what the Prime Minister has broken. The first time he went head-to-head with Trump, the Prime Minister was forced into accepting humiliating concessions on agriculture, steel tariffs, and on Buy American. And that was when Canada had a stronger position thanks to a decade of low-tax, pro-job, conservative policies. After 9 years of economic vandalism, though, he's put Canada in an extremely vulnerable position. Per capita GDP is now lower than 9 years ago. Canada has the most indebted household amongst our trading partners. We have the worst housing inflation, and food prices have risen 37% here, faster here than in the U.S. Now that he's negotiating a position of weakness, why should Canadians expect any...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Export Promotion and International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. We will always be there to protect Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. We have been there for Canadians before when we renegotiated NAFTA. I remind the member opposite that it was the Conservatives who wanted us to capitulate during that time. But we stood strong, and that's a testament to the facts. Canada-U.S. trade is at an all-time high last year of $1.3 trillion. Canada places the highest priority on trade and the integrity of our shared border. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to working with the incoming administration.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
It was that Prime Minister that was forced to accept humiliating concession after concession. And now he's kneecapped Canada's economy. He's slapped a massive carbon tax here while the U.S. doesn't have one at all. He's raising taxes on investing in Canada while the U.S. is fighting to attract investment there. He's imposed a production cap on Canadian energy, meaning Canada will produce less of what the U.S. needs to buy. There are less than 60 days left to act. It's time for the Prime Minister to put aside his partisanship, his ideology, and his ego. Will he strengthen Canada's position by cancelling his carbon tax and all tax hikes on jobs and investments?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, will take no lessons from the Conservative. Their strategy, Mr. Speaker, last time was to capitulate. On this side of the House, as the Prime Minister said, Mr. Speaker, is to take that seriously and methodically. Mr. Speaker, we have been engaging with our U.S. partner on three key things. The first one is security. Security of the border, security of the North and the Arctic, resilient supply chain when it comes to semiconductors, when it comes to critical minerals, when it comes to energy, and put forward a growth plan for North America, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we'll fight for Canadians, we'll fight for industry, we'll fight for our country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Everywhere we look, we find more evidence of economic carnage, and now we're up against the biggest economic and security superpower, and this government has no plan. We need a Canada First plan to fix what the Prime Minister broke. When he took office, our GDP per capita was 81% of the U.S.'s. Now it's fallen to 73%. It's a made-in-Canada problem, and it's not about vibes. It's driven by higher taxes, higher spending, higher regulation, and this government's economic vandalism. Faced with the threat of tariffs, when are they going to stop the vandalism and start fixing the crisis so Canadians have a chance?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, when the Conservative Party of Canada wanted us to back down during the last round of NAFTA negotiations, we stood up for Canada. We stood up for Canadian workers. Right. We stood up for the steel workers in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We stood up for Canadian auto workers. We stood up for our farmers and agricultural workers, Mr. Speaker. Right. They want to know what the plan is. We plan on doing it again and getting a win-win for Canada and the United States.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, they backed down themselves last time, and Canada has become poorer since then than Alabama. That's not a record that anybody should be proud of. Our productivity gap with the U.S. costs every Canadian $32,000 a year. Average return on investments are 35% higher in the U.S. than in Canada. Our government's plan to quadruple the carbon tax, they doubled housing prices, they increased taxes on work and investment. With the threat of crippling tariffs, will the Prime Minister end all of the tax increases so Canadians stand a chance?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have an excellent relationship with the United States, a relationship that is mutually beneficial. We do enormous amounts of trade with the United States, and the United States depends on Canada for much of its energy supply, Mr. Speaker. They want to know what the plan is. The plan is to continue to work with the United States in order to protect Canadian jobs, in order to protect the Canadian economy and make it grow for everyone.
That's right. Hear, hear. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member from Mégantic-l'Érable. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, we need a plan to put Canada first and end this Prime Minister's economic vandalism. He broke the immigration system. He is unable to protect the borders. He's left our economy with a huge debt. And young people have lost all hope of ever being able to buy a home. So what's the Prime Minister's plan to put Canada first and protect the futures of all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, we won't be taking any lessons from the Conservative Party. The last time they put forward a strategy, it was a strategy to capitulate to Americans. We will always put Canada and Canadians first. As the Prime Minister said, we've been working with American counterparts for months. We've been discussing the safety of our borders. We've been talking about the resilience of our supply chains in semiconductors, in critical minerals, in energy. Also, Mr. Speaker, we do have a growth plan for North America. We will always be there to defend our workers, our industry, and, of course, Canada itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, what we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that after 9 years, this Prime Minister has thoroughly failed and constantly failed. What is his plan to put Canada first? He's failed with our border. He's failed softwood lumber. He has created chaos in our immigration system. He's botched things with our passports. Here's the real question. What is the Prime Minister's plan to put Canadians first? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives don't want to talk about is Canada's investment track record in 2022. Yet last year, Mr. Speaker, Canada received almost $60 billion in investment. Can you believe that, Mr. Speaker? We had historic investments in the automobile sector, in the critical minerals sector, in energy. Mr. Speaker, Canada has become the strategic partner of choice in a no-carbon economy, and Canada will also be a leader in artificial intelligence and nuclear energy. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country of the 21st century. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump wants to impose a 25% tariff on all Quebec and Canadian products. That would be a disaster, including for the Americans. First of all, we welcome the fact that the Prime Minister has agreed to meet his counterparts from Quebec and other provinces tomorrow, but he will have to come up with a clear approach. Supply management must be protected immediately through C-282. Ottawa has to demonstrate that it will not bend on our lumber, aluminum, aerospace, and all of Quebec's economy. Now, will the Prime Minister appear before his counterparts with a plan? The Honourable Innovation Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the very important question. As the Prime Minister said earlier, Mr. Speaker, there will be a First Minister's meeting. Mr. Legault will participate in the meeting. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, we will always stand up for aerospace workers, aluminum workers, the new and emerging battery industry in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, we cannot panic. It's not the time to panic. It's the time to highlight Canada's advantages and ensure that we are defending all of our sectors and all of our workers. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Trump's tariffs are designed to force Canada to tighten its borders against illegal migration and drug trafficking. Quebec has been demanding for years that Ottawa fix its colander of a border. Quebec has even had to deploy the SQ, Quebec's police. For years, the Bloc Québécois has been hounding Ottawa about human smuggling and organized crime. Even before Trump was elected, we were calling for more resources at the border. Despite all of those warnings, Ottawa did nothing, and our economy is now threatened by Trump's tariffs. Do they now understand that we have to take action at the border? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we didn't just start to understand it now. We have been supporting our border agencies, the RCMP, CBSA. We've been doing this for years. We have the same interests as the Americans. On both sides of the border, we want to ensure the safety and integrity of our borders. Canada wants to determine what happens in Canada. It's the same in the United States. We have a long history of daily teamwork with the United States, and we will continue in that vein. The Honourable Member Cynthia Saint-Bagot. Well, the Prime Minister will have to announce that he is finally ready to fulfill his responsibilities at the border. He has to announce how he's going to shore up his colander of a border by January. That is the bare minimum. The bare minimum after having shirked his responsibilities despite repeated warnings from Quebecers. Human smugglers and organized crime have been running the show at the border for years. Now, the result of the Prime Minister's inaction is the threat of 25% tariffs, which would put Quebec's economy at risk. Will the Prime Minister finally announce that he will allocate sufficient resources to the borders? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, once again, we have always sent sufficient resources to the border to support the excellent work done by the CBSA and the RCMP. They do that work with police counterparts, be it the Sûreté du Québec, Quebec Police, or American police. We will continue to guarantee that they have the technology and the human resources that they need. In fact, we will even better support those workers and that technology to ensure that they can continue their exceptional work.
Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
We need a Canada First plan to fix what the Prime Minister broke on the addiction crisis and illegal drugs. 47,000 Canadians have died under this Prime Minister's watch. That's more than we lost in the Second World War. We need to fully reverse his liberalization of drugs that kills our people and threatens our borders. We need to secure our borders against the importation of chemical precursors that make fentanyl and other deadly drugs. Criminals are taking advantage of our drug policies and cooking fentanyl ready for export. Will the Prime Minister finally admit his policies have failed and end his insane drug policies?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, every life lost due to the illicit toxic drug supply in this country is a tragedy for families and for communities. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we've invested over $1 billion in treatment, prevention, harm reduction to save lives. We've worked with our U.S. counterparts on precursors, and we will continue to do the work to save lives based on evidence, based on health care, and based on protecting those who need help the most. We will not look away, Mr. Speaker. We are here to protect those who need our help.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
That's not a plan. We need a Canada First plan to fix what the Prime Minister broke on the addiction crisis and illegal drugs. There's been a 200% annual increase in drug deaths under his watch. We need to fully reverse his liberalization of drugs, ban the drugs, prosecute every trafficker, secure our borders against drugs and chemical precursors that are making fentanyl and other deadly drugs. We need treatment and recovery so we can bring our loved ones home drug-free. Will the Prime Minister finally act in the interest of Canadians and fully reverse course on his radical liberalization of drugs?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will lead with compassion, we will lead with health care, and we will lead with evidence. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, we have been investing in the treatments and the pathway that means the most to those whose lives we need to save. On that side of the House, Mr. Speaker, they cut the drug treatment fund by 2/3. When they cut the CBSA, they cut the drug checking laboratories. They don't protect Canadians, they don't address the illicit drug supply, and they don't understand that people need health care and help, and they need our compassion. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
The Prime Minister's economic report card is in. Canadians have the highest consumer debt in the G7. House prices have doubled. Per capita income is lower today than it was 10 years ago, and the average Canadian makes $30,000 less than their American counterpart, all as a result of this Prime Minister's economic vandalism. And in the face of economic uncertainty and global trade imbalances, this Prime Minister's plan is to increase taxes on job creators, entrepreneurs, and farmers. Will he enact a Canada First plan and stop these tax increases to keep our jobs and investment at home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Maybe that Conservative member missed the memo. We're actually taking federal taxes off, Mr. Speaker. We're taking the GST off of everyday goods in order to help Canadians. We are wondering on this side of the House how the Conservatives could be against a tax break for Canadians. This will put more money back in their pockets, Mr. Speaker, right around the holidays when they need it most. Mr. Speaker, this policy is good for Canadians. It's good for the economy. It's just bad for Conservatives.
The Honourable Member from Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, if the government doesn't want to listen to Conservatives, maybe they'll listen to economists at National Bank who found that real GDP has contracted 4% since 2022. This is unprecedented outside of a recession. It's a made-in-Canada, per-person GDP recession caused by the economic vandalism of this Prime Minister's policies, whose only plan is to increase taxes on everybody, farmers, physicians, entrepreneurs, and all people who want to invest in Canada. When will the Prime Minister enact a Canada First plan to keep jobs and investment in Canada and our Canadians at home?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
What my honourable colleague doesn't quite understand is that we do have a Canada First policy. That's why we have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. That is why we have a AAA credit rating. That is why we have inflation being decreased not once, not twice, but 3 times to 1.6% in September, Mr. Speaker. And at the same time, we have supports for Canadian, for example, the tax holiday and supports for 18 million workers come this spring, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we have the balance right, and we have a Canada First policy for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Once again, the Liberals have failed Canadians that need help most. People living with disabilities, students, and seniors have been abandoned by the Liberals' rebate program. My constituents are rightly furious. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the students, the seniors, and the people living with disabilities in Edmonton Strathcona are not feeling the vibe right now. They are really, really struggling. And of course, the Conservatives would do nothing but cut these programs for Canadians. Will the minister fix this program and get help for those who need it the most?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the GST holiday will apply to everybody. All Canadians will benefit from this tax break, Mr. Speaker. But one of the things that I really take issue with is the insinuation that people with disabilities aren't working, Mr. Speaker. 62% of people in Canada with disabilities are working and will benefit from the check. There are 1 million seniors in Canada that are working and will benefit from this check, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are working hard and they deserve a break.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
That's not all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Seniors and students in Courtenay Alberni are being left high and dry with the high cost of living. They're living on tight budgets and deserve a helping hand. Instead of helping, the Liberals decided to exclude seniors and students from their $250 rebate. They're letting people down again. Conservatives, they only want tax breaks for their rich CEO donors and big corporations who gouge Canadians at the grocery till. Will the Liberals fix their mistake and ensure seniors, persons with disabilities, and students get the rebate?
Yes.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I take issue with the insinuation that persons with disabilities don't work in this country. 62% of persons with disabilities will benefit from this rebate because they are working hard. Over 1 million seniors right across Canada are working and will benefit from this check, Mr. Speaker. And all Canadians, without exception, are going to benefit from the tax holiday that we just announced. We're there for Canadians and will always be there to have their back.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives spend their time amplifying anger and fanning the flames of division without offering specific solutions. In contrast, last week our government announced measures to support Canadians during the holiday season and into the new year. Could the President of the Treasury Board provide more details about our plan to help Canadians save money this holiday season and beyond?
I would invite the honourable minister. I'd invite the honourable minister to wait until she's addressed. The honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, whether it is $10 a day childcare, increases to GIS and OAS, or the Canada Child Benefit, on this side of the House, we are always there to support Canadians. For example, with last week's announcement of a tax holiday on essential goods, clothing, diaper, food, Mr. Speaker, as well as cash back for 18 million workers, Mr. Speaker. While the Conservatives play partisan games, what we have to say is we have no idea whether their members actually would support this measure because they're not allowed to let us know.
And I encourage all members not to take the floor unless they are addressed by the chair. The honourable member from Chilliwack Hope.
After 9 years, we need a Canada First plan to fix what this Prime Minister has broken. Our standard of living has plummeted compared to the United States. The last thing Canada needs is a capital gains tax hike on our farmers, doctors, home builders and small businesses, but that's exactly what this Prime Minister is proposing. His tax hikes will drive investment, jobs, doctors and food production out of this country at a time when we can least afford it, with the threat of U.S. tariffs on the horizon. Why won't the Prime Minister stop making things worse and cancel his reckless tax increases on Canadian jobs and investment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
It was this Liberal government that reduced taxes on the middle class not once, but twice, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives opposed that measure on both occasions. Now, Mr. Speaker, we're coming with a tax break for the holidays. That's going to mean more money in the pockets of Canadians, and yet again, the Conservatives are opposing this measure. Mr. Speaker, do the Conservatives really believe the talking points that they're saying? Mr. Speaker, if they did, they would vote in favour of a tax break for Canadians. That's what we've put on the table. How are they going to vote?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Taxing farmers drives up food costs. Taxing doctors means it's harder to find one. Taxing home builders means fewer homes. Taxing small businesses means fewer paychecks. Raising capital taxes means less investment in the tools we need to halt the decline in our standard of living. Jobs and livelihoods are on the line. With the threat of U.S. tariffs coming down the tracks, will the Prime Minister give Canadian workers a fighting chance by cancelling his destructive tax increases on jobs and investment?
Common sense. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I like very much the member, but let me inform him about a couple of things. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to jobs and investment, Canada received the largest investment in Onta's history, Mr. Speaker, $19 billion, the largest investment in 75 years. Canada also received the largest investment in Dow Chemicals history, 127 years, Mr. Speaker, an investment of $10 billion in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, we received the largest investment in 139 years of BHP in Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, $22 billion. Canada is the envy of the world, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk up Canada and stop saying things.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, we have learned from this government's own immigration documents that nearly 5 million people will have their temporary visas expire next year. The Minister of Immigration was asked for his plan in committee yesterday, but he had no plan. Can the Prime Minister correct his minister and tell us his plan to enforce and ensure that the nearly 5 million people that leave Canada when their visas expire next year?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
Let's examine the latest round of hysteria from the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about 4.9 million documents that apply, sometimes many to one person. These are tourists. These are people, the vast majority of whom leave the country, including artists that come to this country, including Bruce Springsteen and others. Meanwhile, when people's visas expire, Mr. Speaker, they are expected to leave. If they are not, they will be removed. At the same time, the Leader of the Opposition is walking around with the member of Edmonton Millwoods promising not to deport people.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, again, there's no plan from this minister. And after 9 years of breaking our immigration system, his plan is to ask them to leave nicely. And now they're staring at 25% tariffs on all Canadian goods that will crush our Canadian workers and cripple our economy. We need a Canada First plan that fixes the immigration system and ensures that the 5 million people will leave when their visas expire next year. When will we see that plan?
Good job.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
Mr. Speaker, again, we see now the Conservatives' rollover first program. They're talking about people that are here that do routinely leave the country. They come in as tourists. It includes a vast array of people. He's answering an OPQ question that they posed us. We were very precise in the answers they gave it. Sometimes it's not 5 million people, Mr. Speaker. It's a number of documents attached to the same person. So let's park the hysteria. Let's talk about real things. Let's talk about the managed plan to migration that is actually doing very well in this country, according to Canadians.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. It's good timing today for tackling organized crime in our cities and at our borders. Let's hit the bad guys where it hurts, in their wallet. The Bloc Québécois has tabled Bill C-420 to establish a registry of criminal organizations. Above all, we propose to reverse the burden of proof on criminal revenues. We propose to allow law enforcement agencies to freeze or seize gang members' assets if they're unable to prove that they were not acquired through crime. Will the government support us, and what do they think of this? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we are always open to supporting good ideas, to support our law enforcement to fight against organized crime. There already are provisions in the criminal code that allow our courts and to seize assets and bank accounts that are the result of proceeds of crime. But if my colleagues has other suggestions, we are absolutely open to looking at seeing what we can always do to support the important work of our law enforcement. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you. I'll say it again today. The federal government has every interest in showing that it takes the problem of organized crime seriously. The Americans are listening. Our Bill C-420 makes it easier to lay charges against criminal gang members, and most importantly, it gives police new tools to seize the proceeds of crime before they disappear. C-420 makes participation in crime more dangerous and less rewarding. It's a strong message to send to organized crime, both on our streets and at our borders. Will the government support this? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his idea that it's important to support our law enforcement, our attorney generals, and to ensure that no one's benefiting from crime, and particularly organized crime. We recognize the important work that the RCMP is doing with our partners, whether it's Quebec Police, the OPP, and municipal police. There are already provisions in the criminal code, so the Attorney General and myself will always be looking at good ideas to enhance and support law enforcement across the country.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
We need a Canada plan first to fix the Prime Minister's what he's broke in the Canadian Armed Forces. Under this Prime Minister, our warships are rusting out, our fighter jets are worn out, Our Army has been hollowed out, and our military is so short of soldiers, sailors, and air crew that our troops are burnt out, and we're short 15,000 troops. Even his own defense minister has described the state of our military as being in a death spiral. Defense procurement has gotten so bad under these Liberals that they can't even supply the ammunitions that Canada and our friends need. Why has the Prime Minister turned Canada into an unreliable ally?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, all of us remember the last time the Conservatives talked about a Canada First defence policy, and we also remember what you did. What they did, Mr. Speaker, they gutted the defence budget. They reduced defence spending to less than 1% of our GDP for only the first time and only time in Canada's long history. And in the last 9 years, as we have doubled defence spending, those Conservatives have voted against every single dollar, just as they voted against support for Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, standing up for the Canadian Armed Forces may require the Conservatives to stand up to their leader. Yes.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastmont.
Well, we know, Mr. Speaker, that this minister loves to fudge the numbers, and in reality, the former Conservative government bought 5 C-17 Globemasters, 17 new Hercs, 15 Chinook helicopters, 100 Leopard tanks, modernized the Auroras and Halifax-class frigates, and fought alongside our American allies against ISIS and the Taliban. Well, the Prime Minister reverses $2.7 billion cut to our armed forces and finally invested in our troops and put Canada's interests first.
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
And we also remember when the conflict in Afghanistan ended, they gutted the defence budget, took $2.5 billion away from it, and reduced it for the only time in our history to less than 1%. Mr. Speaker, I have many conversations with members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and they have never told me what they need is another vacuous slogan. What they said is that they need real investment in ships, and in planes, and in infrastructure, and most importantly, in our people. And every time we have come before this House and asked for the money for those investments and for those people, they voted against it.
Order. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has demolished our armed forces by making poor decisions and not investing enough. He announced reductions in the defense budget, and he is not reinforcing our military. After 9 years of waste, can this Prime Minister have a plan to put Canada first? The Honourable Member.
Our plan to support the Canadian Armed Forces and our plan for investment. But what we know, Mr. Speaker, is that when it comes time to stand up for our allies and to stand up for what we care about in the world, the Conservative members of Parliament stand down. When it came to supporting Ukraine last year with the Canadian Free Trade Agreement with Ukraine, what did they do? They voted against it, Mr. Speaker. They delayed it in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we actually stand for the values that we care about, and we stand up for people that we care about. We don't just sit down and stand down because our leader told us so. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The holiday season is just before us, and we know it's often a very costly time for Canadians. Our measures have put our economy in an enviable position with respect to other G7 countries, but many households are still having a hard time making ends meet. This has a direct impact on communities. Can the minister share with us why the Conservative leader should give his caucus members a voice, let them speak for their constituents, and vote in favour of a plan to put more money back in the pockets of Canadians? The Honourable Minister of veterans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And unlike the leader of the Conservative Party, who believes in cuts and austerity, we believe on this side of the House in supporting Canadians. And that is why we announced a tax vacation. We want to make sure that Canadians will have the opportunity it'll help them buy diapers and toys, books, and other necessities. We'll always be here to support Canadians across our country.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
This desperate Liberal NDP government is bribing Canadians with a pricey gimmick. This temporary 2-month tax trick takes pennies off potato chips, yet adds more than $6 billion on top of this Prime Minister's inflationary deficit. Even the Prime Minister admits every extra dollar he puts into these handouts, it fuels inflation further. Instead of pennies off Pringles, call a carbon tax election now, so common sense Conservatives can axe the tax for good.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
This Liberal government reduced taxes on the middle class on 2 occasions, and the Conservative voted against it. Now we're giving a tax break, a tax holiday to all Canadians at a time when they need it most, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives are calling it a gimmick. Actually, the Conservative leader is trying to play the Grinch that stole Christmas, Mr. Speaker. We know that this is good policy. It's good for Canadians. It's good for the economy. It's good for our small businesses. It's just bad for the Conservatives.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
While scurvy makes a comeback, that member's bragging about taking taxes off of candy and booze. While 2 million Canadians are visiting a food bank in a single month, and 1 in 4 Canadians are skipping meals because of this Prime Minister's carbon tax scam that's making Canadians poorer, the Finance Minister says they're just having a vibe session, that she can fix it by taking pennies off of cheese puffs. If Liberals really want to feel the vibe of Canadians, call a carbon tax election so we can axe the tax for good instead of taking chump change off of chips.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Canadian mothers and fathers want to understand why the Conservatives want to take away their $10 a day childcare. Young Canadians who want to buy a first home want to understand why Conservatives want to take away investments that will build 750,000 new homes, Mr. Speaker. And all Canadians want to understand why the Conservatives oppose a tax break, a tax holiday for all Canadians, which will leave more money back in their pockets, Mr. Speaker. It's time the Conservatives come clean. They're against policies that help Canadians. They're against policies that will help our economy. They're just in it for themselves.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this government's latest tax trick is not going to work. The people don't trust this Liberal trick. The Journal de Montréal said these 2 restructuring measures have no long-term vision. They're likely to have a minimum impact on a certain number of people at an extremely high cost of $6.3 billion. I wonder how this decision was made. Do you know who said this, Mr. Speaker? The former Transport Minister and former Quebec Lieutenant. Does he agree with his predecessor who has understood this common sense? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. With these Conservatives, it's always partisanship first and Canadians last, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Conservatives are opposed to helping Canadians. We know that this tax break will leave more money in the pockets of Canadians, but the Conservatives are opposed to this. They're also opposed when we lower taxes for the middle class, and they're also against it once again when we want to take tax off everyday products. It doesn't make sense.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, this week is National Addictions Awareness Week. It's a time for all of us to raise awareness as well as challenge stereotypes towards addiction. On this side of the House, we know addiction is a health condition and deserves to be treated like one in order to save lives. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions share some of the ways our government is helping those in need?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, since 2017, our government has committed over $1 billion to support the work with provinces and territories to save lives and address those who struggle with addiction. We know that doing this work with community organizations, local healthcare providers, and communities, Mr. Speaker, whether they're municipalities or Indigenous communities, is the way that we make it through to save lives and meet people at their hardest moments. We know we need more harm reduction and prevention. We know we need treatment services and recovery and aftercare, Mr. Speaker. We are there for Canadians. We need to open the door to those who struggle with addiction so they're not alone.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, everyday Canadians are scraping by while CEOs get richer. Liberals are letting Canadians down. They put an expiry date on their GST cut. And on the rebate, the Liberals' message to seniors, students, and people with disabilities is, you don't get a break. It's shameful. And the Conservatives, they only want tax breaks for billionaires, not parents who are just trying to keep up with their bills and grocery costs. Why won't this government make billionaires pay their fair share so that seniors and people on disability get a break?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
I appreciate the question from my colleague opposite. She knows very well that our government has done the most in order to ensure tax fairness throughout the country, Mr. Speaker. We have acted in order to ensure that the very wealthy pay their fair share, and we are helping Canadians, vulnerable Canadians that need our support, as well as working Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Working Canadians are going to receive a check in the spring, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly hope that the NDP will support it.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Asia Pulp and Paper and the Wajea family have a notorious track record. All of the alarm bells should have been sounding when their front company, Paper Excellence, showed up to get control of Canadian operations. Instead, this government laid out the red carpet. Now Asia Pulp and Paper controls vast sections of Canada's forests. Now, the Minister of Innovation brags that he's never taken any lessons. Well, obviously, he got played like a rube at the county fair. Why did this government abandon our workers, sell out our forests, and what are they going to do to protect our mills and our forestry communities? Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for the member, but I think he should get his facts straight, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we stood up for our workers and for industry. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we had a national security review. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, they are bound by undertakings for years to come, Mr. Speaker, to protect the industry, to protect our workers, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to national security, we will always be on the side of Canadians, always make sure that we protect our national interests and our economic interests, Mr. Speaker.
Dear colleagues, I would like to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of a great friend of this Parliament and our country.
Members, to the presence in the gallery of a friend of this Parliament and certainly of our country, His Excellency Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, the Parliament of Ukraine. It being 3:16, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur the 37th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Call in the members. I was going to say it's. The question is as follows. Mr. Genuis, seconded by Mr. Macaulay, moved that the 37th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, presented on Friday, March 22nd, 2024, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please now rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Monsieur LeBlanc.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Beltud.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Genever.
Monsieur Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
À retour, Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair Degagné.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Dance.
Ms. Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se...
Will all those opposed please rise?
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote électronique avant de poursuivre ses travaux.
The House will wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je veux informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical issues, they may use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 329, 329. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
La Chambre procédera maintenant au vote.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the sub-amendment of Mr. Julian to the motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Official Languages. The question is as follows. I see that the whip is rising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent to apply the result of the previous vote to this vote. And Liberal members will be voting against. I congratulate the Honourable Member on the quality of her French. The Honourable Official Opposition Whip.
Apply the vote with Conservatives voting against.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. The Bloc agrees to apply the vote and will vote against. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting yes.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party also agrees to apply the vote. We vote in favour.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes. Mr. Dong. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeah. Yeas pour 27, 27. Nays contre, 298, 298.
Je déclare le sous-amendement rejeté.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated.
The question is on the amendment. The question is as follows. Monsieur Godin, seconded by
Mr.
Opta. I see that the Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on her feet.
Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote with Liberal members voting against.
I see that the Honourable Chief Opposition Whip is rising on his feet.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting in favour.
The Bloc Québécois whip is rising. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote. We will vote against.
The Honourable Whip for the New Democratic Party is on her feet.
Speaker, the New Democratic Party agree to apply the vote, and we will be voting yay.
I see that the Honourable Leader of the Green Party is on her feet.
Mr. Speaker, the Green Party also agrees to apply the vote. We vote against.
Le bureau va compiler
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
La prochaine mise au vote.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. I see that the Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote with Liberal members voting in favour.
I see that the Chief Opposition Whip is rising on his feet.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote with Conservatives voting in favour.
Yes.
Je vois que le whip de...
The Bloc Québécois whip is rising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree to apply the vote, and we vote in favor.
Et je vois que I see that the Honourable New Democratic Party whip is on her feet.
Speaker, the New Democratic Party agrees to apply the vote, and we will be voting in favor.
Et je vois que l'honorable...
The Honourable Leader of the Green Party is rising.
Slip of the tongue as leader of the official opposition. No. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party agrees to apply the vote, and we will also be voting against. Sorry.
She said voting for. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour 325, 325. Nays contre, 0 pour 40.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
The motion is carried.
Informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that due to deferred recorded divisions, time for government orders will be extended by 17 minutes.
Et je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
Earpieces will now be reset.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, reprise du débat sur une...
Resuming debate on the question of privilege motion regarding not producing documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
Exit quietly if they're having to run off the committee or other business because we're about to continue on with the debate. Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to take a moment today in front of all of our colleagues to raise the point of order that is in fact your birthday, and we wanted to wish you a very, very happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Madam Speaker. Happy birthday to you.
Although it's not a point of order, I do appreciate it. We are at resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Niagara West had 11 minutes remaining in his debate. The honourable member for Niagara West.
And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. And I just want to do a bit of recap of where I was on this this question of privilege, and then I'll make some additional points. So I originally, I think we're all very grateful to have people send us here, and I do want to wish all the people of Niagara West a great Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year and safe travels. I talked a bit about what happened this past weekend that should never have happened in Montreal. It's almost like we don't recognize this Canada that we have anymore, and I believe it's as a direct result of the policies of that government over there and how they have been dividing people, how their leader has been dividing people. And quite frankly, it is very troubling to see what happened on the weekend, the amount of destruction, when this government had no problem freezing peaceful protesters' bank accounts. I'm just wondering when the frozen bank accounts are going to come from these guys across the way. I was talking a bit about Winnipeg Labs. I will get back to that. Once again, nothing to see here, folks. Back in 2021, nothing to see here at all. And then let's go to an election and make sure that the people of Canada don't actually have all the facts and don't understand what's going on. And then I was talking about small business. I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about small business because I think that we all understand that small business are the ones that help create jobs, help create wealth. They're the ones that actually help drive the economy in our country. And quite frankly, the challenges that we've had with small businesses is that they're struggling. And it's interesting, there's a number of things that we've talked about doing. You know, we talk about axing the tax. And it's interesting here, I've got a survey from the CFIB, and I want to take some time to read out of this newspaper story. It says 85% of small businesses reject federal carbon tax, survey shows. It says a recent survey by Small Business Advocacy Group has revealed that growing discontent among small businesses toward the federal carbon tax. No surprise there. We're hearing that at the door all the time. I think as my colleagues talk to individuals and small business people, they're hearing that. Data by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, or CFIB, shows that 85% of businesses now oppose the federal carbon tax and want it removed, a significant increase from the 52% opposition recorded just a year ago. The majority of small firms find the tax is unfair. No surprise there, find it unfair, especially in light of the federal government's recent decision to exempt only one heating fuel, heating oil, from the tax. Small businesses have been raising their concerns with the carbon tax for years, said CFIB President Dan Kelly. They pay about 40% of the cost of the carbon tax, but the federal government has promised to return only 10% to small businesses. Now, we had another announcement this week that they're going to return some of that money. I think all small businesses are waiting with bated breath to see when that's going to actually come. Hopefully that'll come in time for Christmas. But once again, you know, when we talk about the number, you know, this is not revenue neutral in any way, shape, or form, which is what this government is constantly saying, that it's revenue neutral. You know, don't worry about it. You're going to get back your money. But they say they pay 40% of the cost of the carbon tax, but the federal government will only give them 10%. Another rising concern is that many small firms will be ineligible for the federal fuel charge proceeds return program if the federal government ever gets around to creating that, explained Kelly. The program promised to deliver the $2.5 billion collected from taxpayers since 2019 to small businesses and Indigenous groups. The recent decision by the government to exempt certain Canadians from the carbon tax for heating costs has further exacerbated the issue. The entire federal carbon tax structure is beginning to look like a shell game, which is, I think, what we've been saying over on this side of the House for quite some time. With rising costs in everything from supplies to fuel to taxes, the emergency business account loan repayments were very difficult. There's a lot of people, as I mentioned previously, almost 2 in 3 small businesses needed to take on additional debt because of what happened during COVID, and are still struggling under that. And also looking at that we, you know, the talks of I'm going to continue on in the article here, halting future carbon tax increases, including the planned hikes in 25, should also be on the table. So we have this tax trick going on right now by the government saying, hey, we're going to give you a break for a couple months on your GST, but there's no mention of the carbon tax is going to go up next April, and I think that is a trick, and that's a very sad trick on a number of people. So there's a number of things they talk about, basically saying that they are not in any way, shape, or form do they support that. Now, another thing we said we want to do is stop the crime. You know, we got this revolving door. It was talked about. There was some during the opening statements what's going on there, what's happening in a number of places. Another article. Half of Canadian businesses experience crime and safety issues during the survey. Almost 2 small businesses reported crime or safety-related issues. Sorry, almost 1 in 2 small businesses reported crime or safety-related issues in 2024, marking a sharp increase from the previous year. A report from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business reveals that 45% of small businesses faced incidents like vandalism, theft, and drug paraphernalia, which affected not only their operations, but also the mental well-being of their employees and workers. The CFIB reported that the incidents are impacting business finances and safety, with owners incurring a median cost of over $5,000 over the past 3 years for repairs and crime prevention. However, almost 70% of business owners avoid filing insurance claims, fearing hikes in already steep premiums. Now, I think most of you will understand that your car premiums have gone up this year. And why is that? Well, that's because of the amount of stolen cars that have happened in this country. And insurance companies, God bless them, they pass those costs on to us, on us individuals. Right? At the end of the day, you end up...
The honourable member For Rosemont Le Petit Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear my Conservative colleague, and I'm wondering if he's talking about the privilege motion that his party tabled, but now we're talking about the cost of car insurance. It's not really parliamentary privilege.
C'est évident.
It's clear that during speeches there is some latitude given, but of course members must keep their discussion to the motion, the privilege motion that is at hand. So I would imagine the honourable member will ensure that he will bring his speech back to the question of privilege. I will give him a bit of time to do so.
Niagara West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. You hold tight. I'm going to bring it back around. You're going to see how it all fits together. We have a government that has wasted $400 million when small businesses are suffering, when crime is out of control, when at the end of the day they're doing anything but leading in this country. And this is affecting, at the end of the day, this is affecting how how small businesses can prosper and whether they're going to survive. And so I'm going to finish off this article because it is talking about security. Some security measures, while helpful and necessary, may come at a steep price. They deter customer foot traffic and as a result lead to lower revenues, said the report. Many businesses are already operating at thin profit margins, so one crime incident could be a make or break for a small business owner. Small businesses are watching as the Liberals are paying out of this $400 million slush fund to make sure that they enrich themselves versus actually doing something for small businesses, setting policies, dealing with crime issues that would make their businesses do a better job or be more prosperous. The CFIB reports notes that businesses have adopted their operations in response to crime. About 50% have implemented safety measures that alter customer access, like locking doors or requiring appointments, and 67% resorted to spending money on more security. However, these measures have also made it more challenging for customers to access stores, potentially reducing foot traffic and revenue, and I could talk more about that. I talked about how difficult it is for small businesses, once again, as we look at saying that these Liberals have money for all their pet projects without actually setting proper policies in place that would ensure that investment comes to Canada and we can attract investment and make sure that we're doing it. I've got one final article here I want to quote because I talked about how difficult it has been for our small businesses. When we look at what's going on with our small businesses, I talked about how they are actually, closings are up, openings are down, and the number of businesses shutting down have grown. And this is one last article that was just out recently. Canada saw the highest business closure rate since the first summer of the COVID-19 pandemic in June, with 1 in 20 businesses closing that month, according to Statistics Canada. Canada's economy saw 46,000 businesses close in June, making it the largest wave in exactly 4 years. It's the highest closure rate since lockdown, a time when businesses were physically restricted for opening up to do business. The data comes at a time when the unemployment rate also continues its upward trend and is seen as the highest among young adults. In addition to the high rate of closures, the agency reported that business opening rate also dropped by 0.4%, bringing it to 4.2%. The drop marks the largest decline since August 2021. That statistics are worrisome, said the Director of Economics with the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. They also noted that business closures mentioned are seasonal. Therefore, they're not closing permanently. New business openings is a sign of a healthy, growing economy. If you want to see new businesses on the market trending upward, you'll want to see the closing rate dropping. I'm just going to end with this, Madam Speaker. One of the things that we find challenging right now, as we look at what is happening, is that we see that there is not that much hope for small businesses and for Canadians in general. I'll just leave you with this stat. Canada has the housing prices of New York, the wages of Mississippi, the economy of Alabama, and they've got higher taxes than all 50 states. And we've got to deal with the new administration. These policies are not working. Thank you very much.
Right. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Well, thank
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wanted to take a moment to recognize my daughter's birthday today. Cameo, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
So the member spoke about local business, and I think local business and small business is something very, very important to my community of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra. And Madam Speaker, we're coming up to what the Americans call Black Friday, but I'd like to talk about Small Business Saturday. Does the member believe that CETA and the inability for local governments who buy a lot of goods and services locally aren't able to use local suppliers and can't procure in their procurement policies about local suppliers, does the member think that's a good idea?
Good question.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know, and one of the bigger challenges we have, and I know our leaders talked about this, and I think we need to continue to mention, is that we are really at a competitive disadvantage. When you look at what we are spending on carbon taxes versus the rest of the world, and quite frankly, the U.S. The U.S. is one of our neighbors who we do a lot of trade with. We are putting ourselves at an unnecessary disadvantage, and this is one of the reasons why we need to axe the carbon tax. When you think about how you charge the tax on those people that grow the food or produce something, if you charge the tax on people that transport it and then the consumer pays it, we will always be at a competitive disadvantage vis-a-vis every other country that doesn't have a carbon tax.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, when I've asked other Conservative members about why it is they want to continue this debate on this exact same motion for months after months, after it was already approved by the House back in June, and after Greens, along others, continue to call for this to go to committee to be studied to ensure we get accountability on the mismanagement of funds, I'm told by Conservatives that they need to investigate with more of these speeches. Yet in the speech we just heard, we heard mostly about carbon taxes, about small businesses, about car insurance, very little about SDTC. Why is it that the Conservatives feel they need to continue this filibuster if their own members aren't going to speak about the motion at hand?
That's a very good question.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
And sir, I want to thank my colleague for the information. I spoke about it in my first half of my speech. Maybe he wasn't present, which is fine. I talked about the challenges and the whole point of redacting documents and not providing documents. And I said, I used the example of the Winnipeg Lab. Right before an election, we asked for documents. And they decided they would rather take the Speaker to court than actually produce those documents. And so it's a very easy, very simple solution. Provide the documents unredacted, and we would be more than happy to continue. But what we want to know is, why are the Liberals and the NDP spending so much time avoiding having the conversation, avoiding showing us what the documents are? Why won't they just show us what we're asking for?
Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Niagara for an excellent speech. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more, though, because we are asking for these documents. And my constituents are really worried about censorship. It seems this government, no matter what, wants to cover things up. They put in bills disguised as hate speech bills, actually just to shut down debate. And it's been an extremely troubling trend with the government and the apologists that they have in this House that are actually supporting them through this entire makeover of Canadians who believe in freedom of speech. Could he talk a little bit more about censorship and why it's important that we have these documents, because Parliament is supreme, not this government?
The honourable member for Niagara West.
I want to thank my colleague for Oshawa for that question. It's interesting. I did want to talk about censorship as part of what I was doing, but there was just so many things that I needed to talk about that I wasn't able to get to it. So thank you for asking that question. You know, this government has showed over and over again. You know, they talked about how they would be the most transparent government of all time. And they would show us, and they would, you know, sunshine was the best disinfectant, and all these things goes on and on. The reality has been the amount of legislation they put forward, trying to censor, trying to restrict, trying to have government control, is very worrisome. And this is why when we ask for documents, when parliamentarians ask for documents, we want to see what it is that we are asking for, because we are worried about censorship from this government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Part of the reason we got this whole debate going on is we continue to see over and over that the government is caught in scandal after scandal. I'm just wondering, maybe the member could elaborate on why he thinks it is that this government continues to be caught in scandal after scandal, and therefore the House now is engaged in this privilege debate that has, it's been here for a while now.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
I want to thank my colleague for the question. That's one of the things that as governments go on, particularly Liberal governments, I think there's a sense of entitlement that starts to creep in. And what we see happening is where they really believe that they should reward their friends. They really believe that at the end of the day, there are rules for thee, but not for me. And if we think about that, one of the ways for sure we could see that is this high-flying, hypocritical prime minister who has no problem burning literally hundreds of thousands of carbon emissions as he flies around the world, when we have individuals that actually, will probably, with their car, maybe spend about, 3 tons a year for an individual and a family member, versus the 100,000 or so that he will burn just on one trip. And so I think what the challenge is that people are seeing a trend here. They're seeing that where they will say, do as I say, not as I do. And people have been very concerned, and they want to make sure that there's accountability. And that is what our job as the official opposition is to do, is to hold the government to account.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to 10 years from now when we might see a Conservative Prime Minister traveling the country in a horse and buggy. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure members can appreciate that Prime Ministers, and in the position of Prime Minister, there is an obligation to board airplanes. My question for the member, Madam Speaker, is how much longer can we anticipate that the Conservative Party is going to continue to play this self-serving political game at a substantial cost because of self-serving leader of the Conservative Party? How many more days are we going to see this abuse of authority? How many more days?
I want to remind members on both sides of the House, some of them have been trying to answer the questions and others are trying to ask questions. I would ask members to please wait until the appropriate time if they happen to be recognized. And so the honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would say that it's because of the carbon policies, the policies of this government. They're so hypocritical to tell people that they need to choose between heating and eating, and yet be flying all around the world as if that's not any issue. As a matter of fact, coming back from COP the other day, I think the Environment Minister was talking about how can we put some carbon taxes on the marine industry. I mean, I talk about another cost that's going to actually, we get all our goods from around the world through shipping. So I don't believe this government over here has never found any type of avenue that they wouldn't like to try and tax.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was wondering if my colleague could talk a little bit about the Liberal Party members thumbing their nose at democracy. As he knows, we are the elected officials here in this House, and we did have a vote that the government produced these documents. And as he said quite rightly, the government has a history. He talked about the Winnipeg Lab actually going to an election so that they didn't have to share this information with the properly elected members of Parliament. So could he really talk about the importance to our democracy that we make sure we get these documents produced? Because right now we have a government that just thumbs its nose at the elected representatives of Canadians.
A brief answer from the honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you to my colleague from Oshawa and to you, Madam Speaker. This is the whole reason why we ask questions. This is the whole reason why we hold people accountable, because at the end of the day, we never got a chance to have a debate about the Winnipeg Labs. We never got a chance to have a debate about that. We never got a chance to have any of that information. Maybe the outcome of the last election would have been different. We don't know, because we didn't get that information. And the fact that this government that talked and promised so much to be transparent, this government has been anything but transparent.
Good answer.
I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll only take a moment. Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 later this day, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
All those opposed to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary moving the motion will please say nay. D'accord, la Chambre a entendu les...
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Would all those opposed to the motion please say nay? Motion carried.
Debate, the Honourable Member Central, Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, it's always a privilege to stand here on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. And before I begin, I'd like to remind this House why privilege is important. Privilege goes to the very core of how we, as elected officials, do our jobs and hold the government to account. It encompasses both the rights and immunities that every member of this House requires to fulfill our duties as parliamentarians. In a democracy, it is the people, not the Prime Minister, not his increasingly insular office, who must prevail. If powerful, unelected individuals can prevent us from doing our job, the people become powerless. Let us never forget that in Canadian democracy, it is Canadians who elected their representatives to be their voice in this place. This debate has become lengthy, but I can summarize it effectively. The Prime Minister's office claims there is nothing to see here. They accuse the opposition of holding Parliament hostage and blame us entirely. Let's recap the facts. The Liberal government appointed those who ran the SDTC program. They had full control and knowledge of what was happening. Yet it was whistleblowers, not this government, who exposed the truth. The Auditor General has since confirmed the disturbing extent of fiscal corruption. Consider the audacity. Being entrusted with scarce public dollars, then funneling into your own company. What kind of culture enabled such corruption? To every member on the government side, if you believe this conduct is acceptable, think again. Consider the audacity, being entrusted with scarce dollars, funneling into your own companies. Madam Speaker, this is the point again, to their own companies. I just want to impress upon that we would never allow this in a private corporation or not-for-profit that we were part of. So why would we allow it in a case like this? As Lord Acton famously observed, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Great men are almost always bad men. Now, once exposed, this Liberal government ended the program. Now they want to sweep everything under the rug. Nothing to see here, they say. Trust us. Well, Canadians remembered when this Prime Minister looked them in the eye and declared the allegations in the Globe story this morning are false. Later, those allegations proved true and accurate. The only accountability in that sort of affair, the punishment of former Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould for refusing to comply with the Prime Minister's office and its corruption. So many times when a scandal erupts, we hear the usual excuses from the Prime Minister's office and ministers. First comes denial, then leaked truth, then the ministers didn't know. Because ministers, particularly Liberal ministers, never seem to know, do they? When powerful Prime Minister office insiders or ministers appear at committee hearings, their standard response to tough question is, I don't recall. Not a denial, but convenient should the truth emerge. Is this fulfilling the public trust? Let's return to this privilege motion frankly. The Prime Minister's office controls which documents are released and redacted, yet has the audacity to say, trust us. Why would anyone trust this Prime Minister or his PMO giving their track record of deception? How do we break this impasse? Well, fortunately, we have parliamentary privilege, or a production order, a tool that allows us to demand all documents unredacted. If there is truly nothing to hide, an innocent government should welcome the opportunity to prove it. Well, who wouldn't? Unless, of course, there is something to hide, something the Prime Minister's office doesn't want Canadians to know. Would the PMO openly admit they're hiding something? No, of course not. They need an excuse, which is precisely why they've invented this creative fiction of hiding behind the churner. The Prime Minister and his office have lived in their bubble so long, isolated in that echo chamber, they've lost touch with reality. To many Canadians, this charter argument suggests that powerful Liberal insiders have a constitutionally protected right to misuse taxpayer money. Why else continue stonewalling? Before the government benches raise their predictable objections, let's ask this question. Is there a better way? As this Prime Minister once said, better is always possible. Let's discuss how this process could work better. Now, some of my colleagues were here during the issue of former Senator Mike Duffy. The opposition then, as now, wanted facts and accountability. That is, after all, one of our core duties. Unless you're the NDP opposition who seem to blindly support this Liberal government at every turn. Regarding Senator Duffy, former Prime Minister Harper faced two choices. He could have hidden behind privacy laws, solicitor-client privilege, cabinet confidence, exactly as today's Prime Minister's office does to withhold unredacted documents. Instead, having nothing to hide, he did what an honourable Prime Minister would do. He waived all privileges and instructed his office to share every document. That's what an accountable, transparent, and honest government looks like. Interesting enough, while the current Prime Minister has mentioned his predecessor's name nearly 300 times in this House, he's never once mentioned this example of integrity. My friends, on all sides of this chamber, this shows how better is always possible and how this Liberal government could improve. They should choose transparency and accountability. But we know that this Prime Minister and his PMO won't take that path. They won't even consider it. Why? Imagine if by some miracle the Prime Minister released all documents unredacted, as the order did, gives them to the law clerk who transfers to the RCMP. If there's truly nothing to hide, we resume business. But if there is something hidden, someone might face accountability somewhere. In the dark world of Liberal backrooms, who that someone might be makes all the difference. Now, I don't believe, and I doubt many government members truly believe, these things happen by accident with nobody's knowledge. Someone knew, and that someone is being protected. Meanwhile, Parliament's work stalls, and one of our most important tools, the production order, is being trampled on. Now, this is not the first time this government has tried to usurp a production order. Remember how they attempted to take the Winnipeg Lab production order to the courts, a case that became moot when this Prime Minister used his COVID-era powers in summer 2021 to dissolve Parliament, all in the pursuit of a majority. So what we have here, instead of resorting to the courts as they did in 2021, instead the government has chosen to stonewall this House. Is protecting potentially guilty parties worth defying and ultimately sacrificing an honoured ancient tool of Parliament? Some on the government side apparently think so, or we wouldn't be here today. Consider this. If we in the opposition did as this Liberal government asks, simply trust them and move on, nobody would face accountability. Taxpayer dollars would vanish, wealthy insiders would have profited without any consequence, and those responsible would escape judgment. That is exactly what this government proposes to avoid exposing their program mismanagement. Does anyone believe this represents good governance? Did those on the Liberal side seek office to protect those who abuse public trust and profit from taxpayers? I'd like to believe that none of you did. Certainly, no one on this side did. As we approach what the Liberal government calls the holiday tax break, or what the Toronto Star calls the shameless giveaway plan, that's, and I quote, incoherent, unnecessary, and frankly embarrassing, end quote, my inbox fills with small business concerns about lack of consultation and information. Like so many Liberal government initiatives, This emerged seemingly from nowhere. The messaging is almost comical. Are expensive gaming consoles really essentials? Promoting more consoles means parents face pressure for costlier Wi-Fi plans. Great for Canada's wireless cartel, terrible for struggling families. One final thought. In my riding, constituents accidentally overpaid Canadian Emergency Response Benefits, CERB, and had every dollar clawed back by the CRA. Others deemed ineligible faced the same. Yet what about those who received SDTC funding through conflicts of interest or were totally ineligible to receive the money in the first place? Will these people who obtained millions face similar clawbacks? Or do the Liberals believe that these individuals and their companies deserve impunity? Why does this Prime Minister maintain double standards? Why don't his expectations for others apply to him and other Liberal insiders? Consider his message. Millions in tax dollars for friends who wrongly benefit, while the average Canadian gets $250 of their own money back. That is an attempt to distract from what has happened. Canadians deserve accountability and transparency. Whatever happened, Madam Speaker, to sunlight is the best disinfectant, or, as I said earlier, better is always possible. Those were supposed to be core principles, opened up by default, he said. Instead, we get scandals, corruption, stonewalling, and efforts to hide truth from Canadians. This is wrong. Deep down, every member knows it's wrong. We must send this Prime Minister and his PMO a clear message. Enough. Those responsible for the SDTC program's failures must face accountability, full stop. Now, I can call on all members to stand united against corruption and concealment of the truth from Canadians. We should protect our privilege, in this case, that tool of a production order. The government should square up to the fact that whether they like it or not, a vote was held, a division made, a decision cast by each of the members here, and the majority demanded an ancient right, something that the government cannot ignore. Madam Speaker, a government is not separate from its people. A government is not somehow above the fray of Parliament. In our Westminster system, the government is fused with the Legislative Assembly. Those people are here and are meant to be accountable to us that do not sit in cabinet. The rest of members in this place, you have a duty, an obligation to hold them to account. Now, I do not care, Madam Speaker, if members do so in the open like I'm doing right now. I do not care, Madam Speaker, if it's done at a caucus meeting within other people inside the same party. But my goodness, Madam Speaker, we owe this country and this institution better than what it's getting right now. It's easy, Madam Speaker, I guess, for me to get on my high horse and to say that all of us should be like white knights coming to the rescue. But if we don't, who will? And if this government doesn't learn the lesson that it is chained to this place, that when a production order is made, it must respect that. And we don't defend that. As members of Parliament, if the government does not agree with it, there's only one solution, Madam Speaker. That's either to hold the line or to vote them out. Hold the line or vote them out. Madam Speaker, when I talk about a carbon tax election, many of my constituents have said that to me, and some of them were former Liberal supporters. They get the sense that nothing can be changed in this place unless we change the government. So the government has a tough question it has to answer to its own members of the Liberal caucus. Do we respect the institution and bring forward the production order in its entirety, whether or not we agree with it? Or do we simply say no and let your names in your communities, Madam Speaker, get dragged through where people believe that you're not there to do what they had asked? Now, I'm not asking, Madam Speaker, for everyone to agree with me all the time. I'm just saying on this one, we have to have a line in the sand that we and others who have come before us have drawn and not allow it to go any further. Madam Speaker, I ask all honourable members, hold the line with me and with other members to make this place a place that governments respect, or they'll find that this place will be diminished, and it's because of their inaction. Madam Speaker, again, this is about something bigger than us, and for any member to suggest that we are wasting money by talking about what has made this institution great, Madam Speaker, you can never put a price tag on democracy. A price tag on democracy, Madam Speaker, right, to say, oh, you're wasting money from talking about things that don't matter, Madam Speaker, it does matter. This place has a foundation, and if you see the foundation of your home start to crumble and you do nothing, that is an act of omission. Now, if you're doing like the government is doing, and you're actually bringing a sledgehammer to that foundation, that is an act of commission. Both are wrong, because eventually that house falls and everyone suffers. So, Madam Speaker, I'm more than happy to be accountable to my constituents. I'm happy to answer questions of why I made these statements, but I believe that my constituents are firmly behind me on this one, as I've asked them multiple times. Should we continue to hold the line? But, Madam Speaker, I will warn the members in the governing party. People are starting to say the only way that this ends is by an election and a new government. So these members can get to their mics tomorrow and they can talk to the Prime Minister and tell him to stop this sledgehammering of an institution that we all care about. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the majority of members of Parliament want this issue to go to PROC. That's what it is that the motion we are actually debating today. The member knows that, Madam Speaker. Then on the other end, what he wants to talk about is a report and a specific motion that was dealt with back in, I guess, 6 months ago or so. And in that report, it's saying that we give all the documents directly that we collect to the RCMP. The RCMP have said, no, we don't want it. It would be potentially against the Charter rights, Madam Speaker, something in which we should be concerned about. Why should the government listen to a Conservative leader that is more so interested in his personal self-interest in advancing the Conservative Party than what the RCMP are saying, than what the Auditor General of Canada is saying, and that other legal experts are saying? At times, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that this particular leader of the Conservative Party is in borderline contempt of Parliament.
Hear, hear.
The order. The Honourable for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam, the Oracle from Winnipeg talks about an idea that somehow a majority believes that this should go to PROC.
Order. The Honourable Deputy Government House Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It certainly is not appropriate to be calling people names in this House, even if the member is going to suggest that he was trying to be kind. But the reality is that he meant that in a way as to suggest sarcasm, and I would encourage you to encourage him to withdraw that. Thank you.
The Honourable for Peterborough Kawartha, you don't have the floor, and I would ask the member if she has anything to add, she should wait till the appropriate time. The Honourable Member Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, the rules of the House is that we refer to other members in the House by their title or their riding, and so I hope that all members will take note of that. It's something that everybody fully knows. The Honourable Member Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, I will refer to the member from Winnipeg in future discussions, but I also will point out, Madam Speaker, that the continued belief that we cannot bring sarcasm or satire. Madam Speaker, how do you know you live in a free country? Is when you can criticize those in power openly and freely. And you know what, Madam Speaker? If they have better ideas than mine, they should use them. The answer to free speech you disagree with is free speech that you agree with. So getting back to the point, Madam Speaker, that I was making, the member somehow said that a majority of people in this place want this to go to Proc. If that was the case, Madam Speaker, we wouldn't be here. There would have been a vote. And then No, Madam Speaker.
And to get some debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary had an opportunity. I'm sure there's another opportunity to ask a question. I'll ask the Honourable for Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola to wrap up because there's other individuals who would like to ask questions.
Madam Speaker, again, that member seems to think that everyone shares his reality. I would point out that that is not the case. We have different points of view. I do enjoy his interventions, but Madam Speaker, again, if members on the other side are unhappy with what I have to say, they should respond at the appropriate time with their own counter-arguments.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but especially for the answer he just gave. Because he was just being sarcastic. His speech was full of satire and sarcasm. This from a party guilty of contempt for Parliament. One that used all sorts of omnibus bills and time allocation. And now they want to wag their finger and talk to us about respect for the institution? I find that a little bit rich. If his party comes into power after the next elections, which I hope does not happen, I hope the NDP will win, will the member respect the institution and parliamentarians by not using time allocation nor omnibus bills?
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola.
Hope that this member from the NDP from Quebec, because I do believe he came in 2011 as the official opposition, would respect that I made specific reference to the duties of the loyal opposition, something his former leader, Thomas Mulcair, when he had the opportunity as leader, held Prime Minister Harper to account. And as I said, Prime Minister Harper actually waived client solicitor privilege when the RCMP had specific questions about the Mike Duffy affair. I would have thought that that member would have appreciated that kind of open result. And I also would say, Madam Speaker, he talks about how we were in government. Let's talk about how they're in opposition with Tom Mulcair holding the government to account. And now, under the Member of Parliament for Burnaby, guess what, Madam Speaker? They now say at every turn that they don't support this Prime Minister, yet, well, how do they vote? To keep him in power. That is contemptible. That is the problem, Madam Speaker, because what happens in this chamber here and now is what we should be concerned most with. And, Madam Speaker, I would ask the member to reflect upon that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Toronto St. Paul. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar. Sorry about that.
I appreciate the member from Toronto St. Paul, but that is surely not me. I would just like to ask the member, after what was an excellent speech, given that the Auditor General actually only reviewed a minority portion of the contracts, in his view, as an experienced member of Parliament, how much worse could this actually be? We're talking about $400 million of misappropriated funds. In his estimation, how much worse could the rot actually be?
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola.
Well, Madam Speaker, this is the proverbial challenge, is that for the Auditor General, particularly under this Prime Minister, has publicly asked for more funding to keep in line with the amount of spending that has happened. This is the same Prime Minister that has 40% more public servants, that's seen a 200% amount increase in the use of consultants. And the program spending, Madam Speaker, that we've seen, some may think that it was okay, some may have some concerns about what was spent during the COVID period, Madam Speaker, where you went from an average budget under Mr. Harper of around $250 million to, in some cases, topping $700 billion in a single year budget, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General has not had the resources to do exactly what the member said, is to really go through that file 100%, because she has said publicly the Prime Minister and his cabinet will not support her allocation so that she can do the job that's commensurate with the amount of government that has grown under this Prime Minister.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government has let you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really do believe the member is somewhat confused. At the end of the day, the motion we are actually debating If the Conservatives actually stop talking, you'll find that it's to have the issue that they want to talk about go to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. But instead of allowing that vote to take place, the leader of the Conservative Party insists that we play this multi-million-dollar self-serving game at a great expense to Canadians so that we cannot debate other issues that are so critically important to Canadians. Does he not agree we should follow the Conservative motion, allow the Conservative motion to come to a vote and have the issue go to Proc? That was the ruling of the Speaker.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, as I've said before, there are some deeply held principles at stake here. And as I said, I, for one, as a member, want to force the government to admit it was wrong and that it has to follow up with what Parliament has asked of it. Madam Speaker, as long as members want to get up and continue debate, I support that. And this member can talk about the trade-offs, but that's something he should be talking with the Prime Minister and Cabinet that have not given the law clerk what Parliament ordered them to do. So, Madam Speaker, that's the fastest way to end this. We would have this go to Proc right away. But unfortunately, this is the only mechanism that we seem to have, and I hope other Liberal members of Parliament will be at that caucus meeting tomorrow with that member and the Prime Minister, and that they will knock some sense into them, figuratively, by communicating that they need to stop the stonewalling of Parliament.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for the Peterborough-Kawartha.
Madam Chair, and happy birthday. My question to my colleague, he's really sort of hit the nail on the head here in terms of the deep-seated issue. If there is nothing to hide, why not? Why not just put all of the unredacted documents to the room? Why not? Why are the Liberals refusing to do this?
Yeah, good question.
The Honourable Member Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola has 1 minute to respond.
Madam Speaker, and again, happy birthday as well. The question is completely fair. The Canadian people have sent us here to be their voice and to hold the government to account. Anyone who's not inside the Cabinet has a role to hold the government to account, and that's what we are doing here. And I do think that it is time for members on the Liberal side. I made the reference to the foundation. If you are sitting back and allowing that foundation to crumble or to be sledgehammered by this Prime Minister, you are then in an act of omission. And so, Madam Speaker, the reason why the Liberals, the government is covering this up is because obviously someone somewhere did something very bad. And instead of opening it up and being transparent with Canadians, that open by default, Prime Minister, sunshine is the best disinfectant, Madam Speaker. They are protecting the powerful.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in this place and represent my constituents of Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner. And today I'm adding my voice regarding the sub-amendment to the privilege motion related to the Auditor General's findings. Now, these revelations indicate that Liberal insiders at Sustainable Development Technology Canada allocated nearly $400 million in taxpayer money to their businesses, resulting in over 186 conflicts of interest. Now, I'm frustrated that at a time when many Canadians are struggling to afford necessities like food, heating, and housing, we are forced to repeatedly confront ongoing corruption within this Liberal government. Now, SDTC was a federal foundation that was supposed to support small and medium-sized businesses in the clean technology sector by funding projects that work to develop technology that benefits the environment. Now, Liberals will ask, well, wasn't SDTC started by the Conservatives? Yes, it absolutely was. And in 2017, it received a clean bill of health by the Auditor General when that audit was done. So what went so wrong between 2017 and 2023? Well, this Liberal government appointed Liberal insiders to the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, who violated conflicts of interest laws and turned the SDTC into a slush fund for Liberal elites. Everything these Liberals seem to touch becomes embroiled in corruption and scandal. Now, in light of these alarming discoveries about the mishandling of these funds, the Auditor General launched an investigation into the Green Slush Fund and the awarding of contracts since 2017. What the Auditor General found is that Liberal insiders were funneling taxpayers' money into their own companies to the tune of $400 million. And let's keep in mind that that's just what the Auditor General audited. It wasn't she audited the entire workings of this fund. So who knows how many other millions of dollars have been misappropriated by these insiders. Now, what makes things worse is the fact that Cycle Capital, a company which the Liberal Minister for Environment and Climate Change was the lobbyist for, was given $10 million in green slush funds. Now, this funding was approved by a board member who also had shares in this company and is a close friend to that minister. Not only that, but she has admitted to the committee that several of her other companies received millions of dollars from the Green Slush Fund while she sat on the board. In addition to the $400 million lost and the 186 conflict of interests, the Auditor General's report contains findings that paint a picture of Liberal incompetence, disregard for the law, and lack of respect for public funds. The Auditor General's report found that the Liberal-appointed directors of the Green Slush Fund, quote, did not ensure that the foundation complied with its enabling legislation, end of quote. In other words, the Liberal-appointed board of directors did nothing to make sure they followed the law when awarding millions of taxpayer dollars to companies. Even more outrageous, the report specifically states that the Liberal Minister for Innovation, Science and Technology did not sufficiently monitor the contracts and failed to fulfill his obligations to assess any conflicts of interest with the Green Slush Fund. I really wonder how on earth this minister failed to monitor contracts containing 186 conflicts of interest. You know, he just didn't not monitor one contract, but 186 times he failed to do it. In addition, the Assistant Deputy Minister from that minister's department called this Green Slush Fund free money, saying, and I quote, "There's a lot of sloppiness and laziness. There's some outright incompetence, and you know, the situation is kind of untenable at this point," end of quote. Sloppiness, laziness, outright incompetence. What a glowing review of after 9 years of these NDP Liberals. It's simply outrageous that for a fund dedicated to supporting the development of new sustainable technology, 59 million of those dollars of this Green Slush Fund went to 10 ineligible projects. To quote the Auditor General, these projects, and I quote, did not support the development or demonstration of a new technology or the projected environmental benefits were unreasonable, end of quote. Not only was taxpayer money misappropriated by the Liberal insiders, but it was also given to projects that were not even relevant to the goals of the fund. Even worse, the Auditor General estimated that during the time the audit was taking place, 1 in 10 new projects approved were also ineligible for funding. It is unfathomable that Liberal insiders continue to misappropriate funds despite being under active investigation by the Auditor General for that very crime. Ultimately, it is clear that these findings by the Auditor General are very serious, and Conservatives believe that Canadians deserve to know the full extent of this Liberal corruption. That is why on June 10th of 2024, Conservatives put forward a motion calling for all documents related to the Green Slush Fund to be tabled within 30 days and then turned over to the RCMP. This motion passed in the House despite the Liberals' desperate attempts to vote it down. It is worth noting, Madam Speaker, that the motion that passed by the House is binding. It is not just a mere suggestion, and it is certainly not optional. The Liberals responded to this motion on July 17th, August 21st, and September 16th, but tabled only partial disclosures, owing either to redactions or the withholding of documents. In other instances, the House order was met with a complete refusal. According to the Speaker's own ruling, the law clerk reported that the Liberals had not complied with the House order, by the stipulated deadline of 30 days following the adoption of the motion. Now, in response to the Liberals' refusal to disclose the documents, the House Leader of the official opposition raised the question of privilege, arguing the House's powers to order the production of documents should be absolute and the government cannot disregard this binding order. As parliamentarians, we have a right to ask for any documents to be produced which are necessary for us to fulfill our duties to Canadians. Therefore, on September 26th, the Speaker ruled that the Liberals' failure to produce documents relating to the Green Slush Fund scandal constitutes a prima facie breach of privilege. As such, all debates are suspended until this matter is resolved. We're sitting here 5 months after and are continuing to debate this because the conditions of this motion, the opposition motion, passed by the House in June have not been met. Today we are debating the sub-amendment put forward by my colleague, the MP for Calgary Rocky Ridge. This sub-amendment states that once this motion has passed through the House, the committee studying this question of privilege must report back to the House within 30 sitting days unless the government tables all of the documents fully unredacted before that time. Now, this Conservative sub-amendment ensures Canadians can get the answers they deserve in a timely manner. Now, I want to be clear. We are not the ones who decided that Parliament had to debate this privilege motion, paralyzing other business in the House. It is the Speaker who ruled that this government violated the privilege of the House. It was this Liberal government who decided not to abide by the motion passed by this House and to ignore the subsequent Speaker's ruling. That is why we are continuing to debate this motion. It's not the Conservative Party's decision, it was a decision of the Liberal government. There is a troubling pattern of these Liberals. Repeatedly, vital information is withheld from Canadians and the official opposition. The government obstructs Conservatives from accessing information regarding fiscal mismanagement and scandals. Canadians have a right to know precisely how their money is being spent. According to the Speaker's own ruling, and I quote, "The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties. The House has clearly ordered the production of certain documents, and that order has not been fully complied with." End of quote. If the Liberals have nothing to do with this $400 million scandal, they should be concerned. They should be as concerned as the rest of us about this gross waste of taxpayer money, and fight to hold those responsible accountable for their actions. Now, instead, they have violated parliamentary privilege, preventing us from fulfilling our duties to Canadians. Now, parliamentary privilege is the individual and collective rights we as members of the House of Commons have, which allow us to effectively carry out our principal functions to legislate, deliberate, and hold the government to account. In Canada, parliamentary privilege is part of our Constitution, as it is essential for maintaining the power and authority of the House and allowing members of Parliament to represent their constituents fully. The House of Commons is an institution which represents the voice of the people. We cannot legislate, speak, or make decisions on behalf of the Canadian people if we do not have a full picture of any given situation, or do not have the freedom to speak freely about any given topic. This is why parliamentary privilege is so important. It provides parliamentarians with the rights and freedoms necessary to do our jobs. When parliamentary privilege is breached, it means that this government has disregarded and broken the constitutionality guaranteed right of parliamentarians. This question of privilege goes beyond Liberal corruption, and it's about preserving the integrity of the institution of Parliament. Nobody in this country is above the law. And on October 4th, 2024, RSMP Commissioner DeHume confirmed that there is an ongoing investigation into the Green Slush Fund. Now, it's shameful that the Liberals think they can obstruct an RCMP investigation by withholding these documents, using flimsy argument that such a motion calls for the documents to be turned over to the RCMP, thereby making the motion inadmissible. Now, in the Speaker's ruling, he agreed that, and I quote, "It is indeed unusual, novel, and unprecedented for the House to order documents not for its own purposes, but for a third party," end of quote. However, the Speaker also added, and I quote, "I believe the best way for this to be achieved would be to follow the usual course of prima facie question of privilege," end of quote. So it is both unusual and unprecedented for the RCMP to have to investigate a government regarding such a significant number of conflicts of interest and misappropriation of funds. It is perplexing for a government that asserts it is not accountable for this scandal to take such extensive measures to conceal the truth, rather than advocating for Canadians to uncover what really happened. By failing to comply with the production order, the message to the Canadian public is clear. The Liberals are complicit in wrongdoing and corruption, and in this corruption have something to hide. That's how it would appear like to the public. The RCMP must have access to the full, unredacted documents ordered by this House so they can investigate the corruption that has been all too common under this Liberal government. Now, the Liberals are raising concerns that the Speaker's order could infringe on the Charter rights specifically regarding police investigations and privacy. But let's be clear, it is the Liberals who are abusing their power by refusing to comply with an order of this House. They claim that we are the ones violating or potentially violating Section 8 of the Charter, which safeguards privacy against unreasonable search and seizure. However, the reality is that there is minimal, if any, expectation of privacy regarding these documents. They were generated by public servants using taxpayer funds and are therefore the property of the public. Contrary to claims made by the Liberals, advocating for transparency does not undermine privacy or due process. Instead, it is a demand for accountability. The House order does not force the RCMP to take any specific action on the documents. Now, having served in law enforcement for 35 years, let me explain the way these investigations could work. Now, a complainant generally turns over the documents to the police to investigate. The government is not acting like a complainant in this matter. It's acting more like an accused. So the government should have and has a responsibility to turn over evidence to law enforcement and let the evidence dictate the best course of action by law enforcement and the justice system. However, for some reason, the Liberals have completely refused to provide Canadians with the answers they rightfully deserve, actively obstructing a criminal investigation into the misappropriation of funds. Are they worried about what the RCMP might find? Well, it certainly appears that way. Do they actually believe Canadians won't see right through that? They say that we had nothing to do with this missing $400 million, yet they're also doing everything to figure out, they're doing nothing to figure out what actually happened. Taxpayer money is the property of the Canadian people. It should be allocated for the benefits of Canadians, not as a spending account for the Liberals and their well-off friends, especially during a time when so many Canadians are struggling to keep their head above water. Nobody has a choice as to whether they pay taxes. I should not have to tell the members opposite that at a bare minimum, taxpayer money should go towards what the government says it's supposed to go to and not to line the pockets of well-connected Liberals and friends of the Liberal Party. In the Prime Minister's 2015 campaign, he promised to create the most open and transparent government ever. Well, talk is cheap. Why won't he follow through with his promise and provide the unredacted documents to the RCMP, ensuring transparency for Canadians? Or is it simply another broken promise he can add to his long list after 9 years? I really wonder, have the Liberals done anything right in those last 9 years? Canadians are sick of the rising cost of living. the crime, chaos, and corruption caused by the ineffective policies of this government. For the past 9 years, the Prime Minister has led the most ethically compromised government in Canadian history. Our nation is ready for change and for a government that will ensure common sense leadership. Canadians deserve a government that is committed to accountability and transparency, one that does not use their own hard-earned money to line the pockets of their own insider friends. If the Liberals can't commit to turn over these documents to the RCMP, they should call an election. Let Canadians decide what sort of leadership they really want. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member opposite actually used the RCMP as a source to reference in making his speech. Allow me to do the same.
Yes, please.
Regarding the documents that the Conservative Party wants us to give directly to the RCMP, there is a response from the RCMP themselves, the Commissioner, and I quote, "There is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections." That's coming from the RCMP. We also have the Auditor General, Madam Speaker. We also have other legal experts. Realize what you're asking the government, or the Conservatives are asking the government to do. They're saying disregard what the RCMP are saying, disregard what the Auditor General of Canada is saying, disregard what the other legal experts are saying, and by the way, listen to the all-hail leader of the Conservative Party who has a self-interest in this issue, Madam Speaker. They want us to believe the Conservatives. I refuse not to believe the Conservatives. I will listen to the RCMP, the Auditor General, and other legal experts. My question is, why won't he do likewise and reinforce those are the institutions that we should at least be listening to on the motion?
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Werner.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. When I rose in this House some weeks ago and spoke to the other sub-amendment, the leader, or the opposition House leader, or the government House leader, or whip, or whatever his title is, had asked a similar question from the RCMP. And what's interesting is that, as I understand, how this should work for the RCMP to investigate and the government, my concern is that the government is if they have nothing to hide, who actually are they concerned about breaching any charter rights for? So if they're saying that Liberal insiders, if they're ministers and anybody in government has nothing to do with what's going on in this corruption, then they should have no issue with turning over documents, unredacted, to the RCMP. And they should do that on their own. The other thing is if they are protecting someone who's inside, they should be concerned. Absolutely, they should be concerned. However, and this point is very important, if the government should act like a complainant in this particular matter, which they are, they're caretakers for the taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, I'm only using as much time as he used to ask the question, if I may finish. I'm just about done.
Same amount of time. So the honourable member can add to the next question. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont Lefty Petrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Talking about the use of public funds, recently we learned that the Conservative Party leader would like to abolish a fund that builds housing, and several of his Conservative members, 17 of them exactly, have made requests for these funds to be used in their communities. The Conservative leader decided to muzzle these members to prevent them from doing their work, to ask for funds that exist to help relieve the housing crisis. We also have learned, cherry on the sundae, that this 44 million of this fund has been used, and I'd like to hear what my Conservative colleague has to say. Does he consider that his leader did or did not do his work by defending the City of Carleton that used this fund that he wants to abolish.
A member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not quite sure the connection that my NDP friend is trying to make to SDTC and the fraud that was going on there, other than to maybe suggest that this, the building fund that the Liberals are touting that haven't seen anything built yet may have some concerns with its funding as well, and maybe is there not corruption there? I don't know, but I want to talk about why we're here in this privilege motion, and that is from what the Auditor General was able to find, and only on what she was able to do the study on, did she find $400 million. My concern is there millions or hundreds of millions of more money from this Green Slush Fund over the course of 6 years that continued on since the Liberals changed the leadership of this group, the board, that there is millions and millions more misappropriated funds that we don't even know about yet. That's what we need to focus on as Canadians. It's taxpayer money, not the government's.
And comments, the member for Yorkton Millville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated what the member had to say about this issue, and I actually question the motivation on the other side. I think I'm a little more harsh on this than perhaps he is, mostly because of what I hear from my constituents. I want to mention that very early on in this government's existence, they brought forward a bill to, it was around an environmental framework. So just brought it to the House to be debated, first day of debate. And it was very clear that they were bringing in things that weren't normal, such as a freshly sweeping power to the minister and accountability to an advisory board rather than to this House. So I questioned the member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country about what this board would look like, all kinds of questions around it. What would their mandate be? How long would they be there? All kinds of questions. Well, the member couldn't wait to stand up and say that the board had already been chosen. And that was at the beginning of this government's mandate. And now we have these things happening. So what in this circumstance would tell you that they value taxpayers' money or the rights and responsibilities of this place?
A member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend for the question. I think it's quite clear over 9 years of this government that they have absolute, complete contempt for the taxpayers in this country. And we can go through dozens of examples of where they've taken advantage of. They have completely, wasted hard-earned taxpayer money, and the SDTC is an example of that. So they have a board already pre-selected early on that full of Liberal insiders, surprise, surprise. That should, if that doesn't raise alarm bells to anybody, then somebody's asleep over there. And obviously they have been, as indicated by, there's 186 conflicts of interest, and the minister didn't even recognize them to their own board members and their own companies who didn't belong to any sustainable fund priorities or goals of this fund. Like, this reeks and smells of criminality to me. And, I would hope that the government, as much as they're trying to protect themselves from this and the embarrassment of this, that they will see that if they are not, the Canadian public think they're complicit in this by the fact that they are stonewalling the release of documents. If they're not, if they actually are not complicit, then turn over those documents unredacted and try and restore some faith from the Canadian public into this government. And that's going to be tough to do.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saskatoon West, was it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, just a quick question to my colleague. He had a great speech. Just thinking about all of the scandals that have plagued this Liberal government over the years, I think of the We Charity, I think of the recent other Randy fiasco, all these things that have happened. I wonder if the member could just take a minute to recount some of the ways that we cannot trust this Liberal government to do anything. Thank you.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, has just a little over a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Saskatoon for the question. I think one of the things that There are so many scandals that come to mind, Madam Speaker, that I'm remiss. I might forget a couple if I start trying to recite them all. But I think the overall, what I tell constituents when they ask me, like, you know, how can this government last so long? You know, it's time to get rid of them. They have shown nothing but contempt for us as taxpayers. And I tell them that one of the experiences that I found most troubling when I arrived in Ottawa was the attitude of entitlement and arrogance that I found in government. And I found that to be troubling, and my constituents feel exactly the same way. Scandal after scandal after scandal shows the absolute and utter disregard for the Canadian public. And it should be, we should have a government that is, you know, for the people. This government has turned out to be a government of the people, and there is a significant difference. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to talk about this Liberal government and also this problem that has been occupying us for several weeks now, the $400 million that have been misappropriated by the Liberals. And this program was working flawlessly in the beginning at 2001, and there were several years where it was running smoothly. And then the Liberal government got involved. It started rewarding their insider friends, and now we have $400 million that has disappeared to Liberal friends. It shows us what, Madam Speaker? How little the interest the Prime Minister has in these financial issues, also in his little interest in safety, security. There's a clear example of how the Prime Minister deals with situations that we experience in Canada. On Friday, we learned that there was an event, an intense demonstration in Montreal, and protesters created a great deal of unrest in front of the Palais des Congrès and broke things. And what did the Prime Minister do during that time? He was dancing. He was playing with bracelets while Montreal was on fire. And this is a strong symbol, Madam Speaker, that shows that the Prime Minister doesn't act like an adult, and even less like a Prime Minister. These violent and destructive actions have been going on for several months now, and the Prime Minister didn't want to disrupt his dancing that evening. And what happened to Montreal was absolutely incredible. We should condemn these actions, and the RCMP worked with local police and hold these people accountable. He published a nice tweet on his account. Probably his employees or staffers sent that. Just a cute little message on Twitter just to get the job done, and then he kept dancing. It was really impressive to see that. And then people will say, well, the Prime Minister has a right to go see a concert with his daughter, but the Prime Minister does have fundamental responsibilities. When there's an important event in this country, he has to stop having fun, allow his daughter to continue having fun with her friends, and he has to go see what's going on and take care of the situation. That didn't happen. The Prime Minister had his security team with him. They could have taken account of the situation and taken actions, but he just continued having fun as if nothing were going on. And this is what we've been going through in our country for 9 years. There's a lack of seriousness when the Prime Minister of Canada is acting like this. Terry Gallerin of the National Post said the same thing last October when he said such rhetoric, talking about groups that are creating issues in Canada with hate speech is unacceptable in Canada. All types of responses should be reflect upon, and urgent action needs to be taken. Over the past 4 years, we have heard from Samidoun and other foreign propaganda for the freedom of Palestine. And in August, the Minister of Public Safety said that Liberal staffers are examining how 2 men with suspected ties to foreign terrorist entities have entered Canada and, even worse, obtained Canadian citizenship. Mustafa Hildizi, 62 years of age, and his son, 26 years of age, were arrested in Ontario, and they are facing 9 different charges of terrorism, including conspiracy to commit murder. And the RCMP announced these charges, saying that these 2 men were planning a violent attack in Toronto. So that's an example, Madam Speaker, when we have discovered the government's incompetency, and there are videos that show clearly that barbaric acts took place. These men came to Canada and they became Canadian citizens.
Les États-Unis peuvent faire confiance au Canada.
How can the U.S. trust Canada when there are situations like this? And this is just the tip of the iceberg. It's one example among many. Americans are worried, and rightly so. Imagine that. People who were videoed committing acts for the Islamic State became Canadians? Marco Rubio, in his letter, wrote a letter to the American Public Security Committee calling on greater security along the Canada-U.S. border. Why? Because Canada had increased the number of PR visas going to refugees for people from the West Bank and Gaza. The Prime Minister was willing to let Gazans with links to terrorism into Canada, and they could have gone into the United States after that. American senators rose that described the Canadian border as a potential national security threat. And all of this brings us back to our debate. It brings us back to the decisions of this Prime Minister and his government. Nothing he does works. $400 million went to, we're supposed to go to a Green Technology Investment Fund. It ended up in the hands of Liberal insiders. So that's corruption. Public safety is being put at risk due to different decisions from the Liberal government, decisions that simply did not work. Now the Americans are getting worried about us. And it's not just because of President Trump. It's because of... It's because of all sorts of wrong decisions, and all sorts of people from the United States are coming and wondering what the heck is going on in Canada. They're saying that they're nervous about living underneath us. Madam Speaker, I cannot put it any better than my leader, who said it best on Friday. He said, regarding the Montreal riots, you seem shocked, but you are reaping what you sowed. That's what happens when, after 9 years of divisive identity politics, pitting Canadians of different ages, races, classes, and regions against each other. He said that the Prime Minister has broken what used to bring us together by insisting that Canada is some post-national state with no real identity. From passports to veterans to... on our passports, images of Terry Fox and our veterans have been replaced with photos of squirrels and childhood photos of the Prime Minister. And anytime someone doubts the Prime Minister, he calls them racists. His Liberal MPs are saying one thing in mosques and another in synagogues, one thing in gurdwaras and another in temples. Serious murderers have gotten off scot-free here. People have been arrested 80 times and released afterwards. And now Canadians are seeing murders on their soil, firebombing of synagogues, churches vandalized, all without the Prime Minister lifting a finger. Hate crimes have gone up by 251%. And while the Prime Minister was dancing, Montreal burned. Every part of the country has seen a spike of violent crime. This disproportionately affects women. This so-called feminist government seems to have lost its way since 2015, when this woke Prime Minister was elected. Crimes against women went up by half. Let's look at some Statistics Canada numbers on women and the most vulnerable. Total number of sexual assaults at all levels, up by 74%. Sexual offenses against children, up 118%. Kidnapping, up by 11%. Harassment and indecent communications, up by 86%. Distribution of intimate images, up by 101%. Human trafficking, up by 84%. And 90% of the victims of all these assaults are women. The Prime Minister said he would protect Canadians. All hot air. All he's done is make life more comfortable for criminals. I was interviewed about this in Quebec, because in Quebec there's a lot of public discourse about the craziness going on in prisons and jails. Because of C-83, it's total lawlessness in the prison system. Prison guards are fearful for their lives because it's chaos behind the bars. But this is, and even this is just one problem amongst the long list of issues facing the Canadian criminal justice system. Journalists are getting arrested, journalists who should stand in the way of Canadians, while criminals, violent criminals, are able to sit at home on house arrest watching Netflix after committing serious sexual assault. And on the Liberal side, not a single person had the spine to get up and do the right thing, to admit that their Prime Minister is taking us in the wrong direction. No Liberal woman was able to stand up and denounce this Prime Minister, though that's to be expected after 3 of them were summarily fired when they did so. As for the Bloc and the NDP, their approach to criminal justice was to support Bill C-5, which allows for house arrest for violent criminals, and to support a further bill which allows for catch and release justice in Canada. In Canada, and especially not in Montreal, no one is worried about justice anymore. And this is all because of Liberal measures supported by the other opposition parties. This is an incompetent government. Yet it is clinging onto power thanks to the support of the Bloc and NDP. The Bloc already said it didn't have any confidence in the government, but when the time came to systematically vote for a lack of confidence, they chickened out. And then the NDP put on their little show and tore up their supply and confidence agreement. Well, we now know that was all for nothing. They remain just as supportive of the Liberals as they always were. So we hope these parties will finally stand up and do the right thing. Hopefully they will finally start thinking of Canadians first. They should act instead of just talking. They should say that we are done with this government, and then someone else needs to be voted in. Ideally, it would be good to have a Conservative government voted in so that we can set Canada straight.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank Thank you, Madam Chair, and to my honourable colleague, thank you for his intervention. You know, he represents his constituents well, and I'm curious what he's hearing at the doors, on the phone, from his constituents about this and about the Liberals' failure to hand over these unredacted documents to show transparency in a corrupt green slush fund.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague, who is very engaged in the fight to protect women and ensure that there are stronger laws to protect them against violence. As for her question, every weekend I go back to my riding, and the first question I get from people is, when are we going to have elections so that we can vote out this Prime Minister? That's the first thing people ask. And then, regarding corruption and the Green Slush Fund affair, people simply do not understand. Some people say, sir, this seems even worse than the sponsorship scandal, because that was just a $40 million scandal back in 2005, and now it's a $400 million scandal. And it's taxpayer money as well. They say we want to be able to get our money back, so why won't the Liberals hand over the documents to the RCMP? Unfortunately, the only response I can provide is that I will continue to hold the line. Questions and comments?
Langley Aldergrove. Yes, I was going to say Flamborough, but Langley Alder.
Close. I want to thank my colleague for a well-thought-out speech. It's often noted by political commentators that Canadians are losing confidence in our democratic institutions, such as our courts, our electoral system, and now Parliament. So I wonder if my colleague could comment on what happens to this confidence or lack thereof when the governing party refuses to comply with an order of this court, order of this Parliament, which is definitely within its power to be able to order to do. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint Charles. That's a great question from my colleague. Indeed, there is a parliamentary order at hand here, and now for 8 weeks, we have been debating it. All we want is for the government to produce documents, and people are wondering, why won't they just do it? They don't understand why the Prime Minister thinks himself above Parliament, because Parliament is the institution that represents 40 million Canadians. Certainly, the government's obstinacy creates a problem. People say we're supposed to be a democracy. Parliament is supposed to be supreme. So what the heck is going on? So it does create a trust issue, and every day this goes on, the problem gets worse. Eventually, people get the impression that they can't trust anyone. After all, if you can't trust Parliament, who can you trust? That's the consequences of the situation we are facing.
Grasslands.
Yeah, I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And in that last response, he said something very important, and that is trust. Can Canadians trust this government? This government alone is responsible for over a third of all scandals across Canadian Parliament from the very beginning. So when you see one government responsible for that much scandal, how can Canadians trust this government?
Madame Ferrari,
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Trust is at the base of everything. It's the foundation of everything in politics. We are here to represent people. When they elect us, they put their trust in us. They ask us to represent them in the House of Commons. When a government is elected, regardless of party, it's expected that you should be able to trust them. Since 2015, Canadians unfortunately learned that they could not trust the Liberal government. And you're not supposed to talk about polling in politics, but it's quite clear, based on recent data, that for a year and a half now, people have been fed up with this government. That said, the government continues to cling to power, which is a bad thing for democracy. But luckily, the situation will come to a close soon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, my colleague speaks of the last year and a half that people have come to the realization they cannot trust this government. And I would bring to mind a bill that came before this House on the environment in this government's first year. And in that bill, it talked about bringing more power to the minister and power to an outside governing body. And when I asked the member speaking about it what that would look like, that outside governing body, he said, oh, we've already got it in place. And that was at the beginning of this government. So what does the member have to say about the level of frustration that has built since the beginning of this government to now?
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint Charles. Very good question from my colleague. This is kind of the Liberal trademark, isn't it? They set up structures and infrastructures that are totally independent of government. At the same time, they hire 109,000 new employees to manage the government. So they've got two things going on. Third parties who get $20 billion a year for consulting fees, and then the core public service, which they expand by 40%. So they're doing two contradictory things. What does this all mean? It means that the government does not trust its own team. It does not trust its own government. So they're sending things outside the government. This all speaks to a lack of trust. Questions and comments?
For Edmonton West. Oh, Edmonton Centre, sorry. Oh, Calgary Centre. There we go. Calgary Centre. Sorry, I'm...
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague from Quebec. He delivered a great speech here in the House of Commons. I very much appreciate his words, as always. But now I have a question for him. I would like to ask, how much money will we find in the documents that the Liberals must give to Parliament as rapidly as possible? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. How much money will we find? We know that, at the very least, it's $400 million. $400 million went missing. But what we now need to know is to get specific numbers about where it went. At the very least, we are talking about $400 million here. But often when you get the documents and you start going through them, you can find more than that. So I'll take that into account. We have time for another brief question. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll continue along that line. We know that the Auditor General looked at a sample of the documents, a partial portion. And all sorts of money went to people who were in conflicts of interest. I'd like to ask my colleague. I think she only looked at 60% or 40% of the documents, so this could potentially mean that the $400 million amount might be much higher. Does my colleague agree with this? The Honourable Member has 1 minute to respond. That's true. We are talking about $400 million because that is the known factor here. But the Auditor General only looked at 40 to 60% of the data, which meant that it could be up to almost $1 billion. These days, billions of dollars are given out like candy, but it's worth noting that $1 billion is a lot of money. We need to look into this, and the first step to that is to get all the information.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I'm rising today to speak about the green slush fund scandal that we have been debating here for some time, and particularly I'm speaking to the sub-amendment that changes the motion by adding, except that or it's going to change the amendment, which says, but it's going to add, except that the order for the committee to report back to the House within 30 sitting days shall be discharged if the Speaker has sooner laid upon the table a notice from the law clerk and parliamentary council confirming that all government institutions have fully complied with the order adopted on June the 10th, 2024, by depositing all their responsive records in an unredacted form. Stress, unredacted, because we have to stop this cover-up. So this order was originally given by the Speaker back on June the 10th, and here we are discussing the question of privilege of the Green Slush Fund that Liberals had set up to allow Liberal insiders to enrich themselves, to spend almost $400 million from taxpayers on themselves, on other Liberal friends, and violated rules that were identified by the Auditor General. You know, you look at this, you know, you got $58 million that the Liberal appointed board on the Green Slush Fund went and shoveled out that on projects that could not demonstrate any environmental development benefit or green technology. And Madam Speaker, I just have to say, like, as a former chair of the Standing Committee on the Environment, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada organization had been, up until these Liberals under the industry minister, going back to Navdeep Bains when he was industry minister, had been functioning perfectly, helping small green tech funds get angel investments and direct government support to bring new products into the market, to reduce our carbon footprint, and to ensure that we were having clean land, clean air, and clean water. But trust this Liberal government, with all their history of always enriching Liberal insiders and friends, corruption going back, you know, not that when I first got elected, we were still dealing with ad scam, which, you know, ad scam and SNC Lavalin scandal and the WE Foundation, all those things look pretty minuscule compared to this $400 million. So $58 million were given to projects that didn't even qualify under the rules of STTC. Another $334 million, or over 186 times, projects were awarded to the board members themselves who were in a conflict of interest. So they were sitting on the board, appointed by the Liberal Minister of Industry, Navdeep Bains, who was originally appointed most of these people, and they were failing to observe the rules laid out. And when the Auditor General went and looked at how dollars are being spent by SDTC, found 186 times that these Liberal insiders, these board members, failed to recuse themselves because they were giving money to themselves and to each other and to others that were connected to the board members. And finally, there's another $58 million that was handed out without even putting in place proper contribution agreements, and that they were meant to ensure that dollars were being spent properly. No follow-up, no follow-through. It was money taken and stuffed in their pockets. And luckily, the Auditor General found out because of some brave whistleblowers. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, we've been sitting here, we've been talking about how the current industry minister was blamed by the Auditor General for failing to do sufficient monitoring of SDTC, failing to look at all the alerts and red flags that were going up, decided to turn a blind eye. We know that Cycle Capital, one of the companies that received dollars, went to the direct benefit of the Minister of Environment, who had shares in Cycle Capital, and we've seen those shares now increase exponentially because of the supposed benefit of these government dollars, these hard-earned dollars from taxpayers that went and funded SDTC, which they then turned into a green slush fund to allow them to continue to benefit. So, Madam Speaker, we've seen the Liberals get up in this place and for over the past few weeks, arguing that we shouldn't be debating this in here, even though it is our right and our responsibility as parliamentarians to stand up against any questions of contempt of Parliament and violations of privilege, which the Speaker has found there was. And the Speaker is asking that a Parliament pronounces itself. And we believe that these records, since it clearly looks like there is criminality involved here, needs to be investigated by not just public accounts, not just Parliament itself, but by the RCMP and other police agencies. The whistleblower clearly stated in here that the true failure, and I'll just quote him here, and it says, the true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic system works, and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. He also said, I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and fiscal mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC and the public sphere. The whistleblower also said, just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the fiscal mismanagement of SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization. Again, I stress, the criminal activities of this organization and of those that were participating. Madam Speaker, we've had Liberals get up and saying, well, we're going to be violating charter rights. And the reality is that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is set up to protect individuals from the government, not protect the government from Parliament. And so the Liberals can no longer hide behind this veil of, so-called falsely using the Charter as the reason why we shouldn't have these documents turned over to Parliament and to the RCMP. But we need to get down to the bottom of this. And the Liberals can put an end to this once and for all, including, as the sub-amendment says, is that the order to report back to the House is not required if the government hands over the documents. That way, we can fulfill our fiduciary duty to ensure that taxpayer dollars are being used legally in this case, never mind wisely. And secondly, is that the RCMP then take these documents and start their in-depth investigation of the scandal at hand. Over the years, we have witnessed Liberals continuing violating, the basis of our democratic institutions and abusing taxpayer dollars. And all you need to look at is how they have misspent money, during the pandemic, how we had dollars that were handed out in Arrive Scam, and that app turns out to be that we had to call one of the creators of Arrive Scam to the bar because they refused to testify. We know that there was hundreds of millions of dollars that were never accounted for. We were told that this Arrive Scam app could have been easily produced for under $500,000, and instead it was hundreds of millions of dollars. And again, the lack of proper governance, the lack of putting in proper checks and balances allowed Arrive Scam to happen. And that's what's happened here again at the Green Slush Fund, is that the Liberals didn't carry out their responsibility as the government to ensure taxpayers' dollars are being used for what they're meant for in various programs and operations of the government, and allowed SDTC to take those monies to benefit themselves, to benefit a minister, to benefit close friends and allies of the Liberal Party itself. And so, Madam Speaker, we have to continue to raise this and ask the questions, and we'll continue to push for this until the Liberals turn over the money. But are we surprised by this, Madam Speaker? We know that when the Prime Minister put pressure on the first Indigenous Justice Minister of the country, the Attorney General, Jody Wilson-Raybould, to provide the get-out-of-jail-free card for SNC-Lavalin. Instead of taking the advice of his Attorney General, who is filling her responsibilities, instead of listening to Jody Wilson-Raybould, he fired her. First demoted her into Veterans Affairs and then fired her. That just goes to the length that this Prime Minister will go to ensure that his friends in, big, large, elite corporations, the Laurentian elites, are always taken care of before the ethics, the rules, the law is followed by this Liberal government. We have seen all too often the Liberals continuing to abuse our democracy, and it's starting to play out as we look at issues that are being pulled amongst Canadians and how they have lost confidence, not just in this Prime Minister, which is now he has got the lowest level of support and lowest approval ratings than any Prime Minister in the past 30 years. But we also know that they have lost confidence in the democratic process of Parliament and in government because of the erosion caused because of the ongoing mismanagement, corruption, and the way that they have divided Canadians every step of the way. The Prime Minister of Canada has three primary responsibilities. One is to keep Canada safe. And we're seeing how this government has turned its back on police officers. We just had a police officer stabbed in the neck in Winnipeg over the weekend in a confrontation. It's always Liberals' soft on crime policies that have made our streets less safe. They have hollowed out our military. We're short over 15,000 troops because of the woke policies that, again, this Prime Minister has brought forward. People are leaving in droves, and we're having trouble getting enough back in to replace them. We've seen our ships are rusting out, our fighter jets are worn out, our Army has been hollowed out, and everybody that works in the Canadian Armed Forces are burnt out. So, Madam Speaker, he's failed on protecting Canadians. Second responsibility is to manage the relationship with the United States. And we're seeing how that's going right now because of his mass immigration, the problems that has created at our southern border, the U.S.'s northern border, with people going across the line illegally. And in some cases, as it was reported, we know that there has been a number of people who have been charged for wanting to commit terrorism in the United States that have crossed from Canada. And that's because of this uncontrolled immigration. That doesn't bode well with the Americans. And so we have the out-of-control fentanyl crisis, which the Liberals have failed to address. And so as we continue to see these types of issues fall down, then, how do you protect Canada when you're not properly managing that relationship with the United States? And the third responsibility of the Prime Minister of Canada, Madam Speaker, is to keep Canada united. But this Liberal government has consistently always divided Canadians by race, by religion, by ethnicity, by dividing East against West, urban against rural. And every policy that they bring forward is they calculate that those divisions play well into their political future. So, Madam Speaker, when you are looking at, why the Liberals do what they do and why they always continue to have corrupt scandals like we're dealing with here again, it all is due to the reality that this Prime Minister, this Cabinet, has not stepped up to the plate for the right reasons. Instead of protecting Canada, they've decided to hollow out our military, to disrespect our our police officers across this country. They have constantly underfunded what is needed to properly keep us safe. Because they're taking those dollars to invest in themselves. And the Green Flush Fund is a prime example of that. You know, Madam Speaker, when we finally have that carbon tax election and Canadians have a chance to vote for change, we'll be able to actually be able to see how the dollars, those hard-earned dollars that Canadians pay in taxes every year, how they've been misappropriated, how they have gone to helping out friends like those that work at the Sustainable Development Technology Center, or a council, how we remain concerned about the overall state of this country that these Liberals under this Prime Minister are leaving us with. It's going to be a lot of work, we know that. But we're prepared to do that work as Conservatives with our great leader from our great leader. We got a fantastic leader in the official opposition. Now, like Madam Speaker, in my last few minutes here, you know, what we know is that the Green Slush Fund, SDTC, is a federal funded nonprofit that receives roughly about $100 million a year. So you can say that over the last 4 years, since we're talking about $400 million, all those monies have been used to the benefit of Liberal insiders and friends. And has actually gone to the financial benefit of the Minister of Environment himself. We know that all those people were put in place by the former Industry Minister, Navdeep Bains, who fired the previous board because they wouldn't do what he wanted. And so that put us in a situation where the Auditor General has done her work, has found wrongdoing, has found that the board directors refused to recuse themselves from conflict of interest, where they awarded themselves on 186 different times dollars in the amount of $334 million of the scandal that actually has gone to their own personal benefit. We know that these problems persisted, and the current Minister of Industry turned a blind eye. We know through the Auditor General's investigation and audit, and we know that the whistleblower believes that there is criminality, Madam Speaker. And we are confident, as the official opposition, that the RCMP will be able to conduct their investigations if they receive documents unredacted. And that's why this motion and the amendment and the sub-amendment presses upon the government to do the right thing, to provide the documents, and they can put an end to this debate on the motion of privilege. And finally, Madam Speaker, I would just say that it is us as parliamentarians that are at the biggest risk of losing the support of Canadians when we fail to act upon things that are not just unethical, but are actually criminal in nature, so that we can drill down on the things that rebuild that confidence and trust between us as those who have been elected, and of course build trust with the people that put us here. Canadians expect more, and they expect better. And every time that we have to stand up in this place and talk about the corruption, the misuse and misappropriation of taxpayer dollars that they work so hard in these difficult times, and cost of living is out of control because of the carbon tax, when we know that housing is getting more and more difficult for so many people, when we know that these huge deficits and the printing of money is earning up inflation and making life more difficult, and that crime on our streets is out of control, we know, Madam Speaker, that it's time for change, and Conservatives are prepared to make that change.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to first tell the member I I thank you for that speech. It was very refreshing to hear a Conservative just speak off the cuff and not read out an AI-generated speech for him, so I appreciate that. I noticed that he spoke at, very importantly, and I would agree with him, about our military and supporting our military. But I'm wondering if he can reflect on the fact that the only time in modern history where our military spending dropped below 1% of our GDP was while he was the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Defense. That was the only time. So it's very rich for him to come in here and say, we have to spend more on our military, when he was directly responsible for allowing it to get below 1%. But let's not talk about the past. I'm willing to focus on the future, Madam Speaker. My question for him is very simple. This government has showed our path on how we're going to get to approximately 1.8%, and how we will go beyond that to achieve our NATO target of 2%. I know while he and I were on the Defense Committee together, we both agreed it should be at 2%. So can he stand up today and say that as, if elected to form government, will the Conservatives actually commit to increasing to 2% of GDP, yes or no?
Order! The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Madam Speaker, well, first I'd like to set the record straight. We know that from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that they just did some recalculations, and that Liberals' projections of increasing spending up to even 1.7% is a falsehood, because they didn't even base it upon the same GDP numbers that the Department of Finance uses. I'd also like to point out that the Library of Parliament discovered that when you actually compare apples to apples, when we were looking at actual national defense numbers, when we were in a time of peace in 2014, there was no invasion in Ukraine happening yet, and no, there wasn't. And we had wrapped up our war efforts in Afghanistan, and we're downsizing our military efforts in Iraq and Syria. That, yeah, sure, we rolled down those operations, defense spending dropped. But Madam Speaker, guess what? When the Library of Parliament looked at the numbers, actual national defense expenditures in the department right now by these Liberals is 0.95%. It's only when Madam Speaker, member from Winnipeg North who doesn't know the numbers, I'll just explain to him that right now, the only way that they got their numbers up is 2017. They asked permission from NATO to add in things, and there's an order paper question that just proved it, of $6.5 billion from veterans' pensions, defense employees' pensions, and Coast Guard, which is not a paramilitary organization.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove. Oh, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say, as we go into 6 weeks of filibuster, we believe this should come to a vote. We support the motion. We want to get to the bottom of the STDC scandal. And as you know, Madam Speaker, when it came to the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the We Charity scandal, it was NDP MPs that actually got to the bottom of it, because we believe Canadians need to get answers. Now, I always appreciate my colleague, and he has a long history in this House. I have a lot of respect for him. I do not have any respect at all for the record of the Harper regime, Madam Speaker, because they were the most corrupt government in Canadian history, the most dishonest government in Canadian history. And I just want to cite some of the scandals. The ATS scandal was $400 million. The G8 scandal, remember the gazebos, $1 billion. The Phoenix Pay scandal, $2.2 billion. $3.1 billion lost in the anti-terrorism funding. The Senate scandals, and I could go on and on and on. Now, none of these Conservatives would permit us to get answers to. I wanted to ask my colleague very simply, does he regret the Harper government shut down and refused to give answers and transparency in every single one of those scandals? Does he regret what the Harper regime did to Canadians?
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Speaker, the member from Burnaby has a very interesting revisionist history around here. But I'll say what, they have been the party that has kept these guys in power. The Liberals are here because of the ongoing support of the NDP. Now, the leader of the NDP said going into the by-elections that we had this fall that he had torn up the agreement. just so that they could win their seat back in Elmwood-Transcona. A very thin margin in that by-election. And they were losing up until that point because when I was on the doors in Elmwood-Transcona, every one of them were sick and tired of the NDP supporting this Prime Minister and the Liberals. So that coalition down with these guys here have allowed us to get to this point. And it was the NDP that helped to shut down the debate and turning over the documents that we've needed in the past, and they're going to, right now, allowing debate to go on. But I can tell you, if they at all support a closure motion brought forward by the Liberal government, that again will prove the fact that the NDP have the six. They've got the back of the Liberals, and the coalition is alive and well.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague, the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, for his thoughtful speech on the Liberals' latest scandal, the Green Slush Fund. I was happy to hear him in his speech make reference to the specious arguments based on the Charter that the Liberals are now advancing late in the day to justify their non-compliance with a perfectly legitimate order of this Parliament. Now, he left us with no doubt what he thought of those arguments, but my question is more about timing and procedure. The time to have raised those arguments would have been in advance of the order having been made back in June 2024, as referenced even by the Speaker in his judgment. And I wonder what my colleague could say about that, just about the timing and the procedures and how the Liberals are now using this specious argument to hide behind.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from my colleague and for his hard work on making sure that we're always standing up against corruption. We're standing up for democracy. We're standing up for the proper governance of the House of Commons and of Cabinet. And meanwhile, what we're witnessing is the Liberals refusing to cooperate with the Speaker, refusing to hand over the documents so the RCMP can do their work. And we've been doing this now for over 5 months, coming on 6 months next week, that we've been waiting for the documents. The Auditor General found that there was a violation of the rules, that they the board refused to recuse themselves, Madam Speaker, when they were enriching themselves instead of leaving the room. And what would even be better is if those Liberal appointees never even made an application or took those dollars in the first place. They were there to make sure that the green tech companies across this country were getting the money they need, and instead they enriched themselves, which is all wrong.
For Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to try and correct history that the member spoke about. And I know he said history would repeat itself or whatever, but I want to talk about when Stephen Harper was Prime Minister. His first statement he made about Atlantic Canadians was they had a defeatist attitude. They wanted to survive on EI and not get out and find jobs. As well, Stephen Harper, talking about protecting people, shut down the search and rescue facility of Coast Guard in St. John's. That was shut down by Stephen Harper, opened by this government when we came to power. But again, of course, they didn't care about Newfoundland. Premier Williams at the time felt so dismayed by the Stephen Harper government that he flew the Canada flag upside down at Confederation Building. So that's how disgusting. So comment on that for a previous government.
For Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, I guess the bigger question is that member was reportedly, or actually talked publicly about signing the letter to remove the Prime Minister as leader of the Liberal Party. The bigger question is, why isn't he continuing to have that fight to do the right thing for Canada and remove one individual here that continues to make us less safe, continues to squander the dollars, continues to ensure that we can't make those investments in things like Coast Guard, Canadian Armed Forces, the RCMP. They'd rather take those dollars, as Liberals, they'd rather take the dollars to build back our Canadian Armed Forces and stuff that into, and being misappropriated by Liberal insiders that were sitting on the Green Slush Fund. That's the answer that we need, is why not get rid of your Prime Minister?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. It's disappointing that I have to rise and speak on this motion again because of the government failing to fulfill the wish of this House. And we're now at a sub-amendment stage, and this means that the Liberals are still ignoring the will of Parliament.
For Kelowna Lake Country, on a point of order from the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask for the daily time of adjournment to be midnight at the next sitting, pursuant to standing order. Thank you. Pursuant to order adopted in February 2024, the Minister's request to prolong the sitting has been adopted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians want us debating issues that are important to them in this place, like rising taxes, rising homelessness, rising crime, and rising debt. And they want us to talk about the growing lineups at food banks that are increasingly including the working class, seniors, and children, or how retirees are having to go back to work because they either can't afford to pay for basic necessities or they need to help their adult children. But because of this Liberal government,
I apologize. I have to interrupt the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm very sorry to my colleague from Kelowna Lake Country to interrupt her speech, but the standing orders of the House of Commons insist that more than one party House leader sign an order to extend a House sitting. And I'm certain that the Conservative House leader has signed no such order, and I just wanted to confirm that this request for an extension is in order.
I thank the honourable member for raising this point. The motion adopted on February 28, 2024 simply states that a minister must have the agreement of another House leader. It does not require that the parties to the agreement communicate to the House. In making the request, the minister implicitly acknowledges that there is an agreement. There is a long-standing principle that we take a member at their word. There is therefore no reason to doubt the existence of an agreement at this time. The honourable member order. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we are here because of this Liberal government refusing to release documents that are the will of this Parliament, and it really makes us question what are the Liberals so desperately trying to hide? The government should have obeyed the request of the House of Commons. The House of Commons is the voice of Canadians, and the government cannot ignore this request. It's not just a request. This is an order of the House. But this is exactly what the Liberals have done, what the Liberal government has done. And our motion could not have been clearer. It demanded that all documents related to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, now widely known as the Liberal $1 billion Green Slush Fund, be tabled with the law clerk of the House of Commons and be transferred to the RCMP for investigation. And the government had 30 days to comply, but they did not do so. And then as a result, the opposition House leader raised a question of privilege with the Speaker, and the Speaker agreed that the members' privileges of this House had been breached and that the government had ignored an order of this House. But the Liberal government continues to ignore them, and I know Liberal colleagues across the aisle will say, well, we've tabled 29,000 pages of documents, but what they don't say is that many of those documents were heavily redacted against the instructions of this Parliament, and it doesn't matter whether you table 2 pages or 2 million pages. If the documents are redacted and blacked out, you can't see the information on those pages. So if the Liberals chose to hide the relevant information that this House requests to protect Liberal insiders, then, then really those documents aren't worth the paper or the ink that is used. And so ultimately, the government, the Liberals, are hiding the information from the RCMP. And, we have to question, why has this gone on for weeks and weeks? What are they trying to hide? And so just to go back and give a little bit of history here for anyone listening that's not familiar with this ethical scandal at Sustainable Development Technology Canada, before the current Liberal government, this fund, this program really wasn't controversial. Through past governments of other parties and all parties, SDTC provided funding to Canadian innovators seeking to develop clean new technologies. But under the current Liberal government, SDTC became widely known as the Green Slush Fund because it was known now as a hotbed of corruption for use by Liberal insiders. And we know this because the Auditor General of Canada and the Ethics Commissioner and whistleblowers have uncovered clear and widespread corruption in favor of Liberal insiders. Now, the issues all began in 2018 when the Liberal Industry Minister at the time, Navdeep Bains, chose to appoint a new chair of the SDTC, an entrepreneur who was already receiving funding through one of her companies. Now, the Liberals were warned internally of the risks associated with appointing a conflicted chair. We had heard this, and this has come to light. And, they were told up to this point that the fund has never had a chair with interests in companies receiving funding, and yet they chose to appoint her anyway. Now, the new chair goes on to create an environment where conflicts of interest are tolerated or managed by board members as described by the Auditor General. And board members go on through SDTC with funding to companies which board members hold stock or positions within the company that's receiving funding. I mean, it is direct conflict of interest. Now, Liberal Minister Bains at the time goes on to appoint two other controversial board members who engaged in unethical behavior, in obvious breach of conflict of interest, acting by approving funding to companies in which they held ownership stakes. Now, department officials from the government sat in on board meetings, and they were witness to 186 conflicts of interest at the board, but they did not intervene. And then in November of 2022, whistleblowers raised internal concerns with the Auditor General about unethical practices at SDTC. And then in September of 2023, the whistleblowers take the allegations public, forcing the Liberal Industry Minister to suspend SDTC funding. And then in November of 2023, the Auditor General starts to conduct an audit. And this audit found that there were many approved projects that were ineligible for funding, a conflict of interest, or in fact both. And $58 million went to 10 ineligible projects that on all occasions couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology, the actual purpose of the fund. The Liberal-appointed SDTC board approved $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which the board members held a conflict of interest. Excuse me. These numbers are absolutely staggering. And the Auditor General found the Liberal minister, quote, did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to the Liberal insiders. Now, this is a culture of corruption that was Liberal made. We know this because the Auditor General gave SDTC a clean bill of health back in 2017. And it was only after the hand-picked Liberal board members were appointed did this fund begin voting itself really absurd amounts of taxpayer dollars. Now, the Liberals will say that, you know, this agency was at arm's length, but as I already said, there were government officials that were sitting in on board meetings. So they were not at arm's length. And the Liberal minister recommends board appointments, and Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada has senior department officials, as I said, sitting in on every board meeting, monitoring the activities of the board. Now, it's really unbelievable that senior department officials really said nothing during this time. And, we know that the Auditor General as well did not analyze all of the projects and all of the contracts. In fact, it was only approximately half that the Auditor General analyzed. And so this 186 instances could potentially be considerably higher, maybe even double that. And so this is absolutely shocking, and this is why this Parliament has been seized with this. And, it really bodes the question, why are the Liberals fighting so hard to not bring the documents forth and to not shine light on what has occurred? If there were all of these conflicts of interest, why would they not be wanting to have sunlight on the situation and bring all of this to light so that it can be analyzed, and potentially if there's even criminal activity that could be pursued potentially. And so it's just unbelievable that this is all being pushed under the rug and not wanting to come to light by this government. It's really disappointing that we're here even discussing this matter of privilege rather than discussing issues that are important to residents in my community of Kelowna Lake Country and in fact all Canadians. And after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, there's really no shortage of issues to be discussing. One issue I'd like to be talking about and hear more is crime, and how members of my community are worried over the rise in violent crime that's happened under the watch of these NDP Liberals. I mean, the statistics are really shocking compared to 2015. Homicides are up 28%, sexual assaults are up 75%, gang murders have nearly doubled, auto thefts are up 46%, and extortion is up 357%. I mean, these are serious, violent crimes. British Columbia has seen a total number of violent criminal code violations increase by over 50% since 2015. That this situation of crime really is out of control. And instead of debating how to better keep our community safe, we're debating this matter of privilege regarding this Liberal apparent cover-up. The legislative changes by the Liberal government, supported by the NDP, serves to put the welfare of perpetrators, often violent ones, over the welfare of victims. Law enforcement and policy experts are calling for reform. Liberal Bill C-75 directed judges to act with restraint when imposing bail conditions, even with violent repeat offenders. It has been a driving force behind the catch-and-release nature of Canada's bail system. Liberal Bill C-5 removed mandatory minimum sentences for 14 criminal code sections, including serious crimes related to firearms and drugs. Unbelievable. Crazy. Liberal Bill C-83 changed the correctional system, in part, to ensure those convicted and sentenced to penitentiaries are provided with the least restrictive environment for that person. And many believe this is legislation that allowed serial killers like Paul Bernardo to move to a medium security prison environment despite committing heinous crimes. Across Canada, law enforcement experts and associations have made it clear that they're fed up with this Liberal government's legislative agenda, which increased crime and chaos in many of our neighbourhoods. For example, recently the Police Association of Ontario, the Ontario Provincial Police Association, and the Toronto Police Association issued a joint statement following an intense shootout in Toronto, leading to 23 arrests and 16 firearms being seized. And this states, quote, "Our members are increasingly frustrated and angered as they continue risking their lives to apprehend repeat violent offenders," unquote. It went on to say the incident, quote, "should serve as a call to action for the federal government to fix our bail system so repeat and violent offenders can't continue to harm our communities while out on bail," unquote. The Vancouver Police Union, close to where I am in British Columbia, stated how Liberal justice reforms are, quote, doing little to address actual crime and violence, unquote. They also said the Prime Minister is, quote, not aware of the ongoing gang war in BC, which is putting both our members and public at risk on a daily basis, unquote. The Surrey Police Union, also in British Columbia, described their pressing current issue is, quote, the surge of illegal firearms coming across our borders and ending up in the hands of violent criminals, unquote. Conservatives will stop the crime by first scrapping Liberal bills C-75, C-5, and C-83. And Conservatives have also put forth many common-sense bills to address public safety. My own private member's bill, the End the Revolving Door Act, Bill C-83, would expand justice system sentencing to people suffering from addiction through treatment and recovery in federal penitentiaries. And unfortunately, this was voted down by most NDP and Liberal MPs. And, you know, again, instead of discussing these common sense solutions to stop the crime in our communities, we're discussing this matter of privilege. And many of our colleagues, many of our Conservative colleagues, too much to mention in the time that I have here today, have also put forth many really great private members' bills that would address the issue of crime. Everything from you know, looking at crime that's happening in hospitals and extortion and car thefts and many, many more. I could do a whole speech just on that. So, you know, we're actually putting forth common sense solutions.
The honourable member has a timer that is buzzing on her desk because there's a phone that is buzzing on the honourable member's desk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another issue that I'd like to be discussing more, instead of a matter of privilege, although that is important, but we're only discussing it because the Liberals are holding us in this place, is because the Liberals aren't abiding by the will of this House to fix the budget and restore affordability. Inflationary spending and the lack of good economic policies have seen the Canadian economy deteriorate, and Canadians are worse off because of it. And we know why. The Prime Minister has said he doesn't think about monetary policy, and that budgets balance themselves. And now his latest comment was, quote, I'll let bankers worry about the economy. I mean, how completely out of touch this is, and with what the role of government is and what his role is. You know, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has reported that, quote, rising inflation and tighter monetary policy have eroded purchasing power, particularly among lower-income households, unquote. Now, most Canadians spend the bulk of their income on basic necessities, like food, shelter, and transportation. And when their purchasing power suffers, it makes just getting by that much harder. The reality has been realized when it comes to food bank use in Canada. The cost of food has increased by over 22% just since 2020 alone, forcing many to go to a food bank. You know, we've the committee that I'm on, the Human Resources Committee, we have had a lot of testimony on this from food banks, from not-for-profits, you know, who have talked about the fact that, you know, they would have had volunteers before who have now become clients, where seniors would maybe volunteer and now they've had to go back to work, where people aren't volunteering because they literally can't afford the transportation to come and volunteer, and where donations are down. And this is what's happening in Canada. This is the Canada that we're in right now, and this is after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. We know, for example, that over 2 million Canadians have visited a food bank in 1 month alone. Something that is especially upsetting is the rise of child poverty. According to the 2024 report card on child and family poverty in Canada, 1.4 million children live in poverty in Canada now. You know, we need to discuss how economic policies and inflationary spending has really gotten us to this point. Instead, we're discussing this matter of privilege. And, there are really serious, broad economic concerns that are happening in Canada. And it just really illustrates the results of this disastrous Liberal government and how it's affected people's lives and Canadians' prosperity. I will say as well that the Liberals have not given a fiscal update, so we know where the debt is this year. They continue to have spending. We have no idea what the status of our debt is. Canada's federal debt will rise to $1.2 trillion this year. Now, that's based on previous numbers. The interest we'll pay in servicing the debt will increase to $54 million, or billion rather, $54 billion. And again, this is based on previous numbers. Just to put that into perspective, that's more than the revenue that has been raised in the past from GST. Unbelievable how much we'll be spending on servicing our debt and how much our children and grandchildren will be spending. As well, Canada's GDP per capita continues to decline, meaning there's less money to go around for more people. And this is really troubling given that while Canada's GDP per capita fell by 3% the last 4 years, the GDP per capita of the United States increased by 7% in that same time period. It's total economic mismanagement on the account of this NDP Liberal government. This government is continuing to not comply with the will of this Parliament and refusing to bring forth the documents that are the will of this Parliament. And so there are a lot of important issues that we need to be discussing here, Madam Speaker. I'll just end with this as well, just with the carbon tax. Like, we have all of these tax increases that will be coming down the line early next year. We've got the carbon tax that will be increasing on April 1st. We've got the excise tax that will be increasing on April 1st. And especially with the carbon tax, this just makes the price of everything go up. Makes the price of everything go up. Everything that is grown, produced, transported, and yet this government is bent on increasing these taxes. And so it's putting us really at an economic disadvantage. We're hearing testimony at a lot of committees how tax increases are forcing people to leave Canada, forcing businesses to leave. These are the things we need to be talking about, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Time is up. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House. Oui, l'honorable.
Yes, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. On a point of order? Yes. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Just before my colleague's intervention, there was a point of order because when the hours are extended, it requires the support of another opposition party. I just want to inform the House that that opposition party was not the Bloc Québécois. We're not the one supporting the government's measure. I'd like to thank the member for that information.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important when the member starts to give a false narrative that somehow the Conservatives are not to blame for this filibuster. I think it's really unfortunate and it's definitely misleading. Let's be real here. We have had close to 200 speeches delivered by the Conservatives, numerous concurrence reports brought in by the Conservatives, all in an attempt to filibuster the House. The motion that we are debating says that the issue needs to be advanced to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. That is the Speaker's ruling, and that is the motion that was introduced by the Conservatives. The Conservative Party of Canada, in the self-interest of the leader of the Conservative Party, are playing this multi-million-dollar irresponsible game, and to try to give an impression, Madam Speaker, in any fashion whatsoever, that it is not the Conservative Party that's to pay for this particular irresponsible behavior, I think is wrong. Outright wrong. Would the member not agree at least that it is a Conservative motion that we're actually debating, and it is the Conservatives that put up speaker after speaker after speaker? It's a false argument to try to express anything otherwise.
The Honourable Member for Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, from the intervention from the member there is the most is the member that speaks the most in this place other than the speakers.
Yeah.
So for him to criticize people in this place for wanting to stand up and speak on behalf of their communities is pretty nonsensical, pretty unbelievable. And you know, I mean, what is the government trying to hide? The Liberal government could end this tonight.
Totally.
All they have to do is release the documents. What are they trying to hide?
Come on,
Okay, questions and comments. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Kelowna and Lake Country for her great intervention tonight. And I'm with her. I just wish that the member from Winnipeg North would quit, filibustering in here and actually do his job and turn over the documents so that we can get to the bottom of this. Now, Madam Speaker, we just heard from the Bloc saying that the extension of hours next week wasn't the Bloc. We know it wasn't the Liberals that were extending hours. It was the NDP. And we just had in here the member from Burnaby, the House Leader for the NDP, saying that they're always here to stand up against corruption, but they are now in with the Liberals once and again. So my question to my colleague from Kelowna Lake Country is, do you believe that they got out the Scotch tape and pasted back together their agreement? Is the breakup over?
Going to ask the relevance of the question. A very brief answer from the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, what we've seen play out is that the NDP leader did this very dramatic speech and talked about the agreement no longer existing with the government, and yet over and over again they continue to side with the government and vote with them and basically do the will of the government. So it's nonsense.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quebecers and Canadians know that they can count on us when the time comes to help them, when they're having trouble paying their rent and their bills. I like what my colleague had to say. But it's annoying to hear the same speech over and over. So I would suggest that she stop repeating the same speech over and over and vote on her own privilege motion, so that the Liberals can hand over unredacted documents. One side wants to stop the childishness and move on to a vote, but the Conservatives insist on holding everything up.
Country.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will stand up for my community on how crime is increasing, how people can't afford to feed themselves, and for us to be, maybe it does sound repetitive sometimes, but those are the issues that are important to people from my community and important to Canadians. As I mentioned in my intervention, crime is up. We know that food, yes, we say all the time that food bank use is up, but guess what? Reports just came out again over the last week or so that as we go into Christmas, food banks are expecting increases again. So yes, it's things that we talk about all the time, but it's issues that are important to members in my community, and things aren't getting better. The results of this government, of this NDP government, keep leading to costs going up. If things were getting better, then why do food bank use keep going up? Here we have a government that's looking to increase taxes again on April 1st. The carbon tax is going up 19%, which is going to make the cost of everything go up again, and yet they continue going down this path. So yes, we keep talking about some of the same issues, but the failures of this government, they keep on the same path. They have not changed their policies, and they keep going in the same direction, which is crushing Canadians' bank accounts.
Questions and comments. The honourable member, the honourable member for Tippecanoe-Mactaquac. Sorry?
Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
All right. Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. I'm sorry, my mistake.
Yes, Madam Speaker, one of the many comments that the Liberal spokesperson, member for Winnipeg North, made today was he referring to the Conservatives as the far right. I don't know if he and the Liberals have been looking at the polls for the past over a year, but it seems like the far right is approaching half the Canadian population. And they just seem to be totally disconnected. I know that the member from Kelowna Lake Country spoke about the food banks and the lineups. And I've seen that in my own community as far as the demand increasing and just the ability to provide is just decreasing. So just wondering to the member if she could say, maybe she has some comments about what she thinks What has happened to the Liberal Party?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we know that this government has been in government now for 9 years, and it is, in fact, the NDP Liberal government. And we're seeing the results of their policies and their legislation play out. We're seeing the results of their policies. And it doesn't matter whether you're looking at crime, whether you're looking at economic policies, whether you're looking at housing, we are seeing the direct results. And so, when we step back and look at saying, okay, we are going to address these different issues, whether or not, and I talked quite a bit about crime during my intervention, or whether it's on the economic side, we want to go back to look for the causes and what are the solutions, as opposed to putting Band-Aids on a lot of the issues. And, this government is down a path of soft on crime. They've gone down a path of inflationary deficit spending, and they don't seem to be taking their foot off of the gas with that. And so we're seeing the results of their governance. We've seen the mismanagement with the massive conflicts of interest. That's what we're talking about here today with the Green Slush Fund, or the SDTC. Massive conflicts of interest, lack of transparency. After you've had a government be in place for 9 years or more now, you see the results of their actions play out, and that's exactly what we're dealing with now.
That's right. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made reference to the fact that there's been a filibuster taking place. What she doesn't talk about is that there's like 180 Conservatives that have taken the opportunity to speak. There's maybe 3 or 4 Liberals that have actually spoken on the issue. The Conservative Party wants us to believe and listen and follow the leader of the Conservative Party. The government wants to be able to recognize and follow the advice from the RCMP, the Auditor General, and legal experts. The question I have for the member, why should we listen to the Conservatives in their AI-produced speeches more often than not, unfortunately, along with the propaganda that they're giving versus the RCMP, Auditor General, and other legal experts? Why should we listen?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, it's really interesting considering that member is, you could call him the filibuster king. I mean, it would be interesting to see how many times he has risen and spoke in interventions on this exact issue.
Yeah.
I would presume that he's probably at the very top of that list. I'd be surprised if he wasn't. So it's really a nonsensical question for coming from that member, considering that he's the one that actually continually talks in this House on this topic and frankly on almost any other topic. He's the king of filibustering, and he's their spokesperson most of the time.
That's right.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peterborough Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is always a true pleasure and honour to rise in the House of Commons and speak on behalf of the incredible people of Peterborough Kawartha. So, another day, another scandal. And it really feels like everything is on fire. It really is heavy right now for a lot of people in Canada. And when they watch this House, it is so frustrating for people at home. And I assure you, it is also frustrating to sit in here and listen to the repeat, the Groundhog Day, that it is in here every day of the same thing over and over again. And Canadians really want one thing. One thing. They want an election.
Yes.
It's the only way out of this disaster. And that's really what this is. This is a disaster. Madam Speaker, this will be the most consequential election in my lifetime. in many people's lifetimes. Because without a doubt, Madam Speaker, people's lives depend on it. And that is not dramatic. That is not being rage farmer. That is the facts of what is happening on the streets of Canada. And I don't know how the Liberals and NDP go home after a week here and go to a grocery store or go out in their community and not hear this from every member in their community. There's no trust. There's nothing in place anymore, and all hope feels lost. And that's a terrible, terrible feeling. You know, the finance minister calls it a vibe. It's a bad vibe. It's a bad vibe, according to the finance minister, that over 2 million people are accessing a food bank in a month. It's a bad vibe that 1 in 5 kids are experiencing poverty. It's a bad vibe that kids in homeless shelters has tripled in Toronto in the last 8 years. It's a bad vibe when you walk down Byward Market on a Tuesday at 7 o'clock and a man is overdosed, dead on the street, and paramedics roll up to revive him, which they tell me they've already done multiple times that week. It's a bad vibe. That's who's in charge of our country right now. So you can bet people are mad. You can bet people are hurt and hopeless. You have a prime minister who is vibing to Taylor Swift, exchanging friendship bracelets while the city of Montreal burns. It's a bad vibe. So this all comes down to a level of corruption that has to be addressed in this House. So the Green Slush Fund is a fund created by the Liberals that the Auditor General has done an audit on, and we are still waiting, pushing, and pressuring the Liberals to hand over these unredacted documents from the Green Slush Fund. So a whistleblower came to committee and said, I can't take this anymore. I can't lay my head on the pillow knowing what's going on in the government and keep showing up to work because they wanted a moral compass. And so they came and they testified at committee and said, this is corruption at its core. This is a $1 billion fund. So the Auditor General proceeds to do an audit. 90 decisions in which the fund had violated its own conflict of interest policies. 1 out of 6 projects funded by SDTC, which was $59 million, weren't eligible, and in some cases didn't even support the development of a new green technology. Scam, corruption. Over a dozen government departments and agencies either provided redacted documents or simply refused to comply with the order and withhold some or all of their records. You know, Madam Speaker, right now in the House I'm speaking and there's talk everywhere because nobody's even listening anymore because corruption is normal under that Prime Minister. This is nothing to them. They're talking, it doesn't matter because the Conservatives keep speaking and they keep saying the same thing. We will keep saying the same thing because we will fight for Canadians. We are the only ones in this House calling out this corruption. And it is absurd and it is insane. And everyone at home knows this. This is the most consequential time in history of politics. 1 in 5 kids are hungry. 1,400 homeless encampments. The YWCA shelter in Halifax says women can't leave the shelters because there are no housing. And do you know what happens when you can't leave a shelter or you can't get into a shelter? The IPV, intimate partner violence on the street, is going up. Women are dying. There was a woman murdered in broad daylight just weeks ago in Ottawa with her 2 children. He got out of the car, slit her throat, and she bled out. Oh, do I have your attention now, Liberals and NDP? Do I have your attention now? I hope I do. Because this is so consequential. You may be sitting in here in your green comfy chair, but people at home are starving. Starving. These are not made up stats. This is real life. And if you go outside and you talk to people and maybe visit some of the homeless encampments, you will know what is happening. Food banks are running out of food. The people who used to volunteer at a food bank are now using a food bank. And you know, the 2024 Hunger Report from Food Banks Canada showed these shocking statistics. Over 2 million users in 1 month, 30% of which are children. But Madam Speaker, those numbers are low. Because I started to think about it. I started to think about Fleming College that runs a food bank. They wouldn't be registered with Food Banks Canada. And I started to think about street-level advocacy that goes down every day and gives hot meals to people every single day. Scott Cooper, he's not registered with Food Banks Canada. How many people, you know, ladies who are making sandwiches and driving them to their downtowns and delivering them, they're not accounted for that. Those numbers aren't even real. They're higher than that. They're higher than that. There is not one area in this country that is functioning. Not one. Not one area that is doing okay, that is thriving. And do you know what's so sick? Is to sit on this side of the House and to have that Prime Minister and that Leader of the Opposition who holds that man in power and to say it's not their fault. No, they're a victim. They're a victim. The Minister of Justice had the audacity to stand in this House yesterday when he was called out on his atrocious justice laws in this country. And do you know what he said? We delivered bail reform. Yeah, you delivered bail reform, all right. How about you check the incidence of femicides in this country, of women being murdered in broad daylight, or the woman, the 16-year-old girl in Northern Ontario who had her arm slashed off by her abusive boyfriend, who, guess what, everyone? Guess what? He was out on bail, but he delivered bail reform. When you destroy trust, you destroy society. This Prime Minister has no respect, he has no trust, and it is chaos on the streets. And people need hope. People need to know that there will be laws put in place to prevent this level of corruption that we have never seen in history. It's become normal. It's so common. It's so common, it's normal. You have a Minister of Employment and Labor who did misinform the House. You're not allowed to say that one word, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. Who misinformed the House of his Indigenous heritage. Who took money from the government, much like this Green Slush Fund. He's gone. He's no longer the minister. And it's just, move on. Move on to the next thing. How many ministers are gone from that side of the House? You know, the former Minister of Public Safety, who wasn't his fault that Paul Bernardo got transferred to medium security in the dead of night and the victims weren't notified. It's not his fault. It's never their fault. They didn't get the email. They didn't read the documents. Madam Speaker, they drop like flies, and I feel so bad for the MPs over there that actually care about their constituents. Because I know There are some. I see their body language in here. When that Prime Minister stands up and they are sick, just like the rest of us, because he gaslights Canadians. He gaslights Canadians. Do you know, that's the hope I want to tell people at home. You need to have hope, because I'm telling you, it's here. The change is coming. 2-3 years ago, even when I first got elected, people were still afraid. They were afraid to speak the truth because, you know, you'd get canceled. You were a racist or a misogynist, or, you know, you didn't have a vaccine status, so you were a leper. You were divided, and you were shamed, and you were put down, and they'd cancel you. No more. Because people started to say, I'm not any of those things. I'm a good person who wants to just let people live their life without hurting others. And that's all people want in this country. And now they are standing up and they are fighting back against this insane government, this wacko government that has legalized drugs, that's become drug dealers. And all you have to do is go outside. 2 blocks from here. 2 blocks. Walk down the street. People who used to come to Ottawa would know Byward Market was like the most amazing place. Tell me a tiny town in this country that feels safe anymore. There's not too many. You know, when you have headlines of stabbings and shootings on a regular in a community like Peterborough, where the man who murdered an Indigenous woman is, you know, he might get 4 years. And people are so stressed. You know, I want to give you some stats, because I think the stats tell the human consequences of bad policy and bad leadership. And it's really important to know these numbers, because on the other end of these numbers are real people, real humans, and real families. Children have the highest rate of food insecurity among all age groups in Canada, 24% in 2022. That's 1.8 million children. 1/3 of kids in Canada do not enjoy a safe and healthy childhood. In what country like Canada do we not take care of our kids where they feel safe? 2/3 of Canadians report experiencing abuse before the age of 15. Nearly 1 in 5 kids lives in poverty. Suicide is a leading cause of death for children aged 10 to 14 in Canada. Over the past decade, Canada has fallen sharply from the 10th to 30th place amongst OECD countries for the well-being of children. 20% of children and youth in Canada, approximately 1.2 million young people, are affected by a mental health disorder. And if they have the courage to ask for help, Madam Speaker, I can assure you there's none on the other side of that. Because also in this country, under that Prime Minister, healthcare has been decimated. Because there are doctors ready to practice in this country, but they can't. We are spending more on servicing the debt in this country than we are on transfers to healthcare. The economy is the foundation of this whole problem. And that is why we are in this discussion right now. Because you have a government that forgot, or maybe they've known the whole time, the government doesn't have any money. It has taxpayer money. It has your money at home, not you, Madam Speaker. It has your money. And so when they take it, and they take it, and they take it, and they don't have any accountability, and they waste it, and they give it to their friends and their family, or they try to buy votes with a $250 check, but only some people get it. No, you can't give it to the people with disabilities or the people who actually really need it. And this is a quote from the Prime Minister. One of the fundamental challenges around affordability is they would love to say, well, you know what, we just need more money. Can you send us an extra $1,000 a month? As soon as you do that, inflation goes up by exactly that amount. Those are the Prime Minister's words. And yet, we have an inflationary crisis. We have an affordability crisis. I wonder why. Oh, could it be that he believes that budgets balance themselves, that he can buy your votes, that he can just spend, 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 and print more money like he's playing a game of Monopoly? Oh, you know what he'll do? He'll just increase the carbon tax to try to make up for that revenue and that money he's spending. And hopefully it'll be fine. Oh, wait, what does carbon tax do? Puts a tax on every single thing that Canadians use and drives up the cost of living even more. Madam Speaker, I don't know how much time I have left. 2 minutes. Thank you very much. I want to come back to the finance minister saying that Canadians just aren't in the right vibe. They're just not in the right vibe when they go to the food bank. They're just not in the right vibe when 1 in 5 are living in poverty, 1 in 5 kids are living in poverty. It's just not a good vibe. There's nothing serious about this government. And I actually implore you to not give up hope. I went to watch Gladiator with my parents and my kids on Friday night. And it felt so relevant as they rioted out on the streets and they had these emperors who were destructive and narcissistic and didn't care about the people. And there was a man fighting for the people. And there were people fighting with that man, fighting for the people. Do not give up hope. We are holding this line. Pressure builds diamonds, and I promise you, I know it feels like Groundhog Day. I'm living it too. But there is a Canadian Gladiator here for you to bring it home, to make life affordable, to restore the hope of the Canadian dream. I promise you, it is coming. And we will get an election, and we will hold this Liberal NDP to account, and we will restore the hope of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? I just know we'll only get about 6 minutes or so of questions and comments. So, questions and comments. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened intently, and I will be honest with you. I wanted to stand up and just ask relevance as to this artificial indignation of a speech that this individual, this honourable member, just delivered, because we are on a sub-amendment. We're on a sub-amendment to a question of privilege related to SDTC. We did not hear any of that come from this honourable member, and yet they say they have respect for this chamber. She referred to kids starving, yet the Conservative Party of Canada refuses to support a tax-free means to Canada Child Benefit, which is lifting hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty. She refers to children starving, yet they voted against the National Food Program that this chamber advanced. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Premier Ford, the Premier of Ontario, Conservative Premier, just signed on, third province to do so, and he said he can get behind this. The only people who cannot get behind Canadians seem to be the Conservative Party of Canada. And so therefore, when she refers to not one area of this country is functioning, I'll just say quickly, Mr. Speaker, I'll always fight for constituents in Waterloo. But that member and the member who spoke before her, they've been told that they can't actually support their municipalities and fight for housing, and that's why there's parts of this country that are dysfunctional. Waterloo, I'll fight for constituents who agree with me and who don't. But today, we are referring to this question of privilege. I ask, does she support the Speaker's ruling, which states, I quote, "I believe the best way for this to be achieved," referring to the paragraph before, "is for the follow the usual course of prima facie question of privilege, that is, a referral to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs." Does the member agree with the Speaker's ruling? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member of Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I love to read the comments from people who are watching live online. And, you know, I think what's so bizarre to me when they have this argument, they say, oh, you voted against this and you voted against... We are not the government. We're the opposition, and every single policy that they have passed has failed. So thank God we voted against it, because it doesn't work. And it's just bananas, some of the things they say. So Sherry Erickson actually had a question back to that member there too. Why do the Liberals think they are above the law? Tom Good, what is the Prime Minister afraid of? And Josh Holland, why should we take CRA seriously when our leaders keep abusing us like this? So, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, we'll keep holding the line, and that member and that Prime Minister and the opposition leader to account until they restore affordability and reduce the corruption and account for this $400 million that's missing.
SCI commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the NDP supports the motion. We want to get to the bottom of the SCDC. Like NDP MPs, were instrumental in getting to the bottom of the We Charity scandal and the SNC-Lavalin scandal. But of course, we remember all the Conservative scandals where Conservative MPs simply refused any transparency at all. The ETS scandal was $400 million. The G8 scandal, $1 billion. The Phoenix Pay scandal, we're still paying for today, $2.2 billion. Anti-terrorism funding, $3.1 billion. And of course, the Senate scandals, I can go on and on and on. But my question is this, the Conservatives have been filibustering their own motion. But there is an important issue around Trump tariffs. The Conservatives didn't even want to bring forward tonight. It's the member from Windsor West and the NDP that has provoked the emergency debate on the Trump tariffs. And my question is simply this, where are the Conservatives? Why is it the NDP doing all the heavy lifting, forcing this emergency debate tonight that the member from Windsor West will be speaking to, and the member from Edmonton Griesba immediately? Why is the NDP the one that is actually standing up for Canadian workers in this House?
Edwin. A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Madam Speaker, I know you want to give me only a brief answer, but I actually have about 20 pages of scandals and corruption here under the last 9 years of that Prime Minister, which has been propped up by that opposition leader. There is no respect from Canadians for that opposition leader, that party, as they continue to prop up the government. And shame on them, because they're the same government that says, oh, we're going to give out, it's us that made sure we got a $250, check to Canadians, except people who are on disability, except seniors, always winners and losers with this government. But don't worry, we'll only tear up our marriage agreement for a minute because we're going to get back together right after that.
La Chambre procédera maintenant à l'étude d'une motion d'ajournement.
Studying a motion to adjourn the House. The study is urgent to look at U.S. tariffs on Canadian products.
Is as follows. Mr. Massey, seconded by Mr. Desjarlais, moves that this House do now adjourn. Debate. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to start by saying I will be splitting my time with the member for Edmonton Griesba and thank him for seconding this motion that we're very glad the Speaker recognized as an emergency for Canada. It relates specifically to the incoming President of the United States, who has threatened a 25% tariff on Canadian workers and businesses that would create significant economic chaos when it comes to our capabilities to provide good-paying jobs for Canadians. And I'll start by noting, Madam Speaker, that this type of bullying tactic has been used in the past before, and at different times, Canada has had to respond appropriately to these measures. Now, with regards to this particular tariff that's noted, it also puts us in the same position of Mexico, and the Mexican government has also indicated that they would respond even more forcefully than what we've seen from our Prime Minister right now and some of our premiers, where they have talked in specific about going line by line back against the United States. And so here we are having to compete as a North America region against the world, and we have one of our partners where we have engaged in a free trade agreement traditionally and also continually, with our latest agreement still being on the paperworks and also being worked on right now. And it will undermine not only our domestic and also our jobs and workers, it will also undermine those in the U.S. and the Mexican ones as we all work towards trading and prospering together. And it will further also undermine our capabilities to compete with other parts of the world where we've seen some of these practices cost jobs. And right now, Canadians are feeling the pinch. They are certainly feeling very stressed as we go into this winter. There's paychecks that are getting smaller when it comes to the inflation that's taken place. There is uncertainty with regards to pensions and benefits with the rising costs. And that's one of the reasons the New Democrats have pushed hard in this parliament and proud to get programs like dental care and pharmacare. These are backstops that are huge and controllables that should have been done before to make us more prosperous and, more importantly, Canadians more healthier and capable of productivity in the workforce. And I think that's one of the big differences as we've seen successive Conservative and Liberal governments do massive corporate tax cut reductions that didn't see the economic prosperity that we would like to see. And we saw all that wealth disappear, much of it even going to the United States as they tax on worldwide profits. And we've actually did massive subsidization of our industries and also other foreign industries. And that has cost us significantly, whereas dental care and health care is actually a reason to invest into Canada, and it makes the controllable expense go right to the individual worker, who them and their family get the benefit of better health, better training, and more importantly, more contributions to society. So as we know in regards to our relationship with the United States, we are actually in a trade surplus, one of the few nations that we actually have a trade surplus with. And that goes back to historic trade agreements that actually were negotiated. In brief, Madam Speaker, we actually had an auto pact where it was a significantly improved upon situation where we were the leaders in automotive manufacturing in the world, often placing first or second at different times. And when we actually lost that capability because we entered into our first free trade agreement, we saw the Liberal government not challenge a WTO challenge from Japan at that time that broke that up, and we have then disappeared back into 8th place, 9th place with regards to automotive manufacturing and assembly. So that wasn't even a trade concern of the U.S. at that time, but it was of our other partners. And we saw the Liberal government at that time basically stand down on Canadians for that. Now, those eventual repercussions came, to the point where now we're doing significant incentives for automotive manufacturers, similar to what they're doing in the United States and Mexico and other places. And we have an integrated market, which is certainly going to be affected by a 25% tariff or even a 5% tariff when it comes to that. And I'd also like to note, Madam Speaker, that we've also seen the Conservatives over the past not do their due diligence protecting Canadians, in particular with the softwood lumber industry, where we actually won a WTO challenge against the United States and were rewarded with billions of dollars in money, and then had the Stephen Harper government abandon collecting it from the actual effect that it had on our economy. And so with regards to this particular threat from Donald J. Trump, it comes at a time where we've also seen historically there be tariffs and other types of issues brought on Canadians in his first term in office. So we have to take this very serious. And I do give the premiers and the prime minister credit for at least getting together right away. And I do want to acknowledge that as New Democrats, we believe that we are going to have to exercise our full strength on this. But that group that is meeting right now is insufficient to deal with the process and the crisis in front of us. We want to see later on labor unions included, civil society, others. There needs to be a war room and an actual strategy that has measurables and involves more than just the leaders of the provinces and the prime minister to deal with this, or a small cabal of the Liberal cabinet that is actually undertaking some of those issues that they believe are important, because sometimes they have not supported the right elements to actually deal with these situations. So when I asked for the emergency debate today, it was interesting because it was only the NDP that raised the issue that Trump has actually specifically identified, is that the borders not being sufficiently adequately resourced, or at least having problems coming from Canada and Mexico. Now, there's no way that we would ever want to assent to the argument that the Mexican border and the Canadian border are similar, but that has been the history that's been going on for a number of different years when it comes to the U.S. politicizing the border. And on the Canadian side, we have seen the Harper administration cut over 1,100 CBSA workers and fired them, and actually even fired the ones that were doing some of the work that would actually stop drug smuggling, and a number of different things. And we have not replaced those officers. In fact, we are short right now, Madam Speaker, 2,000 to 3,000 workers that need to be trained, and we've been pushing for that. So we want to see a number of different things to get done. We want to start identifying the tariffs that we can actually push back on. Under the Harper administration, they actually put in tariffs on Canadian companies because they didn't know what they were doing. So a good example is Dainty Foods in my riding, which actually had milled rice, was going to get an extra tariff from the Harper administration, costing more jobs to retaliate back at the U.S. So we need to start inventorying all these different businesses and organizations that will have effects with regards to how we do a retaliatory tariff and be very sharp on that. We also want to prepare our challenge right now before the president takes office, because we only have a matter of months to get our situation in order. And again, the New Democrats are calling for a comprehensive approach that just isn't government figureheads. It actually involves the union's representation of the workers who actually have their jobs that are going to be threatened. So that's very important that that inclusionary approach is there, because they will also be able to give us the best evidence on how we actually unravel some of the investments that are taking place in the threats. We also want to make sure as well that we have been saying for a number of different years, stop other countries using the environment and labor as a subsidy with regards to our relationship in trading. We finally did get this into the new agreement, but the government has been not forceful enough, and we've seen China and Mexico and other places use this continual practice of undercutting and depressing Canadian worker wages and making sure that we don't see the successes that we should when we actually compete in a fair way. So we need to be more responsible with that. We need to also diversify our interprovincial trade. For goodness sake, we still see problems with that. That happens all the time. And second to that is into other markets, because as I noted at the beginning of my speech, Canada is pretty much at the end of almost all the trade agreements where we have deficits and not surpluses. So we need to have a better strategy there. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I do want to again call for the practical things that we can control, that we can actually engage in, and to do a full strategy.
And the honourable member is quite a bit over time. Questions? Yes, and your honourable member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a fundamentally important debate on the Trump tariffs that could have a devastating impact on Canadians. Why is there only one Conservative MP in the House?
You know, the honourable member knows that the honourable member cannot make references to presences or absences in the House, so I would really like him to avoid repeating such questions and comments. The
honourable member for La Salle, Verdun. Quickly on the same point of order, the member from Burnaby South is a parliamentary leader of his party, and he should know this. I appreciate the comment.
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands on questions and comments?
Yes. The honourable member for Windsor West, whom I admire enormously, and who, of course, his riding is ultimately on the border, on the front line of tariffs and disputes and getting goods across our border. I'd be very interested to know if he has any comments. As Donald Trump has framed this as Canada is weak, we don't guard our border against floods of immigrants going to the United States or fentanyl going into the United States. I wonder if the honourable member for Windsor West has any observations on the failures of the U.S. border in letting guns into our country, letting drugs into our country.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend for that. And absolutely, this is a series of political advancements that have been used against Canadian trading elements for a long period of time with no real significant pushback from the Canadian government. And part of it's the failing. As I mentioned in my remarks, the Conservatives cutting over 1,100 officers and also getting rid of some of the teams that work specifically on gun smuggling and drug smuggling and so forth affects it on two ways on the border. On top of that, there's been an order in council that would allow our border officers be able to help the RCMP, and that has been sitting at the government since 1932 without acting on it. So when I was in Parliament before with another House session, we worked to get our officers armed and to be equivalent with the United States in many respects, because we wanted to avoid those practices that are used against us as a weapon, as a saying that we're weak on our border. And lastly, Madam Speaker, we have still deficient Marine in the Great Lakes. We have deficient supports, but we need 2,000 to 3,000 officers. That's the bottom line, and that would also deflect some of this unfair criticism.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as a general rule, the Conservatives are often found missing in action when it comes to deal with the issue of trade. And let me give you the example of that, Madam Speaker. You know, today they have to follow the NDP lead in terms of getting a debate on the issue. And then you find that when we get down to the nuts and bolts and we're here to debate the issue of trade with the United States, what's the first thing that the Conservatives said last time when things got a little bit difficult? They actually capitulated. They capitulated in essence saying, give the Americans whatever it takes, we have to get an agreement. As a government, we have done this before with President Trump, and we will be able to do it again, Madam Speaker. And it's in essence using a team of experts, what I would suggest to you, the best trade negotiators in the world in terms of within our civil servants. And I'm wondering if my colleague can provide his thoughts in terms of just the quality of the individuals that Canada has to offer in terms of negotiating good trade agreements for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is correct that we do have some experts and good officials and a whole repertoire of people in relationships that I'll be working and others will be working at their national and subnational levels with regards to the effects that this takes on Americans, because the tariffs are going to be paid by Americans at the end of the day. The government will collect the sums of money. But I think it's important, Madam Speaker, I just point out is that right now this government needs to actually stop itself from hurting itself further. A good example is reducing the border hours right now. They did that agreement with the previous administration where they're actually closing ports of entry in Canada and moving staff outside those areas. They won't agree to open up a training facility in Windsor to add to the more than 2,000 to 3,000 workers that we need on our border. And they also won't expand the CBSA officer powers that would also deal with some of these issues with gun control and so forth. So I'm hoping the government changes itself with regards to being waiting and seeing what's going to happen versus actually taking some tactical advantages of what we can control to alleviate some of the problems that are being pushed on us.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a question for my colleague, knowing that we're running out of time here quickly, is that we just witnessed some very partisan comments on this very serious issue that's impacting Canada and all Canadians, coming from the member Winnipeg North of the Liberal Caucus. And this is a time that we need to be putting partisanship aside. And I just asked my colleague from the NDP if he would agree to put partisanship aside. Let's work together in what's the best interest to protect Canadian jobs, protect Canadian salaries, and protect our industries here at this point in time.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West, 25 seconds.
Thank you for that question. And absolutely. And the reason I bring up the Conservative cuts about the CBSA is not to attack, but to bring up the mere fact that we have structurally reduced our empowerment on the border and have to make those jobs up. So if we can find solutions that unite on this, we need to do them. And first of all, to stop hurting ourselves and our capabilities to actually fight back against unfair allegations from Donald Trump.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Griswold.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Windsor West for starting us off this evening and for his incredibly difficult and hard work in achieving today's debate. New Democrats are concerned, deeply concerned and troubled by the fact that just south of us, Southern Conservatives, American Conservatives are yet again attacking Canadian industry. But, Madam Speaker, this person Mr. Donald Trump, is someone that Canadians know all too well. He's like a scary movie. We've seen this scary movie before. He was president once already. And in any good scary film that you watch a second time, you know just when the scary scenes are. And you know when to close your eyes. Madam Speaker, we knew for a long time who Mr. Trump was. We knew for a long time exactly what his intentions were, and we knew for a long time just how he thought about Canadians. He takes us for granted. He kicks us when it's convenient. And most unfortunately, Liberals and Conservatives always bow down to him. That's right. That's the problem we're facing today, Madam Speaker. Consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have always been at the whim of America, have always been at the whim of their demands. We need a kind of Canada that demonstrates to our workers, that demonstrates to our industries that we care and value their tremendous support. So much so that we would invest in them. The member from Windsor West made very clear that the very serious issues at the border were man-made. They're made by the Liberals and the Conservatives. The Conservatives cut over 1,000 CBSA workers. Shameful. And yet today they're the ones coming to this place saying, now we need to be nonpartisan after they already messed it up.
That's right.
Broke the system. Yeah. The Liberals inherited that system, and guess what? They found it convenient to just keep many of those aspects. Canada, as a matter of fact, didn't have this immense trade deficit with the United States. Actually, we don't have a trade deficit, but it's just not going to the right people. It's going to billionaires on Bay Street. That's right. It's going to billionaires on Wall Street. And Canadians are always left behind. We have some of the best labor and skills across the globe. My province of Alberta has the best labor right across this country. Skilled laborers that are doing the hard work every single day. And they know that when they're drilling in our oil sector, for example, our energy sector, they know that that's a tough job. They send all of that product we develop over to the United States, and then we import the developed product, gasoline, and guess what? We pay more for it because of it. That's right. For a long time, Albertans have always told me, I've knocked on doors, and they say, why is it that we can't produce these goods right here in Canada? Why can't we produce the things that make Canada great here, right here at home? New Democrats, we're the only ones, Madam Speaker, New Democrats are the only ones that will stand by our tremendous labor here in Canada. We know their value. We're going to support them in their jobs. And we're going to make sure that Mr. Trump knows exactly who he's messing with. Canada accounts for a tremendous amount of trade into the United States, so much so that they rely on us. That means Americans are going to have to start paying a lot more for the goods that we here in Canada make. Things like the products that go into homes. Guess what it means for the American family that want to buy a home today? It means Donald Trump is prepared to increase the cost of your home. Increase the cost of your home. Groceries, ready to increase that too. Gasoline. Every single good, Donald Trump is prepared to make Americans pay. And guess what? Canada, we have an opportunity here. We are an immensely courageous country, but we're also a country that belongs to a globe that needs Canada. We know that. Canadian goods, Canadian services, Canadian jobs, Canadian products can go elsewhere. We need to show the United States, we need to show Donald Trump that our industries are not just the best industries and produce the best quality, but they're also desired elsewhere. They're desired in Europe. They're desired in Asia. They're desired in Australia. They're desired in New Zealand. They're desired right across this globe. Canadian-made products are the best products in the world. We need to diversify our trade, Madam Speaker. We have trade partners that would so desperately want to see a Canadian trade agreement that would bring goods and services right to their doorstep. We know, however, that we've been through this fight once already. We've been through this fight as Trump tried in the past. And we've seen the record of the Liberals. We've seen them try over and over again to defend sectors, even against the Democrats. And we've seen that play out with softwood lumber and the very real and serious impacts related to that. Canada can use tariffs, but we should be using tariffs not to instigate a trade war, just a race to the bottom and make everybody pay. We should institute trade policies and tariffs that are very precise, that have a very important objective, that are used part and parcel of a larger trade policy. Trade policy that looks at, for example, benefits to Indigenous people, our environment, the care economy. People need to know that when we use our economic might, that we're using our economic strength to help regular, everyday people. That's why we have an economy, Madam Speaker. That's right. It's not to make more billionaires like Donald Trump even richer. It's not to serve Bay Street here in Canada just so that they can continue to exploit labor elsewhere. No. Canadians put their hard-earned time, blood, sweat, and tears into the great products we make because they know that it's for their families, for our country, and for us to be able to share our tremendous wealth for all of those who need them. We have an ability, Madam Speaker, in this country to end poverty, something New Democrats have always been consistent about. Yep. We know that we can, in fact, if we use the tremendous power and wealth of our country, we can eliminate child poverty. We can eliminate wait lines at hospitals. We can build a social safety net that no matter when you fall down, and I say when, not if, you will get back up. That's the kind of Canada New Democrats believe in. And it starts with sound and strong trade policies. That when a country like the United States does not want to play fair with us, does not want fair trade, then we have to have the courage and ability to make certain that we are prepared as a country to defend our industries, defend our labor, and look to the very beautiful and Canadian-made solutions we can develop right here at home. We can do that, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, we have done that in the past. Canada, at the end of World War II, time of hyper instability, global free trade was at its limit, barely happening, and Canada didn't just resign itself to being unable to support the war effort, unable to generate revenue, unable to generate good jobs. No, we did the exact opposite. We looked to our fellow neighbors at that time, and we asked ourselves what we could do for each other. We sent 1 million men and women overseas to fight Nazi terrorism in Europe. Here at home, Madam Speaker, everybody else went to work. We organized crown corporations, over 100 crown corporations. We organized our labor to produce some of the best steel the world had ever seen. We used our tremendous might as an industrial country to make things that have never been made before. Canada was an innovator. Canada achieved immense respect for our tremendous support for our industries. The consequential decades, especially the 80s, would see the Liberals and Conservatives sell off as much and as many public good as possible, leaving us with nothing today.
That's right.
They sold everything, Madam Speaker. When they speak about a balanced budget, they don't know how to balance a budget.
That's right.
You know what they know how to do? They know how to sell Canadian assets.
That's right. That's right.
I'll give you a good example. Oil. Right in my province of Alberta, right where the former Prime Minister of Canada came from, Stephen Harper. Stephen Harper, member of the Conservative Party, often says how great and powerful Alberta's energy sector is. And I agree. We have the best skilled labor and the best workers possible. But what he won't tell you is that he gambled our future in 2008. You know what he did? He sold CNRL to Nexen, a Chinese-controlled corporation,
Shame.
in order to balance the budget.
Shame.
He still lost the election, Madam Speaker. But this is part and parcel of the kind of history we have to restore. We need to set the record straight that New Democrats are the ones that protect labor. New Democrats are the ones that protect jobs, and New Democrats will be the one that stops Donald Trump and his ridiculous ploy to make Americans and Canadians pay. Madam Speaker, the world needs more Canada. The world needs more Canadian products. The world is ready for it, and New Democrats are ready too. We'll find trade partners, we'll diversify our trade, and we'll make sure our jobs are protected.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do believe that diversification of trade is so critically important to all Canadians. That's one of the reasons why we were very anxious, along with Ukraine, to actually have a Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, something that was very widely respected and applauded both in Canada and in Ukraine, as both countries benefited, with the exception of the Conservatives, of course. But there's also more that potential that's out there. I, for one, for example, would like to see more trade relations with Canada and Philippines, an area in which in early December we are going to be spending more time. And I'm wondering if the member can just pick up on the importance of diversity and Canada diversifying its trading opportunities, because we are very much a trading nation.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Canada's economy is one that's been largely organized over the past 150 years as a raw extract exporter. What that means is we take raw material like a log or a rail or oil, and we export that raw material. We don't have any value-added mechanism for Canadian products. We need to do that here. That's the first step. We need to make sure that our products are not only more competitive and more innovative across the globe, but we also need to then work, as the member suggests, in making certain that those products have a home to go to. Ukraine, they need Canadian products. The Philippines, they need Canadian products. We have a market on the globe right now that is so desperate for Canadian innovation and our Canadian products that it baffles me that we would be so concerned right now with the fact that the United States is doing this tariff, which is why I'm so confident to those who are scared about this issue that we will, in fact, fight back and will protect our industries while also diversifying our economy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Guelph-Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for Edmonton Griesbach for pointing out that our economic planning in Canada has been to ignore Canadian jobs in order to have a rip and strip economy where raw resources are pulled out and shipped overseas without additional value added providing jobs for Canadian workers, such as with raw logs, raw bitumen, and so on. And I want to ask my honourable colleague if he looked at the literature. Canada is always plagued by falling behind in productivity, and productivity as a measurement improves whenever the ratio of goods that have received value-added manufactured goods grows in relation to the export of raw, unprocessed goods. And I ask if he wouldn't agree with me that it's time Canada actually paid attention to jobs for Canadian workers and not shipping out more trees, more fish, more bitumen without the processing that brings growth and productivity to our economy.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Saanich Guelph-Islands for her wisdom and albeit her history. She often shares in this place unique history that all of us as members could benefit from. One of the history points she's mentioning here is the fact that we have an economy that's largely been a rip and extract economy that just exports that raw product elsewhere. We need to have an industrial strategy. It's the 21st century. We have dinosaur parties in here that keep thinking that they're the Hudson's Bay Company, that they can just keep extracting whatever they want and keep selling whatever they want to anybody with no value added. You know who that doesn't help? That doesn't help workers. When they have the skills, when they have the access to the immense technology we have, we should be developing everything from A to Z right here in Canada, and we can produce those products and export them too. We need to have an economy that is truly matching the industrial and innovative strength that we have in this country. We have so much more to offer the world, and the Conservatives and Liberals are letting us down.
That's right. A very brief question from the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
And I want to thank the Honourable Member for his incredible speech as well. One of the things that he mentioned briefly was about free trade, fair trade. I would really love for him to expand on that and why New Democrats believe in fair trade and how we would negotiate these trade deals differently so that it actually did benefit the workers that he was talking about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
30-second answer from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Fair trade is the principle and core to any decent and good relationship we should have with any country and for workers right across the world. Workers are united, Madam Speaker, in our ability to not just contribute to our countries, but we should also be dignified in our work. That doesn't mean just workers here in Canada. That means workers right across this country. We need our countries, like Canada, to put in place within our trade agreements protections for labor, protections for Indigenous people, and protections for our environment. It's the only reasonable and responsible way to trade in the 21st century.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, I'd like to split my time with the member for Brampton East. I am really pleased to rise and speak to this very important debate. Canada and the United States have one of the strongest and closest relationships in the world, particularly when it comes to trade and our shared border and border security. Canada places the highest priority on border security and on the integrity of our shared border. Hier soir, le Premier ministre.
Yesterday evening, the Prime Minister spoke with the President-elect, Trump. He took the opportunity to underline that economic cooperation between Canada and the United States is balanced and mutually beneficial, especially for American workers. The fact is, we need the United States, and the United States needs us.
Canada is the largest export market for the United States in the world, larger than China, Japan, the United Kingdom, and France combined. It is also the case that the things we sell to the United States are the things they really need. We sell them oil. We sell them electricity. We sell them critical minerals and metals. Canada is essential to the United States domestic energy supply. Last year, 60% of U.S. crude oil imports originated in Canada. And the energy the United States imports from Canada is more important today than ever, at a time when we see how hungry AI is for energy and how important AI is in the economic vision of the new U.S. administration. Canada's critical minerals and metals are absolutely essential as well, as we in North America seek to develop supply chains which are resilient and secure, and critically, supply chains that do not make us dependent on China. Our government is committed to a Team Canada approach. The Prime Minister tomorrow will be meeting with the First Ministers of provinces and territories. We have been working and will continue to work with business and labor leaders from coast to coast to coast. Specifically, in the days since the U.S. election, I've met with labor leaders, I've met with leaders from the steel industry, I've met with leaders from the car sector, I've met with the leaders of Canada's major pension funds, I've met with leaders from the oil and gas sector, I've met with leaders from the nuclear sector, I've met with leaders from the aluminum sector, I've met with leaders from the electricity sector, I've met with the leaders of our major banks, I've met with Canada's AI leaders, and I've met with Canada's leading innovators. This is Team Canada.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
Yesterday, we held the fourth meeting of the Cabinet Committee tasked with Canada-U.S. relations. I chair that committee. A significant part of our work has been about and is still about the border and our trade relationships.
When it comes to the border, let me be clear, both to Canadians and to our American neighbors. Law enforcement agencies from our two countries, the RCMP, the Canadian Border Services Agency, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection work together every single day to disrupt the scourge of fentanyl coming from China and other countries. In addition, the CBSA is continuously strengthening its ability to detect opioids through enhanced inspections at ports of entry, detector dogs, and emerging technologies. Canada and Canadians have the right and the need to have total control over who enters our country. Our American neighbors likewise have the right and the need to totally control who enters their country. And Canada is absolutely committed to working with our American neighbors to ensure that their northern border is fully secure, even as we work to ensure that our southern border is fully secure. Nous allons, bien sûr,
We will, of course, continue to discuss these matters with the new administration. This is a time where Canada must stand united. We must be strong and smart. The challenges ahead are significant. We are aware of that. We also know that there are significant opportunities. We know that by working together, Canada can succeed.
Moment when Canada needs to be united. We need to be strong. We need to be smart. We know that we face significant challenges. We all know that. We also know that there are real opportunities. And we know that by working together, by playing as a united Team Canada, Canada can and will be successful. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, strange things happened last time we went around to negotiate CUSMA. The biggest problem was when Canada went to deal with the Trump administration, it found it was unmatched. And what happened was, months prior to the actual agreement having to be signed, Canada was actually left on the sidelines. Who actually came to the table was Mexico. And what happened was really phenomenal. Mexico became the U.S.'s #1 trading partner in only 4 years after signing, where Canada has dropped to 3rd. Why does the finance minister think if she couldn't sign a deal that made Canada #1 and kept Canada #1 this time, that we're going to have anything different?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from the Bay of Quinte for his question. I know what happened at the negotiating table for the new NAFTA because I was there.
Right.
And let me say that the outcome that Canada achieved by playing as a united Team Canada was exceptional. It was very strong. It is the foundation of Canada's economic security and of our relationship with the United States today. We achieved a new NAFTA supported by the incoming Trump administration, which has guaranteed the trade between our two countries. It has guaranteed fair labor standards for Canadian and U.S. workers, which is bringing jobs back to Canada and is at the heart of the renaissance of Canada's auto sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Salle et Marverdun. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister of Finance for her speech. On this side of the House, we are, of course, very worried. Like everyone else in this House, we're worried about our trade. So here's my question for the Minister. Historically, we've always gotten closer to Europe when we've had disputes with our neighbors to the south. Friday night, I was at a NATO reception, and it seems that there's a lot of openness for a rapprochement between Canada and Europe and Germany. Does the minister envision perhaps tightening our ties with Europe to counter the influence of the United States and its elected officials? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you for this excellent question. We agree. We agree that our allies and partners in Europe are very important to us. We are proud that it's our government which signed a free trade agreement with the European Union. That is an important partner of ours in international trade. We are strongly allied with our European Union partners. We have always worked with European partners. We will, of course, continue to do so. As for Team Canada, yesterday, the Prime Minister had a great conversation with Premier Legault, the Premier of Quebec.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. Of course, it is an important time for us to unite towards a very important opponent that we have, which is on the precipice of a trade war with us, which I need to ask a very important question on behalf of Labour. Labour has been asking this question for over a decade, since 2008's since 2008's economic crisis, COVID-19, and of course, the climate crisis we're in. It hasn't seemed to be enough to convince this government to take a sectoral industrial strategy seriously. We have workers that need to know where the puck is going. Is the Deputy Prime Minister prepared now, finally, to adopt an industrial strategy for some of our most hardest hit sectors?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like to thank the member for Edmonton Griesbach for his hard work, his commitment to his community, and his commitment to working people. I was very glad today to be able to have a meeting with Bea Bruski, the head of the CLC. We talked about how important our union leaders will be playing as part of Team Canada in the work we will be doing with our U.S. neighbors. And I really want to thank her and Labour leaders across Canada for the work they did playing for Team Canada with the previous Trump administration. I know that Canada can count on them, and that is because we recognize that trade, industry, these are all central to the jobs of Canadian workers. And I want to say to Canadian workers, we will stand up for you.
So I'm just trying to figure out where exactly we are as I just took the seats. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an immense, thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's an immense privilege to stand before you today and speak to one of the most critical relationships that our nation has ever known, the enduring and dynamic partnership between Canada and the United States of America. Today, as we gather here in this great country, we are not just reflecting on the past, we are setting our sights firmly on a future where the Canada-U.S. relationship not only endures, but thrives, where it grows stronger, more prosperous, and more resilient than ever before. Let me start by stating this clearly. The Canada-U.S. relationship is one of the most important, powerful, and mutually beneficial partnerships in the world, and it is a partnership that remains our top priority in the years ahead. We share a border that spans over close to 9,000 kilometers, stretching across cities, towns, and regions where people live, work, and dream on both sides of that line and across the nation. Every single day, $3.3 billion worth of goods and services cross our border, enriching both of our countries, supporting millions of jobs, and ensuring that our economies remain strong, competitive, and interconnected. And let's be clear about one thing. Canada is not just a neighbor to the United States. We are closely linked through friendship, geography, and economic ties. Over 30 U.S. states count Canada as their top trading partner. We are the #1 export destination for American goods. When the United States looks to grow, to innovate, and to advance, they look north to Canada, and we should take immense pride in that. But we are not just about trade, Mr. Speaker. We are about the strength of shared values, of common interest, and of a deep and enduring commitment to each other's prosperity, security, and well-being. We share the same values of democracy, human rights, freedom, and the rule of law. We stand side by side as allies, as friends, and as partners. Let's take a moment to talk about the undeniable power of our economic relationship. In 2022, the total trade between our two nations surpassed a staggering $1.3 trillion. Yes, you heard that right, Mr. Speaker, $1.3 trillion. This is a trade partnership that drives our economies, creates jobs, fosters innovation, and provides opportunities for millions of families on both sides of the border. Now, I know some might say, sure, that trade is impressive, but what about the challenges? What about the risks? To that, I say challenges and risks exist in any relationship, But the true test of a partnership lies not in avoiding these challenges, but in how we face them together. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, there is no stronger partnership on the planet than the one between Canada and the United States. We face challenges, yes, but together we tackle them. Together we find solutions. Together we weather the storm, secure our borders, promote sustainable growth, and create the conditions for the next generations to thrive. And that is why we have committed ourselves to working even harder to deepen this relationship through many initiatives like the Team Canada-US Engagement Strategy. Cabinet colleagues, MPs, and officials have traveled across the United States, engaged in over 33 states, held over 300 meetings, and engaged with hundreds of businesses and elected officials on both sides of the aisle. This has been no small effort, Mr. Speaker. It has been a direct, sustained, and unwavering commitment to ensuring that Canada's voice is heard loud and clear in Washington and beyond. This effort is not simply about diplomacy, it's about action. It's about ensuring that Canada remains not just a participant, but a leader in the global economy. It's about creating new opportunities for Canadians and Americans alike, whether in trade, investment, or innovation. And it's about making sure that every sector, whether it's agriculture, technology, manufacturing, or energy, continues to thrive, continues to grow, and continues to create jobs for people. Now let me talk about our people for a moment, Mr. Speaker. This relationship is not just about governments and corporations. It's about individuals. It's about families, communities, and businesses that rely on our shared connection every single day. 1 in 6 jobs in Canada is directly tied to exports. Nearly 3 million jobs in total. Over 6 million jobs in the United States depend on the success of our shared economic and trade relationship. This is not just a statistic, Mr. Speaker, it's a lifeline. It's a testament to the tangible, real-world impact of the partnership between our two nations. So what's next? What can we do to ensure that this partnership continues to thrive? The answer is clear. We keep engaging. We keep working together. We keep listening to each other. We remain vigilant, and as we continue to make strategic investments in the partnerships between our countries, we are not standing still. We are not resting on our laurels. We have a proven track record in working with multiple American administrations. We've worked with the Trump administration before. We have put in place a new cabinet committee on Canada-US relations led by the Deputy Prime Minister, who is tirelessly engaging with sectors across the country to ensure that Canada's interests are protected and advanced. And we will continue to engage at every level, across every sector and every community. Our efforts are not just reactive, they are proactive. We are anticipating the needs of our businesses, our workers, and our communities. And we are preparing for the challenges ahead, whether it's securing our borders, advancing economic opportunities, addressing the challenges of a changing climate, or ensuring that the supply chains that connect our two countries remain resilient and strong. We are committed by staying ahead of the curve. But let me make one thing absolutely clear. The future of Canada-US relationships, the future of the Canada-US relations is not just about governments, it's about people. It's about the small businesses on either sides of the border you represent, the industries you work in, and the communities you live in. The Canada-US relationship is your relationship. It's about ensuring that the opportunities we create are accessible to everyone, that the benefits of this partnership are shared by all, and that we remain united in our effort to build a better future for our children and grandchildren. In this rapidly changing world, we are presented with incredible opportunities. And yes, there will be challenges, but I am confident that together, Canada and the United States will rise to meet them. We will not shy away from the tough conversations. We will not turn our backs when challenges arise. Instead, we will lean in, we will engage, and we will collaborate. Let me conclude with this, Mr. Speaker. We are not just talking about a trade agreement. We are talking about a relationship that has stood the test of time, that has grown stronger with every passing year, and this will continue to be the cornerstone of our future. It is a relationship that has weathered storms, faced adversity, and come out on the other side stronger. And we will continue to defend it. We will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that Canada and the United States remain the closest, most trusted partners in the world because, my friends, the Canada-U.S. relationship is non-negotiable. It is foundational. It is vital to the prosperity, security, and well-being of both our countries, and it is worth every effort to protect, strengthen, and deepen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And after 9 years of this government, after we signed CUSMA the last round, something phenomenal actually happened. Mexico became the U.S.'s #1 trading partner. Canada wasn't even second. Canada at this point is actually number 3. And when we watched what happened last time, what was the Prime Minister actually that sunk the relationship? CUSMA almost didn't get signed. Actually, at the end of the G7 summit, when it was supposed to be signed, it was White House staffer Peter Navarro to a reporter that said there was a special place in hell for the Prime Minister. That's how bad relationships were. At the end of the day, after this time, we've had an increase of the carbon tax. We've had increase of capital gains. We have no leverage, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the member is, isn't it time for a Prime Minister who will stand up for Canada and make a deal for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member through you for that question. Mr. Speaker, it was our government that renegotiated NAFTA in 2018. It was our government that stood up when the Conservative Party of Canada said capitulate, give in, and give everything they want. But we stood strong, we got the agreement, and last year there's $1.3 trillion of trade between our two countries. It is this government that signed close to 15 free trade agreements, that gave access to 15 free trade agreements to 61% of global GDP, and will continue to negotiate trade for our industries, for our workers, so we continue to remain strong as a trading nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. I note that the tariffs announced by our southern neighbor bring into sharp focus the very serious situation when it comes to softwood lumber. And what we've seen from this government is a real lack of focus and attention to a critical trade situation amidst the closure of hundreds of mills in Canada. And so my question through to him, on the 19th, the new Minister of Forests in British Columbia wrote a letter to his colleague, the Minister of International Trade, asking his government for a concerted approach. And I can't help but think, as a British Columbian, if the softwood lumber dispute were involving another sector in central Canada, that his government's approach to that issue would be far more concerted. What specifically is his government going to do to address the softwood lumber situation that we face, that is costing us jobs, that is costing us mills, and that is costing our country and our industries millions and millions of dollars?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export Promotion.
Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that very important question. The lumber industry is a very important industry to Canada. It provides supports to thousands of families, whether that's in BC, in Quebec, Eastern Canada, and across our country. It's important that we continue to talk to industry, to consult with industries as we work through this, because we know that we want to continue to be there for the industry, especially the softwood lumber industry, as they continue to innovate, as they continue to invest, because we know it's very important, it's vital that we continue to support those jobs across our country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, this question would be more appropriately put to the Minister of Finance, but unfortunately I didn't get the question in then. I'm hoping he'll feel he can speak on behalf of the government on this point. As we go into this war of nationalist populism with the U.S. government and hope to come out on the other side, as we did last time, our economy intact, I'm particularly concerned that we not cut loose our other trading partner, Mexico. Mexico suffered grievously through NAFTA, lost 1.3 million farm jobs. Its agricultural sector suffered, and in the maquiladoras, labor rights were abused and the environment damaged. It would be easy for us now to say so much for Mexico, we have our own fight with Trump, but I wonder if the Canadian government is prepared to hold fast and allow trading partners from the original NAFTA, now CUSMA, to stick together against a U.S. president who wants to flex tariff muscles.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, about a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that very, very important question. Look, the U.S. and Mexico are very important trading partners to Canada. Our supply chains are intertwined. We need to continue to build up that resiliency, whether it's for our workers, whether it's for our supply chains, it's for our products. Of course, we'll continue working with both parties, the U.S. and Mexico, but as we've heard from the Prime Minister, there are concerns about Mexico being a backdoor entry for Chinese goods entering our North American supply chains. And so, like I said in my speech, there's always going to be challenges that we need to work through, but we'll continue working with our partners to the south, both U.S. and Mexico. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to denounce the terrorist threat on Canada that President Trump announced, to propose a real action plan to respond to this and to put Canada first.
Today to denounce President Trump's threat of tariffs on our country, to propose a common sense action plan to respond, but most of all, to put Canada first. We have a president south of the border who's made it clear he wants to put American workers and American security first. That's his right. But he and everyone else should know that when I'm Prime Minister, we will have a head of government that puts Canada's workers and Canada's security first. And that includes maintaining the most successful trade relationship the world has ever seen. This is the world's longest ever defended border. $2 billion of goods go across that border every day. Just to put that in perspective, more goods go between Canada and the U.S. in a few days than between the U.S. and Japan all year, or in an entire month. The Canada-U.S. border is 5,525 miles long if you include Alaska. It has 120 border crossings that facilitate 350,000 daily crossings. That is in addition to the merchandise that goes each way. The sheer volume of this relationship requires intricate planning and precision to get these goods moving back and forth. An automobile will cross the border 7 times before it is completed and sent off to market. By the way, the Americans should understand that we're pretty important to them too. The reality is that Canada purchases more goods from the United States than does the entire European Union, despite Canada's population being 1/15 the size of Europe. Canada is the top export destination to 31 U.S. states. The two countries have a thoroughly interconnected manufacturing supply chain, and we are completely reliant on each other for energy. Energy infrastructure between our two countries is so interconnected that we have 35 major electrical transmission lines and 70 oil and gas pipelines across the border. Canada provides 40% of U.S. crude imports, making it America's largest foreign energy supplier, something that President Trump should care about if he intends to keep his promise to cut gas prices in half. He is going to need our oil and our energy in order to do that. And we're going to need continued access to the American economy if we are to succeed. We trade more with the United States than we do, actually twice as much with the United States than we do with the rest of the world combined.
There are dreams of replacing the U.S. with another country or other countries. We've been talking about this since the first Trudeau, that we would be doing business with a lot of other countries elsewhere, but this has never happened. In fact, the weight of the U.S. economy has grown. Its percentage of global GDP is on the rise. All forecasts of China outstripping the U.S. did not take place, And actually, the gap between China and the U.S. has widened because of the fact that China decided to go back to socialist and centralizing policies planned by a government, which slowed down their economic growth because U.S. capitalism continued to produce wealth. That's the reality. Even if others have ideological objections, there is no other economic power in the world that is stronger than American capitalism. That's just the way it is. But this capitalism doesn't work without international trade, and especially with countries, allied countries like Canada. And Canada is the best ally of the U.S. in the world. And that is why we have to protect this relationship. We need a plan for our economy and for our security.
Be honest, we enter this crisis in a state of weakness. We have a weakened economy, a weakened military, and most of all, a weakened prime minister. Weakened, and that weakness, I think, may have been one of the reasons why President Trump believed that he could go ahead and make these threats and trample all over our prime minister again. Mr. Speaker, here is the sad reality. Our GDP per capita is smaller than it was 10 years ago, even while the American economy per capita has grown by 18%. Our per capita GDP fell more than any other G7 country since the year before COVID. We're one of the only countries that has not recovered its economy since before COVID happened. In reality, our housing costs have doubled, our national debt has doubled, food bank use have all doubled in the last 4 years. All of this before the threat of these tariffs. Before the threat of these tariffs, food prices had increased 37% faster in Canada than in the United States of America. Before the threat of these tariffs, our national debt had grown by over 100% in a decade. Before the threat of these tariffs, $500 billion USD more Canadian investment went south than came back. That's Canadian investment dollars building American mines, factories, pipelines, paying American, not Canadian, wages. And on top of that, the threats that we heard last night should have come as no surprise. Yet, for some reason, they did surprise the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. It was only 20 days ago that the Finance Minister said, Canada will be fine, nothing to worry about. Well, they should have seen this coming a mile away. President Trump had been saying that he would do this. He was elected 3 weeks ago. You'd think the Prime Minister would have been furiously planning, preparing, meeting with the premiers and talking about a counter plan during that time. And now we learn that since the threat happened, he's come up with exactly one response: a Zoom call. He's going to hold a Zoom call tomorrow. Of course, the media is absolutely captivated by this development. There's going to be a Zoom call between 11 or 12 politicians, and somehow this is going to solve the problem. We need a real plan, real action that will defend our economy and our security, and most of all, to put Canada first.
We need a real plan to put Canada first and a plan for our economy and security.
Mr. Speaker, the debate is over. There can be no tax increases. The tax increases the Prime Minister proposed on work, investment, energy were irresponsible and destructive all along. But now they're economic suicide. Think about the impact that a 61-cent a litre carbon tax would have when the tax is zero south of the border. President Trump has made it clear he wants our jobs and our businesses. You can only imagine his economic development teams calling trucking companies, factories, forestry enterprises, saying, hey, you're facing a 61 cent a litre carbon tax. north of the border, drive 50 kilometers south, and we have zero carbon tax. By the way, business and personal taxes are already much lower and will drop further. There will be a powerful sucking sound of jobs, businesses, and money leaving our country to enrich the United States. This is like a tariff imposed by our own government on our own economy, compounded with a real tariff from the United States of America, that this would cripple our economy. So we are calling for the Prime Minister to announce today that he will cancel all tax increases on energy, on work, on businesses. Let's give our people a fighting chance to save their jobs. Secondly, Canadian energy is not the enemy. Our energy sector is our #1 net export. Yet the Prime Minister has made it explicit that he wants to phase out that sector. He has blocked 2 pipelines, he blocked the Tech Frontier mine, and he has prevented us from building a single solitary LNG liquefaction plant, which, by the way, would have allowed us to ship our natural gas to countries other than the United States of America. Right now, because the Prime Minister has blocked LNG liquefaction on both coasts, we're stuck giving every single cubic foot of LNG we export to the Americans on their terms so that they can liquefy it, they can upgrade it, and they can turn it into a profit, something that to which, presumably, the 25% tariff would apply. We need to end this madness. First of all, we must announce here and now the cancellation of the production cut for the Canadian oil and gas sector.
We have to announce today that we are quickly going to approve LNG liquefaction plants for export overseas, not just to the U.S., so we can move coal and reduce GHGs globally and skirt monopolistic control from the U.S. with respect to our natural gas.
Liquefaction plants take advantage of the half as long shipping distances to both Asia and Europe compared to the Americans. We should go around the Americans and send our gas to displace dirty dictator energy, to reduce coal fire burning, to use our clean Canadian hydro to liquefy it, to send it off to Europe and break European dependence on Putin, to turn dollars for dictators into paychecks for our people in this country. Next, we have to rebuild our military. It is now clear
we have to rebuild our military. It's clear there is a link between defense and the economy. Our allies, particularly the Americans, expect us to be capable of defending our continent with them and tackle the true threats to our security.
Military. It is severely weakened after 9 years of this president. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, Canada spent more money on consultants and professional services than we did on our Army, Navy, and Air Force combined. The Army spent $34 million on new sleeping bags that aren't even suitable for Canadian winters. Half of military vehicles aren't fit to deploy. We've run out of ammunition, 155mm artillery shells, with no plans to reload. While the Prime Minister spends millions on Liberal Link Green companies, he's not able to provide the necessary shells and ammo to fire on a potential future enemy. The Liberal government has now announced it will cut a further $1 billion from the budget. Canadian troops in Latvia had to buy their own helmets, rain gear, and vests. Canadian troops in Poland are not being reimbursed for their meals. DND is hiking rents on soldiers even as they struggle to retain and recruit members. The military is short 16,500 servicemen and women, but only recruited 4,000 last year, a total of 4,000 all of last year. Weird, woke, wasteful obsessions undermined our military and drive down recruitment. The reason why the Canadian military cannot recruit is because young men and women do not want anything to do with the divisive identity politics that's being imposed on the forces by this government. And rather than fixing this problem, the minister in question is more worried about banning a Navy marching song that is not politically correct. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this woke agenda is dividing and distracting people from our work. Young women and men don't want to have anything to do with this woke agenda. They want to fight for our country. They want to be proud of the Canadian flag. We are going to eliminate this woke agenda and recruit proud young Canadians to support our armed forces.
We will have a warrior culture, not a woke culture. Now, we know this is all going to cost money, and that's going to be difficult because we will inherit a dumpster fire of a budget. We know that Canada's families are the most indebted in the G7. The national debt has doubled in size, and the Prime Minister's spending is still out of control. He's added more debt than the 22 prior Prime Ministers combined and keeps piling it on. That said, and by the way, his big priority now is to take GST off potato chips. Can you imagine that being your economic priority in the current environment we're in today? Mr. Speaker, we have a real plan, and a plan that we will build out between now and the next election. A common-sense plan that will cut back on foreign aid to dictators, terrorists, and global bureaucracies, eliminate useless back-office bureaucracies and procurement boondoggles, and redirect all of those billions in savings to rebuilding our forces. And this is how we will do it. We will expand our presence in the north to keep Beijing and the Russians out. We will secure the continent against attacks and threats. The world's best cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, optical and drone technology. We will expand the reserves and make sure they are trained for both the military and the civilian economy so that they are ready to be called on, God forbid, in the event of war. We will get more bang for our buck, as we proved that we could do under the previous Conservative government. Yes, we had a lean, mean fighting machine. Yes, we were efficient. But under the previous Conservative government, with that efficient spending, we were able to buy 5 Globemasters, massive strategic airlift, the Hercules aircraft, 17 Hercules aircraft, the Chinook helicopters, the Leopard 2 tanks, the refurbishment of our refueling vessels. The list goes on. And by the way, we were able to help our American friends destroy ISIS and Al-Qaeda. At that time, they had no concerns about us carrying our weight because we were punching above our weight, which protected our security and our economy. And then there's the border. We need to re-secure our border as part of this plan, Mr. Speaker. CBS reported, and I quote, that the Department of Justice charged Mohammed Khan, a 20-year-old Pakistani citizen living in Canada, with plotting to conduct an ISIS-inspired attack on the New York Jewish Center. Mr. Speaker, Khan was arrested in Armstrong in Quebec, Canada, just 12 miles from the U.S. This is on top of another ISIS fighter who came into Canada, got citizenship after allegedly being videotaped cutting up a human body on a crucifix in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, we have to screen people coming into our country. We have to identify threats and interrupt them before they harm us or our allies. There are 4.9 million permits and visas for people that will, in Canada today, who are not citizens or permanent residents, that will run out in December of next year. Many of them are great people, but when their permits run out and they're not renewed, they must leave. We need a plan from the government on how they're going to get these millions of people to go back to their home country, not be tempted by a stronger U.S. economy to cross into the U.S., thus threatening the security of the border and turning the Americans against us. We must crack down on drugs. We must scan the shipping containers, get our people into treatment and recovery to bring them home drug-free, not to please Donald Trump, but to prevent more tragic deaths of our people. In other words, we need all of this to say that we need to put our country and our people first. As Laurier would have said, Le Canada d'abord, le Canada.
Canada first, Canada above all, Canada always.
Great motto must be Canada first, Canada last, Canada always.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, one could easily talk about how that leader of the Conservative Party, while a member of Cabinet, had the lowest percentage GDP on defense spending. But that's only one relatively minor, but a significant point that I would say to the leader of the Conservative Party. Let me say, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister, in 10 minutes, talked about a Team Canada approach, talked about the stakeholders. Let me remind individuals that are following the debate. Donald Trump in this issue is a very serious issue for Canada. We have the experience. We've demonstrated that. When the negotiations got tough last go-around, the Conservative Party, with this leader, capitulated and said, no, just make a deal. We said that we are going to make a deal that's in the best interest of Canadians. Now he wants to flip-flop. Why should Canadians have any trust with this leader on the trade negotiations with the United States, given its importance?
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
First of all, I note that the Prime Minister was not courageous to come and debate me here directly on this today. He should be here in this House debating the future of protection.
There is no point of orders this evening. We're on autopilot. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, just to remind that we can't say. I'll wait until the Honourable Member is done. Is the Honourable Member done? Thank you. Just a reminder to the Leader that we can't say whether someone's here or not. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in the last round of negotiations, we remember what happened. The Prime Minister capitulated. You did. He capitulated. So here's what happened. Prime Minister did not get us an exemption to Buy America, as the earlier Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, had successfully done. Not only is Buy America still in place, it now applies to all levels of U.S. government procurement, which it never did before. Prime Minister did not get us out of the softwood lumber tariffs the way the earlier leader, Stephen Harper, had. Harper secured a reimbursement of the softwood lumber tariffs and an end to the tariffs for 10 years. They were reimposed under this Prime Minister and have been doubled by President Biden. This Prime Minister has had 9 years and 3 presidents, and he wasn't able to fix what Prime Minister Harper did in about 3 months. And then the Americans and Mexicans signed the USMCA. They walked it over to this Prime Minister and said, take it or leave it. And guess what? He took it, and now we're all taking it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I don't believe you can govern a country like an advertising firm. This doesn't help to solve important issues. Saying Canada first, triple this, axe the tax, that has never worked. What I've heard from the leader of the official opposition are empty slogans. Now I'm going to give him a chance. Could he tell us what his plan is?
Qu'est-ce que j'ai entendu, là? Okay. No dilatory motion, so I apologize for that last. So I guess we can do points of order because I didn't hear what happened there. J'ai pas entendu.
I didn't hear what happened. The honourable member for Bellechasse. My colleague for Jonquière called one of our colleagues an imbecile. Not acceptable. We do not accept it. Zero tolerance for that sort of thing.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, I was being heckled as I was asking my question. I withdraw the word that I used, but I would recommend all Conservative members to apply what we've just heard. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Mr. Speaker, at least the Bloquiste member has spoken for once. It's been months that the government has threatened his region with a decree against the forestry sector. And we heard nothing from this member. The two Bloc members who live in that particular region have done nothing, zero. Some Bloc members have supported the federal government coming up with this order that hurts their region. The member should defend all workers across this region. I will cancel that order and I will work for softwood lumber workers because the Bloc does nothing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that was critical to this discussion tonight and what we highlighted in the request to have this debate was that Donald Trump questioned the Canadian border in particular. In fact, his 25% tariff is tied directly to his argument that he makes that crime and drugs are coming across the northern border, similar to the southern border, and that is the reason for the tariff. So as New Democrats, we have proposed to continue to train more officers under the CBSA as they are short 2,000 to 3,000 officers at this moment, expand their powers that could have been done since 1932 to actually allow them to do more type of work that's consistent with the RCMP. And as well, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that the training of the officers can be done as they go back to their regions to enhance the application process. But I do want to ask a specific question because it's important. In this last part,
I'll let the honourable member finish up his question. J'ai un appel au règlement.
I have a point of order, the honourable member. Well, on several times, it's difficult for francophones in this House. It's hard for us to follow the interpretation when there is all this noise and heckling, when they're singing YMCA in the House. When there's this level of noise, it's difficult for us. So I would ask that you remind members out of respect for interpreters. I do appreciate that.
To keep the noise down so that we can get through the questions and comments section of this, I'll allow the honourable member from Windsor West to finish up his question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And another practical element is opening up new training facilities as well for our CBSA officers. But going directly to a matter that's very important in terms of this Parliament already had the Conservatives voting against a supplementary budget of $26 million to our CBSA officers. And then on top of that, the member from Carleton was part of a cabinet that cut $120 million from CBSA and laid off 1,100 officers and also reduced the capabilities for them to work with the FBI and other law enforcement agencies in the United States and their border patrols, directly responsible from the cuts. So does the member from Carleton now wish to apologize for axing those workers and axing the officers that defend our border that are now putting our situation of trade in jeopardy with Donald J. Trump?
Leader of the Official Opposition.
No, Mr. Speaker, because in fact we increased frontline CBSA officers and we actually armed them. And furthermore, what we spent less money on was back office bureaucracy and consultants. Now, this member is busy bragging that he voted for a more expensive CBSA. Yes, it went to consultants. The money did not go to boots on the ground. They went to tens of millions of dollars of back office bureaucrats and high-priced consultants that increase the burden on taxpayers without increasing the security at the border. And that is the fundamental difference. We delivered more border security at a lower price. The fact that it costed less for us to secure the border is actually a plus. The NDP doesn't understand. When you actually deliver a better result at a lower price to taxpayers, that is a good thing, and you'll get more of it when I'm Prime Minister.
I just want to underline, I did hear a lot of comments in the background. We just asked for people to be quiet, and I did hear the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby trying to comment all along that. If you want to ask questions, I'm sure you would stand and ask questions. So, questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And something else incredible happened after the failed negotiations of CUSMA. Canada was USA's #1 trading partner for goods. It's now #3. Mexico is #1. And it's amazing it happened because Canada was kicked to the sidelines during those negotiations. And we all know the rest of the story. The average American worker now makes $22,000 more than the Canadian. $500 billion have sucked down to the U.S. So my question to the future Prime Minister of Canada is, can he tell this House how he will stand up for Canadian workers, their paychecks, and our security?
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we need a bring-it-home tax cut. The reality is that rising taxes, increasing delays to approve massive projects has driven $500 billion of investment south of the border. So we've gone from 10 years ago, the New York Times printing a headline that says, "Welcome to Canada, home of the world's most affluent middle class," an article in which it quoted that Canada's median income was equal to that of the United States, to the present state where the American per capita income is $22,000 higher than ours, the worst gap in a century. Now, this is directly a result of high taxes and heavy burdens on our economy. We will reform and cut taxes with the goal of bringing home production and paychecks to our workers. In other words, let's put Canada first.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, can we have some quiet, please? Yes, I just want to make sure that people will be quiet.
Shh. Oui. Presque.
We're almost there.
Et voilà, j'espère que tout va.
No, I hope that everything's fine. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend the respect of my Conservative colleagues. I'm rather shocked by the intervention by the Conservative leader. What we're doing this evening is proposing possible solutions and trying to make Canadians, people in the business sector, feel a little bit more reassured. The leader, the Conservative leader, did no such thing. Now, what we've seen this evening is simply spouting the same empty slogans. Canada first. The pitch of the Conservative leader is sort of rather simple when we're dealing with very complex issues. I saw a video this summer. I watched it with my colleague, the member for Lac Saint-Jean. And my colleague, who is quite mischievous and witty, he said, I saw someone, first I thought it was a singer, a Village People singer, but no, it was the leader of the official opposition. Now, it seems that for this leader, he thinks that the Rockies are mountains in Utah. And this, he sees he's looking at a driver in Dakota, North Dakota, driving with his family. That's what Canada should look like to him. Now, to add insult to injury, we've seen supposed Canadian fighters, but really they were images of Russian fighters. So that's what our Conservative leader's speech was like. He came not to talk about American tariffs, but about what he usually talks about, carbon tax, fossil fuels, which are, for him, the most important thing. And he said, I'm going to get back to producing oil, and I'm going to end the government's woke agenda.
We want to establish. We're talking about trade tariffs, and the leader of the official opposition of the Canada says we need to get back to a warrior culture. And I've never been so embarrassed to be a Canadian parliamentarian as when I heard that, and when I saw his MPs cheering him on as if they were so happy. My leader recently said that we just need to leave this country. It's completely disappointing, the state of things right now. Well, that being said, let's move on to something else. I also heard this week, today the Prime Minister was talking about Team Canada. On the Liberal side, they talk about Team Canada. And on the Conservative side, we have this new pitch for Canada First. Well, I don't feel included in that. If I look at history, Quebec has often been used for barter in the past when it was in trade agreements. The Canadian economy, you know better than I do, Mr. Speaker, is based on two pillars. The energy sector with fossil fuels and the automobile sector. Every time there are trade negotiations that get heated with the United States, they favor those two sectors. And today, what I will ask to my colleagues from Quebec, whether they are of the Conservative or Liberal parties, is to do everything in their power to advance Quebec's interests. That is what I want for them. And why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? Because when I look at the forestry industry, I must say that it's the poor sibling in the economic sector in Canada, and we are threatened by American tariffs that already exist, even if they were changed in the form of attribution of cubic meters of softwood lumber. Even if we change them to align to the American sector, this is a perfect storm for the forestry sector. There are currently $2 billion that are caught up in accounts in the United States in tariffs, and they cannot be used by the industry, the forestry industry. And that is money that can't help us upgrade the facilities of the forestry sector. But I was talking about the forestry sector, but I'd like to come back to what the Leader of the Opposition said in response to a question earlier, by indicating that supposedly we don't support the forestry sector. He was referring to the infamous conflict on the caribou ruling. The Minister of Natural Resources the Minister of the Environment, rather, said in his ministerial order, he told people, the members of the Bloc Québécois asked him to negotiate something with the government of Quebec, which it is supposedly doing. And they're trying to reconcile, they're trying to balance the needs of the woodland caribou and the forestry sector. And I think that it's quite strange because he's talking about the MP for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. The leader of the official opposition was talking about the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord when he was talking about the forestry sector. But that MP came with us to Lac Saint-Jean, and he came out to say we need to support the forestry sector more. We want there to not be an order. And when we talked to all of these people, the industry said, you know what would be interesting? Because our major problem right now are these infamous tariffs. There should be a liquidity access program that the federal government would establish a program to access liquidity so that it could support the forestry sector. And they could ask the federal government, advance me some money that I will pay on tariffs, and when I get it back, I will pay you back. I will pay you back when I receive the tariffs back, and those people could then invest in their equipment. But unfortunately, the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, thank you for his presence, he was not ready to do that for us, and he thought it was complicated. He thought it was difficult. So today I'm being accused of abandoning the forestry sector, but when we're seeking solutions, I think that's really unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. So I was saying the forestry industry is at a crossroads, not just on tariffs, because there's a flagrant lack of financial support from the federal government because of the woodland caribou, because we are facing forest fires, and so I would like to talk about a program to access liquidity. But why do we want this program? Well, it's because if we want to fight against tariffs, we need to be less dependent on the American economy. We need to do more processing. So because there are tariffs just on commodities, but there are no tariffs on processed products. So if we did more processing, that we would need financial support to improve our forestry network. Currently, it is impossible to do so because tariffs eat up too large of a portion of the assets of the sector. If we look at the financial support that Ottawa offers to the forestry sector, it's embarrassing. In the Bloc Québécois, we conducted a study on this which showed that for all of Canada, it's barely $317 million a year in support to the forestry sector. And out of that $317 million for all Canada, 75% of which are loans. It's a fraction of what is given to the oil and gas sector. And just to give you an example, Mr. Speaker, if we look at that $317 million in Quebec, it's barely $71 million in financial support from the federal government. And if we look at the calculation of 75% loans, that means only $17 million in subsidy. $17 million for one of the most important business sectors in Quebec. You'll easily understand, Mr. Speaker, that the support from the federal government is completely inadequate. In my region of Lac Saint-Jean, there are more economic spin-offs for the federal government than all of the support given in Quebec. So if we want to fight against American tariffs effectively, serious measures need to be taken to support the forestry sector more. There needs to be an investment strategy, and above all, the federal government needs to understand that we can no longer be held prisoner by commodity products. We can no longer be held prisoner by American markets, and we need to do the processing here. So I would also like to talk to you, Mr. Speaker. When we got elected here in 2019, we lived through the CUSMA tariffs on aluminum. If you recall, the federal government forgot to protect aluminum. There was aluminum coming from China. And we were the ones, once again, who did this with the support of who started this fight with the support of the unions to come to an agreement with the federal government, who that needed to address this breach of the entry of Chinese aluminum through Mexico. And I see my colleague from Chicoutimi-Fiole who had started this battle with us, but unfortunately he had to withdraw from it because his party didn't agree with us. His party didn't agree with what we were asking for us pushing to have aluminum protected in CUSMA. So I have a bit of a bitter taste in my mouth about the comment by the leader of the official opposition when my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean didn't support our region. The aluminum sector, the federal government offered support, but only to primary aluminum. Once again, raw aluminum rather. If we don't want to be held prisoner by these American tariffs, we need to do more processing in Canada. I don't know if you recall, but during the first round of tariffs on aluminum in 2018, $120 million were paid in counter tariffs that should have applied to the aluminum sector. That $120 million was found in the PBO and it was never redistributed. And we think it would be beneficial for all of the sector. Why not take that $120 million and invest it in a sector-based fund for processing aluminum, which would be a revolving fund to allow us to do more processing here in Canada of our raw metals and then be less dependent on the United States and create much more value added here at home. That's the case for aluminum. More processing. It's the same thing for the forestry sector. We need to do more processing, and where we can all take action to protect ourselves from American tariffs is on the infamous supply management. The bill is before the Senate right now. Why aren't my Conservative colleagues putting an end to the filibustering here? We could have this debate and put it into, we could pass the bill to protect supply management and perhaps bring it out of the clutches of the Americans for good. So I would encourage the Conservatives to put an end to their filibustering. And the final issue raised by Mr. Trump at the border is, well, border management is a disaster. During COVID, the federal government lost track of some travelers in the country. It was also losing track of immigrants. And who asked questions on that day after day? The Bloc Québécois. The Conservative Party has 125 questions a week. I have never heard them talk about border protection. I've never heard them ask for the closure of Roxham Road. And today they are painting themselves as the defender of the border. And they're talking about woke spirit to warrior spirit, but that's just, it doesn't make sense. If the Conservative colleagues had proposals to make, even if the Liberal Party had significant proposals to make, what would we be talking about this evening? We're talking about increasing our contribution to the negotiation. If we did want to do that, we need to be aware that 80% of everything bought in the United States are primary materials, and those are used in the American economy. And when tariffs were applied on aluminum, the counter tariffs were applied by the federal government by selecting very targeted products that would put pressure on American senators so that they could have access to the government. But I haven't heard anyone talk about that so far. The only thing that we have heard is the turpitude of the Conservative leader, who is once again talking about sowing discontent among the population. It is not fitting of a future leader of state. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I had noticed, and I'm sure the member might have also noticed it, was that the contrast between the speech delivered by the Deputy Prime Minister, where it was more of a discussion and an explanation of a Team Canada type of approach at dealing with the trade negotiations. And it is in the best interest for all Canadians that we do get that approach that takes into consideration all the different sectors, including supply management. And I agree with the member opposite. I would have loved to have seen us stop with the filibustering. In particular, one of the issues is the supply management in the Senate that's being filibustered by Conservative senators. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in terms of the contrast compared to where the Conservative leaders seem to say, not to worry, it's all about me, and he will resolve it all. Yet he was so quick to capitulate the last time around and didn't replace Canada first.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, it's probably a contrast in tone, but I started my speech, Mr. Speaker, by telling you that between Team Canada and Canada First, well, I think that we're talking about the same thing, whether it be it Liberal or Conservative. It's Quebec that takes the side. They never talk about defending the forestry sector, and they reduced our exports in 2006, and Harper got into bed with President Bush, and we lost $5 billion. $1 billion in the Quebec forestry sector. I don't call that a resounding success in the Liberal government. Well, the government has never focused on this sector. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Jonquière said in his speech that the Conservatives never talked about closing the border due to illegal immigrants. I would like to remind him, because he wasn't here before 2019, that since 2017, when the Prime Minister gave his infamous tweet to tell people to come to Canada, I asked questions. I brought the Quebec, the Conservative leader of the party, to the crossing. So I would like my colleague to retract his comments, because we had press conferences, communiques. We were on the ground on multiple occasions. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Since January 1st, the Conservative Party has 125 questions a week. Since January 1st, you asked 15 questions. They have had no opposition days on this matter on the border, but they had 18 on the carbon tax. Every day I hear the Conservatives talking about how they want a carbon tax election that doesn't apply in Quebec. But the answer is very simple. My colleague is a Conservator, like all the others, who defends Canada before he defends Quebec. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Mr. Speaker, I understand my colleague who represents a region where there is a heavy presence of the forestry sector, and I do as well. We have a lot of forestry sector in my riding, and we saw during the Harper years, and the MP said quite well, there $1 billion were lost to the Americans, and then we won in all of the courts, and we were ready to get over the victory line. And the Conservatives ceded everything, but we lost 100,000 jobs. 200 softwood lumber factories, and the leader of the official opposition says, well, that was a victory. It was not a victory. I would like to know the opinion of my colleague on this. Is it really a disaster that we lose 100,000 jobs, 200 factories, and $1 billion? Quite right. It's not a disaster, it's a catastrophe. From 2005 to 2011, the Quebec forestry industry lost 30% of its workforce. So when Liberals or Conservatives didn't lift a finger. The oil and gas sector runs Canada, and you saw the leader of the official opposition spent a quarter of his speech talking about energy and new LNG projects, but when we're talking about American tariffs. And I also, if I heard him talking about softwood lumber, it's in response to a question that I asked. My colleague is completely right. The Quebec forestry sector was completely destructured, and the federal government washed its hands of it. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Aymar-Verdun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in the Bloc Québécois, we're here to defend the interests of Quebec and not those of Alberta. I would like to know from my honourable colleague from Jonquière, what are the priorities of the Bloc Québécois in the coming months in terms of the trade negotiation, what will we focus on and how will we defend Quebec's interests? The member for Jonquière, thank you. I indicated earlier, and we have said for a long time now, if we want to fight the American tariffs, we need to do more processing at home. Unfortunately, the forestry sector has no support from the federal government. There are some sectors asking for if mills ask for funding from the federal government, they are automatically told no. So what we would like is there need to be better support from the federal government for the forestry sector. And if the federal government takes an example of what Quebec did in its last budget, that it needs to establish a program to access liquidity, I would like to hear the Conservatives on that. The $2 billion that were given to forestry sectors that is sitting in the U.S., how can we give that to people who paid it unfairly? How can we would like the Conservatives to tell us, if they're in such a warrior spirit, I would like to hear their thoughts on this sector. And we need more processing in the aluminum sector as well. We can't just support raw aluminum. We need to support processors, and there are a number of initiatives that can be undertaken to do so. Questions and comments?
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague from the Belle Province.
Many years ago, I was visited at the time was called the Alma Smelter in the Lac Saint-Jean region of Quebec. I was there for a few days working at the time for a rating agency, and I wanted to know from the member, through you, Chair, how important the aluminum sector is to the province of Quebec and also to the rest of Canada, including British Columbia, where there are smelters in Trail and Kitimat, about creating jobs and how important that product is for the U.S. economy. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I believe personally, I know that Mr. Trump is a political actor who is irrational, but personally, I don't believe that the Americans should apply tariffs to aluminum because they are not producers of aluminums themselves. There's only one aluminum smelter that works in the United States, and the largest raw aluminum producers in North America are in Quebec, particularly in my region on the North Shore, which produces a lot of aluminum. It would be quite surprising to add tariffs to the aluminum for Americans who are processing, but sometimes Mr. Trump acts irrationally, so I think perhaps we should increase processing at home for aluminum, and to do so, the federal government could invest not enormous sums. We're talking about $120 million that it collected in tariffs in 2018 and put it in a fund. It's not a big thing to ask the federal government, but they never accepted that. And they're currently ready to invest $4 billion in a pipeline, and that's nearly $83 billion that will invest in clean gas. So it's a double standard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to ask the honourable colleague. One of the things that we've been talking about tonight, of course, is about the trade deals, about renegotiated CUSMA, and I certainly was concerned about the loss of the 10% of supply managed sector, dairy farmers here in Canada, egg producers, chicken farmers, and so on, that was negotiated by this Liberal government, and a future negotiation of clearly what Trump has been talking about to reopen CUSMA and what that might mean, and what his concerns are about that as well for those supply managed sectors.
Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, certainly, the concern, the worry is that if CUSMA is renegotiated, that there are new gaps in that area. So we need to quickly make sure that C-282 is passed quickly, but we're paralyzed here, and the Liberal government has bowed before two senators who are acting as monarchs, and we have a bill that's blocked on the table. Liberals have voted in favor. NDP did the same thing. It's our bill. There are some Conservatives who voted in favor. So I think we should apply it and protect all of our farmers. Resuming debate.
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House and see many of my colleagues here this evening speaking to an important topic tonight. Mr. Chair, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member, a good friend and colleague, and always smiling, the member from Surrey Newton. Mr. Speaker, as we speak tonight about the relationship between Canada and the United States, it's very important to note, and I speak this evening with the perspective of having worked and lived in New York City for several years, many years ago, but I had that real privilege and honor of working in the United States of America, being there for a number of years, being there at a very interesting time politically with the changing of elections, and also being there during the events of September 11th, and then returning back to Canada. And I always like to say, we have much family there and friends all over the United States that we keep in contact with. And I always like to say the U.S. exceptionalism, the relationship that we have with the United States is a long-standing one. We are more than friends. We have this expression, we are fratelli, we are brothers, we are sisters. Many of us go back and forth. I was in the United States just several weeks ago, taking my daughter to a soccer tournament in Akron, Ohio, at the Football Hall of Fame area there, and it was great to be there in Ohio and play against many teams from the Northeast. Mr. Speaker, let's be frank here. This debate is very important because it's about our economy, the U.S. economy, and the North American economy. For the last 12 months, Canada has exported $173.4 billion of energy exports to the United States, $78.3 billion in auto and auto parts exports to the United States, $63.2 billion in consumer goods, $50 billion in metal and non-metallic mineral products, forestry, $38.8 billion. The United States is our largest market, and Mr. Speaker, they are our largest market. Vice versa. I think I said that correctly. And Mr. Speaker, again, the United States needs us and we need them. The interdependency, the supply chains, the linkages, the people ties, the fact that $3.5 billion of trade goes back and goes across that border every day, unhindered, unimpeded, creating wealth, creating jobs. There are millions of jobs in the United States of America that are tied to Canada and vice versa. Again, Mr. Speaker, they are our largest export market. We are their largest export market. Larger than China, larger than Mexico. Our trading relationship has grown and continues to grow. Our people-people relationship continues to grow. And Mr. Speaker, we need to emphasize that point over and over again. Now, our government has dealt with, I believe it was the 45th president, the first Trump presidency. We will again have a mature, responsible dialogue with this incoming administration on how we can, yes, secure our borders, how we, yes, can secure our energy. Mr. Speaker, 3 million barrels of oil is shipped every day from Canada to the United States. There are no alternatives, Mr. Speaker. Our auto companies are interdependent. Parts go back and forth every day across the border, down in Detroit, down in Windsor. Mr. Speaker, this relationship is a special one, and we must always act with maturity, with calmness, with poise, but yes, always defending Canadian workers, always defending Canadian businesses. Mr. Speaker, that is our job. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just digress for 1 minute because there's something very important I need to point out from my riding. My riding of Vaughan Woodbridge has over 368 restaurants, Mr. Speaker, employing 5,000 employees. 368 restaurants, 5,000 employees, almost $500 million of revenues. Mr. Speaker, we've put forward a plan to give Canadians and to help these restaurants out over the 2-month period, over the Christmas holidays, into the New Year, and past Valentine's Day. Mr. Speaker, let's do the right thing to all my honourable colleagues. Let's get this passed. So you know what? So the restaurants like Via Mercante and Castello, Gelato, that's Italian, Zafferano's, Spizzico, all those beautiful restaurants have it. Desserts Plus, Antipasto, all of them that I visit on occasion, you know what, Mr. Speaker? Their customers can go there and get a break. And Mr. Speaker, I've always been taught my values. Every little bit helps, Mr. Speaker. And it's imperative that we do that. Now, Mr. Speaker, going back to this very important trade relationship that we have with the United States and any potential tariffs that they may place on either Canadian products or Mexican products. Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that the unique relationship we have, forged by geography, values, common interests, strong personal connections, and a powerful, multi-layered economic ties that I speak about. Their economy only succeeds when we work together, Mr. Speaker. And we know that. I know that as an economist. Any potential tariffs that the Trump administration potentially places on any country will only raise inflation in the United States, prevent interest rates from falling in the United States, and hurt the U.S. consumer. I understand that, Mr. Speaker, as an economist, and I believe we all understand that. Now, we as Canadian parliamentarians, our first priority are our residents, our businesses, and ensuring a bright future for all Canadians. I'm here to ensure that the Canadian economy succeeds. And I came here, Mr. Speaker, and I ran in the first place because the economic growth rates we were seeing and the direction we were seeing under the Harper government were abysmal. And Mr. Speaker, we delivered, and we will continue to deliver. And we'll continue to deliver on the relationship between ourselves and our U.S. friends and cousins. Because I do have cousins in New Jersey. I'll give them a quick shout out. They're there. They've been there for decades. And Mr. Speaker, just to give you a little tidbit of a fact, my great-grandfather passed through Ellis Island in 1909, and we have the ship manifest of when he signed in to Ellis Island. He actually returned to southern Italy just a few years later. But, Mr. Speaker, those are the ties that Canadians have to the United States. And even some of my employees who are with me have family in the United States, in Washington, D.C., if I remember correctly. Now, Mr. Speaker, this economic partnership between our countries supports millions of jobs through direct foreign investment, cross-border trade, and our integrated, and I re-emphasize integrated economies. Canadian imports from more from the U.S. than any other country by a wide margin. In fact, Canada buys over 2 times more goods from the U.S. than China. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat this. The United States needs us. We need them to succeed economically, to ensure security of North America, and to work together on so many mutual interests. Canada buys more goods from the United States than China, Japan, and Germany combined. I repeat that, Mr. Speaker. Here in Canada, our Canadian economy, the Canadian consumer, Canadian businesses buy more goods, purchase more goods from the United States than China, Japan, and Germany combined. Nearly half of the goods the U.S. buys from Canada are raw materials used by American manufacturers, contributing jobs in the U.S. and to North American competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, while Canadian companies buy from U.S. sources to make Canadian products, in short, the U.S. trade relationship is built on long-standing binational supply chains where roughly 70% of Canadian exports to the United States are incorporated into U.S. supply chains. There's no better example than this in the auto sector, a sector I covered in the private sector for many years, and where I chair the Liberal Auto Caucus here in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, Martin Ria, Magna, Linamar on the auto parts supplier side, Toyota, Honda, Stellantis, Ford, General Motors, Volkswagen, they all depend on an integrated supply chain that links us with the United States. And Mr. Speaker, it's so important that we continue that. Mr. Speaker, in my last minute or so, as you've indicated, I do want to highlight a few things that I think are making a difference in the lives of the residents in Vaughan Woodbridge. And I would like to say we do have the logistics hub for many U.S. companies, Home Depot, FedEx, UPS, Costco, all are located in the city of Vaughan, in my riding. CPKC's intermodal facility is in my riding, the busiest intermodal facility in the country. The CN McMillan Yard is located in Vaughan, the largest CN facility in the country. We are a hub in the area that I represent. Thousands and tens of thousands of jobs in my riding, in my city, are connected to trade and investment in the United States. We must all be Team Canada. We must all represent the Canadian workers from coast to coast to coast. That is our #1 job, and we will do that working with all members of Parliament to ensure a bright future for all our citizens and all our residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge. Mr. Speaker, this debate that we're having tonight that was put forward by my colleague from Windsor West. Yes, from my colleague, my NDP colleague. Let's go there. It is a really good reminder of how important it is that we are doing the work to support workers and Canadian products. Mr. Speaker, in my home province alone, British Columbia has exported more than $5.7 billion in wood products to the U.S., more than $3.5 billion in agriculture products, and over $8.2 billion in energy products, including $4.8 billion in natural gas just last year. And so my question to the member is, why have we not seen the government taking what my colleague from Edmonton Griesbach has so well spoke about tonight in his speech about taking industrial strategies to see value-added products like the BC softwood products, for example, to see workers supported, to seeing products that are being developed that are now Canadian products, to see our local Canadian economy supported. Why have we not seen the government doing that to prepare us for a situation that we're in right now?
Good question. Good question.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the honourable colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith, I'm very proud of the BC resource sector. At one time, I worked actually at a pulp mill growing up in northern British Columbia in Prince Rupert, the hometown that I was born and raised in until I moved away. Mr. Speaker, and I know that the LNG facility that's being constructed will export LNG to Asia. I also know the Western Canadian Sedimentary Basin in northeast BC obviously exports a ton of natural gas to the United States. And I would say that the proud resource sector of British Columbia, which has existed for decades, you know, if I can remember back to the Macmillan-Bloedel days, as my honourable colleagues would know this, is something that we should be proud of, something we should support. And again, goes back to my theme that the U.S. economy, the U.S. citizens, our friends and neighbours down in the south, they need us as much as we need them, and we will have responsible leadership like we did in the first Trump administration to make sure we get a good deal with the United States that represents the interests of our workers and their workers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with some interest of the speech of the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. I've had many opportunities to speak with the member, as well as many of my colleagues have had the opportunity to speak with him over the last number of years, and he's made impassioned conversations with many of us about how his government has failed his constituents. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, it's been on many occasions when the honourable member has broached the subject of crossing the floor to the Conservative Party, believing that he would best serve his constituents by becoming a member of this caucus that would defend his constituents. I wonder if he still believes, and if he'll openly share his belief, that his constituents would be best represented with a Conservative member of Parliament.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable colleague for that question. Mr. Speaker, when I was 14 years old, I joined the Liberal Party of Canada, and I've been a member ever since, and I will always be a member of the Liberal Party of Canada. And I will ensure that to my residents. I ran as a Liberal, and I will run again as a Liberal, and I will ensure that for a fact. I am a very, very passionate person, Mr. Speaker, and I speak my mind, and I'm fine with that. But I will say this to the honourable colleague: shame on you for asking that type of question. Shame on you, and that type of question. That is, to me, is totally unnecessary. And I will say this, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the next election when I'm talking about the Canada Dental Care Plan, and I'm talking about the Canada Child Benefit, and I'm talking about what I've delivered for the city of Vaughan and to all its residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the member from Dufferin-Caledon, keep chirping.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I took the opportunity to review the CUSMA, which is the current trade agreement signed by the United States, Canada, and Mexico on July 1, 2020.
And that says that CUSMA will expire in 2036, unless it's extended before that. And the parties agreed to review the treaty every 6 years. So that means the first review of this treaty would come up in 2026, meaning that what the President of the United States has really done is threatened to abrogate, to tear up a trade agreement that was signed in good faith by all three parties. Now, I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has any thoughts on that, about what that does for a country like the United States that claims to believe in an international rules-based order, that claims to believe in the World Trade Organization and in orderly managed trade. What does it say to him when the President of the United States says that he would rip up an agreement signed in good faith in violation of the terms of that agreement?
Very quickly, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague from British Columbia, who I work closely with on the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association, as I'm the chair of that association, we need to always emphasize and re-emphasize rules-based trade. We always need to emphasize our multilateral institutions. Canada is a founding partner of many of those institutions, from NATO to the WTO. We must work together. We must point out to the United States, always, to any administration, we are more than their friends. We are their neighbors. We are family. Their success is dependent on us. Our success is dependent on them. And, Mr. Speaker, that is what's most important. I look forward to working with the incoming administration, all the officials, as a member of the Canada-U.S. Parliamentary Association, as one of the vice chairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start with the critical issue speech, I want to thank the honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge for sharing his time, not only sharing his time, in fact, Mr. Speaker, because of his economic finance background, he always does an amazing work when it comes to issues like this. And, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a critical issue that may have a significant impact on our economy, our workers, and our relationship with our largest trading partner. On the heels of President Trump's announcement that the United States will potentially impose 25% tariff on Canadian imports, it is essential that we, as elected representatives, respond with clarity and a commitment to protect the interests of Canadians. Canada and United States share one of the most successful and interdependent trading relationships in the world. Our economies are deeply connected with billions of dollars trading cross borders annually, supporting millions of jobs in both our countries. We are not just trade partners, we are neighbors and allies. From the steel used in American manufacturing to the agriculture products that sustain both of our population, Canada has been a reliable supplier and a trusted partner. Any disruption to this relationship jeopardizes the prosperity of both nations. Announcement of a 25% tariff has the potential to shift our entire economic landscape, which will have massive consequences for Canadian businesses, workers, and their families. Our industries, particularly in manufacturing, agriculture, and energy, will face higher costs, reduced competitiveness, and potential loss of vital export markets. Consider the automobile sector, where the United States imports over 80% of the vehicles manufactured in Canada. A 25% tariff would increase costs for automakers and consumers alike, strain supply chains, and put thousands of Canadian jobs at risk. Similarly, agriculture producers will struggle to compete in a U.S. market, potentially leading to reduced incomes and financial instability for farming communities throughout our country. The effects will extend beyond individual sectors. Small businesses reliant on trade with the U.S. will face uncertainty and potential closure. Consumers will bear the burden of rising prices for goods. The economic ties that have long been the foundation of our relationship with the United States will be tested in exceptional ways. Canada has navigated past challenges in its trading relationships with the United States. The negotiations of Canada-United States-Mexico agreement is a testament to our ability to stand firm and secure outcomes that protect Canadian interests. During those negotiations, we faced pressure from the U.S. administration, including threats of steep tariffs on the key Canadian exports like steel and aluminium. Yet Canada did not falter. Under the leadership of a skilled and determined negotiating team, we advanced our priorities and also safeguard our key industries. We achieved crucial wins, including maintaining dispute resolution mechanism, preserving cultural exemptions, and securing access to critical markets for our farmers and manufacturers. The CUSMA negotiations demonstrated Canada's strength, resilience, and commitment to protecting the livelihoods of our workers while ensuring fairness in trade. We proved that even in the face of a challenging partner, we could achieve outcomes that benefit both nations. Those experiences will provide valuable lessons as we confront this latest challenge. We must also address the principle at the heart of this issue: fair and mutual trade. Canada has always advocated for a trade system based on mutual benefit, fairness, and the rule of law. One-side tariffs undermine these principles, creating a landscape of uncertainty rather than cooperation. President Trump's decision appears to be driven by a protectionist agenda, yet it fails to consider the implications for economic stability across North America. Protectionism can often lead to retaliation and trade wars, which leaves all parties worse off. It is important that Canada stands firm in opposing this approach while remaining committed to constructive dialogue. In the face of this challenge, we must prioritize the protection of Canadian industries and workers. This means providing targeted support to sectors most affected by these tariffs, whether through financial assistance, tax relief, or measures to diversify export markets. Our goal should be to ensure that no Canadian loses their job because of another country's trade policies. Canada must work with international partners to uphold the rules-based global trading system. The World Trade Organization provides mechanisms for addressing trade disputes, and Canada must use every tool possible to challenge the legality of these tariffs. We must also engage in strategic and measured diplomacy with the United States. It is crucial to convey the message that these tariffs harm both nations and undermines decades of economic partnership. Canada must be clear while we are open to negotiations. We will not be bullied into agreements that compromise our economic sovereignty. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity to invest in our economic resilience by enhancing trade relationships with other global partners, fostering innovation at home. Canada can reduce its reliance on the U.S. market and ensure long-term economic stability. As parliamentarians, it is our duty to rise above partnership and present a united front in the face of this challenge. We must take a Team Canada approach. The stakes are too high for division. Our response must reflect the strength and determination of Canadians. This is not about tariffs. It is about defending our values, our economy, and our future. It is about showing the world that Canada will not stand down when faced with difficulties. I call on this Parliament to stand with Canadian workers and businesses to defend our trade interests and to reaffirm our commitment to a fair and prosperous global economy. Let us take this challenge as an opportunity to strengthen our nation. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and very best to you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was interesting to listen to this member talk about the challenge that we have with the potential of 25% tariffs being imposed on Canada, because kind of like Groundhog Day, the member might not know this, but in 2018, the United States slapped 232 tariffs on Canada, 25% steel, 10% aluminum. Now, you're wondering why would I be asking that question? What does that have to do with 25% tariffs today? Because the real problem then was the border. Just like President Trump has said, the problem now is the border. In 2018, Chinese steel was coming into Canada, going down into the United States, and taking out American steel. It became such a problem that the President of the United States imposed a 25% tariff. Now we're going to have it on everything because of their complete mismanagement of the border yet again. Why should Canadians trust them to get anything right when they've got everything wrong in this relationship?
Honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has a proven track record of standing up for Canadians when it comes to our relationship with U.S. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. When U.S. imposed tariffs on aluminium and steel, we tariffed dollar to a dollar. And you know who backed up? It was the U.S., Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you, I can talk about conservatives. That's where the Conservative record is very, very different. During the NAFTA negotiation, it was the Conservative Party, the position that we need to capitulate to USA. That is not what we did. We stood firm. We protected steel workers. We protected auto workers. We protected agriculture workers and dairy farmers. We came out of that with a win-win right across the border. Mr. Speaker, our government will always do whatever it takes to protect our workers and our national interest.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Salimar-Verdun. Mr. Speaker, I heard the colleague across the way talk about a Team Canada approach, but all he talked about was Ontario's car industry. What will his government do for aeronautics in Montreal, for the AI industry in Montreal, forestry, aluminum? What will his government do? Because we in the Bloc Québécois, we will remind him of what he says.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is not just about Ontario and where I am from, British Columbia. It is from coast to coast to coast, all 10 provinces and 3 territories. And we will make sure that every Canadian province and workers in every Canadian province and territories, and of course the businesses, we will stand with them shoulder to shoulder and make sure that we have a win-win situation. This is why I would like to see Bloc, Conservatives, NDP, Green and Independents to come together as a Team Canada so we can achieve for each and every Canadian, irrespective of where they live and where they work.
In comments, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, obviously Canada and the United States have a long, mutually beneficial and important relationship. But I think it's very important also to note that President-elect Trump has the right to make economic policy in the United States. He does not have the right to make economic policy in Canada. And if he's going to be pursuing unfair policies like slapping a 25% tariff on probably his closest and most loyal ally and friend, then Canada needs to respond accordingly. Now, all members will recall during COVID when this country could not produce a domestic vaccine, when we had to rely on imports from China to supply our healthcare workers with masks and gowns. We have become dangerously reliant on other countries. So the tariff situation here does provide an opportunity for Canada to become more self-reliant. I think that Canada should offer incentives to Canadian businesses who create jobs here, who repatriate jobs here, just like the Americans are doing in the United States. So we build a strong, resilient Canadian economy. Does my friend agree that this might be an opportunity for us to strengthen by creating global champions, Canadian champions here in Canada, and also diversifying our trade to Europe and to Asia, because it's dangerous to rely on only one customer, as every business person ought to know.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton, quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Vancouver Kings Bay for his thoughtful and a very intelligent question that he asked. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned in my speech, I said that we must prioritize protection of Canadian industries and workers. This means providing targeted support to sectors most affected by these tariffs, whether they are through financial assistance, tax reliefs, or measures to diversify export markets. Our goal should be to ensure that no Canadian loses their job because of another country's trade policies. I agree with the honourable member 100%. Mr. Speaker, over the last few years, this government has signed trade with more countries than any other government, and that is the way we should continue to achieve what the honourable member asked for.
Before moving to the next speaker, I just wanted to maybe, because it might be the last time I get to speak this evening before we move on, I just want to offer my great congratulations to Premier-elect Tim Houston for a phenomenal win in Nova Scotia. Interesting election night there. Moving on, I got the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to split my time with the honourable member from Regina Capel. And I'll start by saying that the threats by U.S. President-elect Donald Trump come as a serious threat to Canada and to our prosperity. It's exactly why we're here tonight. But while this announcement is somewhat unprecedented and obviously worrying, it's not for a moment unexpected. See, Donald Trump didn't appear out of nowhere. He was effectively running for president for 4 years, most of that time as a frontrunner. He made tariffs and trade restrictions a central part of his platform, a central part of his campaign as a whole. The president literally said that tariffs are the greatest thing ever invented. Those were his words. But last night's announcement revealed that the Prime Minister doesn't have a plan. He certainly doesn't have a Canada First plan for our economy or for our security. But let's look at how the government worked against Canada. They continued with their radical economic vandalism and their job-killing agenda. He continued to hike a carbon tax, raising capital gains taxes, adding piles of red tape on top of an already struggling business sector. He pushed forward with an agenda that doubled home prices. He doubled the national debt. Crime has doubled in this country. Our GDP per capita is smaller now than when the Prime Minister took office. In fact, it dropped more than any other G7 country since COVID. We have the most indebted households, the worst housing inflation, and food prices have risen 37% faster here than in the U.S., while record numbers of Canadians now visit food banks. That is their record. The Canadian economy now stands at record weakness, and we're already at a disadvantage. Businesses were already thinking about leaving, and now it's going to get even worse. It's hard to see how anybody might think that we are starting from a negotiating position of strength. And speaking of negotiations, has anybody on that side of the House, anybody in the Prime Minister's office, or anybody anywhere else thought to continue the relationships from the President's team since 2020? Has anybody thought to build relationships with members of the U.S. House, of the U.S. Senate, anybody of importance in Washington? We know that they say it, but it's quite clear that saying it doesn't make it reality. And could anybody read the writing on the wall to see what was coming? I think we know the answers to all of those questions, although, like, they certainly act like that's not the case. And it's clearer than ever that the Prime Minister has no plan. That's what we are demanding. He had no plan to anticipate the re-election of Donald Trump. He sat around for weeks until these tariffs were announced. And his big idea is a call tomorrow. Bunch of politicians sitting around a table, photo op. We need a Canada First plan. That's what the Leader of the Opposition reiterated. We needed that yesterday on the economy, on security, on the border, on so much else. But for good measure, let's start with the economy. The Prime Minister has to now cancel the plan to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. It was a bad idea then. It is certainly a bad idea now that is going to tax everyone. So we're going to axe the tax on everyone, on everything, forever. And that's going to ensure our prosperity, at least a stronger negotiating position with the U.S. These tax rises cost more for everything, including food, gas, energy, and combined with those tariffs from Donald Trump, or the threat of those tariffs, it will put our economy 6 feet under. Additionally, the Prime Minister must revoke his plan to place the energy cap on natural resources and industries, which would see our country produce 35% less. Natural resources are our biggest job creator, our biggest export. They want what we have. And Donald Trump says he wants to cut energy prices in half, and they can do that by importing clean Canadian energy. And finally, he must cancel all of the tax increases on work, on investment, and making things here in Canada. They were a bad idea then. They are certainly a bad idea now. And his capital gains increases are going to drive businesses south. They're going to take thousands of jobs and hundreds of millions of dollars with them to the U.S. These common-sense economic policies of axing the tax, scrapping the cap, not only save Canadian jobs, they will also help us in a negotiating position compared to the U.S. or with the United States. And they will help reverse the economic vandalism that we have seen after 9 years of this Prime Minister, of this Liberal NDP government, and the carnage that they have caused in the Canadian economy. And it goes way past the economy. On immigration, the Prime Minister had already admitted that he had broke a generational consensus on the immigration, on the system. And every Canadian will tell you that too now. 4.9 million temporary visas and permits have been issued, and they are to expire in December of 2025. But the immigration minister practically revealed yesterday that there is no plan to ensure that those who overstay their welcome actually go home. This government let in 2 ISIS terrorists, a father and a son duo, plotting an attack about 10 minutes from the riding that I represent. Another one arrested near Montreal, an attack on the Jewish community in New York. He utterly failed to properly screen the people coming in here, and we need a Canada First approach to protect our security and our sovereignty and control those who are living and those who are leaving our country. We need to protect Canadians to keep our own country safe. On top of that, a Canada First plan would put a stop to the out-of-control illegal drugs in this country. 47,000 Canadians have died due to drug overdoses, a number higher, get this, higher than Canada lost in the Second World War. That number is staggering. There is a 200% increase in overdose deaths after just 9 years of this Prime Minister, and it's thanks to his radical legalization of drugs and his policies that put continued addiction over that of hope and recovery. We've talked about it in this House so many times, and it's time for the Prime Minister to finally act on it. Today, the police chief in the City of London, in Ontario, confirmed what we've been saying for years, that hard drugs of the Liberal NDP unsafe supply programs are being diverted into our streets. Last year, the force seized 30,000 hydromorphine pills, most of them being sourced directly from these programs. They're flooding into our streets, and they're also flooding across the border into the U.S. We know that. All you have to do is look outside. We must put a stop to our brothers and our sisters, our sons and daughters, our aunts and uncles falling victim to the poisonous plan that this Prime Minister and this Liberal NDP government are pushing. We must end the vast black market, transnational trade of dangerous drugs that this Prime Minister has created. The Prime Minister can do that today by immediately announcing that he will end his failed, radical, unsafe supply experiment to bring our loved ones home drug-free with detox and treatment, wraparound services, and stop funding the drug smugglers and the transnational trade. Everyone sees that the Prime Minister couldn't negotiate. Everyone sees that the Prime Minister can't keep his promises, and everyone sees that the Prime Minister has lost control, not only of his own caucus, of his own party, but of the entire country. He's opened the door. The President has opened the door to not implementing these tariffs as long as we implement the ideas that we spoke about tonight. Then he implies the tariffs will not be levied. And from there, we find a silver lining. It's because we can fix these issues. The Prime Minister can do that. He can stand up and tell Canadians. He can show up in this debate and tell Canadians to axe the tax, to finally lay out a plan to make sure that those who overstay their welcome with their permits live up to their agreements and actually leave this country. He can tell Canadians he's going to immediately end his unsafe consumption-free drug bonanza. He can do all of those things. The only thing missing in all of this is a Prime Minister and his leadership. He has been here for 9 years. He's had 3 presidents, and he's failed. And if you read Robert Lighthouser's book, which I'm sure many of my colleagues will quote tonight, you will know that the Prime Minister's first approach with Donald Trump failed, and we can't afford a second one. He can continue to stick his head in the sand and pretend like nothing's wrong, and he can continue pushing jobs and money out of this country. The Prime Minister has a choice to make tonight. We as Canadians only hope that he makes the right choice, to put Canada first. I know he won't do that, and that's why this country desperately needs an election.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, in the last 9 years, we have seen many trade agreements signed off on. In fact, no government in the history of Canada has signed off on as many trade agreements with other countries than this government. We've even had a trade agreement sign off with President Trump previously. And during the negotiations of that particular agreement, when it really came down and started to get difficult, you had the leader of the Conservative Party today say, capitulate, just sign it, get an agreement, as he was panicking, Mr. Speaker. And at the time, we said, no, we are going to continue to get the best deal for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And we continued the negotiations. Why should the Canadians have any confidence in the leader of the Conservative Party that the moment he started to panic, he was prepared to capitulate and give whatever it took to the United States? Why should they have any trust or confidence in that leader?
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Speaker, I think the member opposite has just a revisionist version of history. It was actually them that capitulated. In fact, you know why Canadians would have confidence in Conservatives? Because 80 days after the Prime Minister Harper was elected, he got a deal on softwood lumber. Do you know how much money is still sitting in Washington from illegally collected tariffs? $9 billion. That's the Prime Minister's record. We still have Buy America. And if you read the book of the chief negotiator, and that member was not at the table, and thank goodness for Canada that he wasn't, but if you read the book of the chief negotiator, he will tell you everything that had happened and why Canada got a bad deal, and it won't happen again under the next Prime Minister of Canada, the Member of Parliament from Carleton.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Salle et Marais-Verdun. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the speech by the Member for Thornhill attentively. I would like to know, in her opinion, because throughout her speech and that of her leader, there was quite a ferocious criticism made of the Liberal government a justified one. I would like to know, how would the Conservative government do better in trade negotiations with the U.S.?
He very well could have listened to the speech. We are going to have a Canada First approach that not only puts Canadians first and fixes everything that the Prime Minister has broken over the last 9 years. The drugs flowing over the borders, the punishing taxes on Canadians, on Canadian workers, on Canadian investment. The fact that our military is desperately underfunded when they have asked for a 2% commitment. That's what a Conservative government will do different. Perhaps the member opposite hasn't been listening for the last number of months, but we have laid out a plan for the next Conservative majority government in this country, and Canadians cannot wait.
Then comments of the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been clear from Donald Trump's intervention on this in terms of the tariff that it was drugs and crime coming from the Canadian border. Now, the member from Carleton was part of the Harper administration and sat at the cabinet table, and even when I asked him earlier this evening, still has no regrets of cutting 1,100 members loose that were doing intelligence office work, and that it's actually frontline and going to work with the United States law enforcement agencies. There were also sniffer dog teams that were cut under the Harper administration with the member from Carleton at the cabinet table. And there was also frontline workers. This is not my opinion. This is the opinion of the workers from there who have done that. So my question, quite frankly, is why was axing the officers a good plan by the Conservative Party? And what are they willing to do now to make those numbers up? Because they recently voted against the CBSA stocking up back on officers again.
Member for Thornhill.
Member is right that we voted against stocking up the CBSA with more bureaucracy. There was actually more frontline officers under the Harper government than that member has told this House. So if he wants to traffic in falsehoods and misinformation, that's his prerogative, but it has no place here. It probably has a place with his friends in the Liberal Party.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have no doubt that many Canadians are watching tonight's debate with a great deal of anxiety for the threat that is facing our country and our economy. Jobs, workers' paychecks, the ability for people to pay their mortgage depend on trade. Canada's a nation that depends on being able to sell what we grow and what we produce here to other countries around the world. We simply don't have the population to consume what we can produce. That's because we're so good at producing things. We're so good at extracting our natural resources at the highest environmental and ethical standards. Our skilled trades and machinists and factory workers are so good at what they do that we can produce far more than we need for ourselves. And so, having a extremely long and undefended border, the longest undefended border in the world, being neighbors with a like-minded democracy that was built on the rule of law, human rights, and most importantly, free market capitalism. The voluntary exchange of goods and services, not just between individuals, but between our countries, have dramatically increased the quality of life, both here and in the United States, to such a degree that people from around the world, of all different faiths and races and ethnicities and cultures, come to Canada. They don't come to Canada for the weather, Madam Speaker. They come to Canada because of the opportunity and the basis of our society that we've built. And the reason why people are so anxious right now is because they've seen the track record of this Prime Minister in dealing with President Trump. The first time this Prime Minister had to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head with President Trump, he was forced to capitulate and accept concession after concession after concession. Forced to accept concessions on agricultural products, forced to accept a deal that didn't protect Canadian steel workers from tariffs from the United States, forced to accept a deal that was silent, that did not offer any protection to forestry workers with a softwood lumber deal as part of it, and forced to accept the humiliating concession that the Prime Minister was unable to get an exemption from the Buy American provisions. So after such a terrible track record the first time Canada faced tariffs from the U.S. administration, there's good reason to be worried right now. And that's just on trade. One of the things that a country can do to protect itself in a potential trade conflict is to make our own economy strong. When investors and business owners are fighting with each other to get into Canadian markets, it's less likely that their home country would want to get in the way of that trade. And what this Prime Minister has done is to put Canada in such an incredibly weak position. Our economy was weak yesterday before these potential tariffs were even announced, and now the Prime Minister is heading into a negotiation period in a position of extreme vulnerability. Let's just take a look at some of the facts. In Canada, GDP per capita is now smaller than it was before this Prime Minister took office. That means the only thing that is even remotely keeping our GDP numbers in a positive way, in a positive trend, is the fact that our population is growing. But each individual Canadian is poorer today, produces less value today because of the Prime Minister's terrible economic vandalism. Just look at some of the things that he's done. He's imposed a devastating carbon tax on the Canadian economy. The United States does not have a carbon tax. And as he quadruples that carbon tax, the difference between our economy and the US economy will be even worse. Why would an investor say, hey, I'd like to build something in Windsor and pay 61 cents a liter when I can build that factory in Detroit and pay 0%? And that's 0 cents a liter in a carbon tax. And that's why it's so puzzling why the member from Windsor, the NDP member from Windsor, who pretends to be worried about this issue, consistently supports the Liberal plan to hike the carbon tax, to quadruple the carbon tax. How many more businesses and jobs and money will flow south of the border as that carbon tax gets higher and higher? Food prices have grown 37% faster in Canada than in the United States. That's because this Prime Minister devalued the Canadian dollar by forcing the Bank of Canada to print hundreds of billions of dollars to cover his deficits and wasteful spending. And what happens when you print money out of thin air? You have more dollars chasing fewer goods. Prices go up. And inflation has hit food prices here in Canada far worse than in the United States. Our national debt has grown by over 100% in a decade. That means the government has to go out into markets to borrow money. And that's an important fact as well, Madam Speaker, because you see, when the government borrows money, it competes with the private sector. When business owners and factory owners and entrepreneurs want to go out and borrow some money to start up a business or scale up a business or expand at a second location or add another product line, they have to go out and compete with the government to borrow that money. And when the government gobbles up a lot of the available funds, it drives up the borrowing costs for everybody else, including individuals, Madam Speaker. It's not just large business owners that have to pay higher borrowing costs when the government goes out and scoops up all the available cash for itself. Your mortgage payment is going to be higher because of all that government borrowing. Because if somebody has $1 to lend it to an individual is a greater risk than to lend it to a government entity, which is viewed as having a much more secure backing to it. So they have to pay a premium to borrow that $1 too. The government's deficits directly have an impact on Canadian borrowers, which include business owners and individuals with mortgages. Where I'm going with all of this is that by weakening the Canadian economy, there are fewer people around the globe fighting to get into Canada. And you only need to develop the thought exercise. Would Canada ever slap these kinds of tariffs unilaterally on the United States? Of course not, because it would risk our markets to sell our products into. The fact that Canada has a weaker economy, our people are poorer, there are less opportunities here, less investments that can turn a profit, that can add to growth and create jobs, means that we have fewer people in the United States fighting to protect access to our markets. So the Prime Minister's devastating and humiliating failure, the first time he had to face President Trump, is a big reason why people are concerned again today. Now, there are a couple of issues aside from economics that have been the subject of debate. And what I'm hearing from many Canadians in the last 24 hours is, why did it take the President of the United States to call out the government's inaction on dealing with the fentanyl and opioid crisis? The Prime Minister should want to get fentanyl off our streets for Canadians, out of concern for the grieving mothers and fathers and husbands and wives who have lost people to this horrible addiction. We have presented comprehensive plans to help stem the tide of illegal drugs coming into Canada, with more inspections and better tools for law enforcement. The government not only ignores it, they double down on their failed approach to make bail easier for those criminals, and they even went so far as to use your tax dollar, the tax dollars of Canadians, to fund government-paid-for opioids, which the police say now show up in our communities all the time, all across the country. And again, on the border, we've had, in the last few months, under this Prime Minister, terrorists associated with Al-Qaeda and ISIS coming into Canada. It shouldn't take the President of the United States to call attention to that. A Canadian Prime Minister should want to solve that problem on their own. All that to say, Madam Speaker, it's quite clear what this episode in the last few days has shown us is that we need a Prime Minister with the brains and the backbone to put Canada first. As the Leader of the Opposition said earlier this evening, Canada first, Canada always, and Canada forever. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, it's interesting. The member was here when his leader actually spoke on this issue, and he talked about military spending and was very critical of the government today for not providing or hitting the 2% mark. Yet the member that just spoke was a part of the Harper government. The leader of the Conservative Party was in cabinet, Madam Speaker, of the Harper government. And the lowest that we've had in the last decade was when, in fact, the leader of the Conservative Party was in cabinet in terms of percentage of the GDP. It actually fell less than 1%. That is something in which I believe amplifies one of the reasons why you just cannot believe what it is that the leader of the Conservative Party is telling Canadians. Listen to what he said in the House, contrast to what he actually did. How can one believe him?
The member for Regina Capel.
Let's look at what we did. We got heavy lift aircraft delivered. We started the process on F-35s, something that this Prime Minister then canceled and had to admit that he made a terrible mistake and restart the process. We just lost hundreds of millions of dollars and many years. Nobody was questioning Canada's commitment to our allies and to NATO under the previous Conservative government. That all started when this Prime Minister started demeaning our military, cancelling procurement projects, and basically telling the world that Canada wasn't going to do its fair share. Conservatives have gotten big projects, big procurement items done. We've had higher levels of recruitment and regular force service levels, something that has fallen under this government as this Prime Minister tells our military that their job is to fight for woke and divisive ideals instead of our proud history and our proud traditions.
Questions et commentaires, honorable.
Question and comment. Honourable Member for La Salle-Verdun. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to the member for Regina Capel, and the Conservative solution to the international trade problem seems to be Canada first, so copying America first. And the member was saying it shouldn't take the President of the United States to tell us what we need to do in terms of dealing with drugs. So I understand that We should also be selling our oil to the U.S. So the solution of the Conservative Party to the current problems in terms of international trade, is it to just copy and paste American policy and just be docile and follow American politics?
Regina Capel.
Pas du tout, mais c'est...
Not at all. But it's normal for a government to put our country's own interest first. Because, of course, it's Canadians who pay our salaries, ministers and members alike, so it's clear that the priority for a government of any country should be to put the interest of their citizens first before everything else. And my colleague maybe misunderstood what I was saying on drugs and the border. I wasn't saying that we shouldn't do it because it was being underlined, the challenge was being pointed out by the President of the U.S. I was saying that the Prime Minister should have an interest in solving the issue of drugs and the border.
The honourable member for Vancouver East, a brief question.
Kingsway. Thanks, Madam Speaker. Mr. Trump apparently is justifying this ridiculous assertion that Canada deserves 25% tariffs by talking about the border and also talking about Canada not hitting our defense targets. Well, last I checked, Canada determines here in this chamber and in this country, we determine what our military spending is. It's not dictated by a foreign government. And so I have a twofold question. The other thing I was going to mention before I do so is it's up to the Americans to control their border. So if something is coming from Canada into the United States, that's a failure of the Americans to protect their border, not Canada. So my honourable colleague, the question is this. If we're to increase our military spending to 2 or even 3%, as certain Canadian business groups are calling for, how would he pay for it? How many billions of dollars would that mean to the Canadian budget? How would we pay for it? And does he not agree with me as well that it's up to the American government to protect their own borders? That's not our responsibility.
The honourable member for Regina Capel, a brief answer, please.
Well, first and foremost, let me say that the Conservative Party has been unequivocal. These tariffs are unjustified. My point on the border, on military spending, and on the fentanyl crisis is that regardless of what's going on with the United States, regardless of what President Trump might be threatening Canada with, a Canadian Prime Minister should care about the lives of people lost to addiction, should care about the fact that we've got people coming into our country without proper background checks and security vettings, and that the Canadian people want to see a plan to deal with 400 temporary residents in Canada whose visas are set to expire in the next year. So regardless of what American politicians might want us to do, the Canadian people expect that their government will put their interests first, put their safety and protect their jobs, their livelihood, and their security ahead of all else.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with my good friend, the member from Vancouver, Granville. Madam Speaker, there should be no doubt that the Government of Canada places the highest priority on strengthening our trading relations with the United States. And for a place like Surrey Centre, this in no way is undiminished, as we're a border city, a port city,